Oi, can you still talk? Try to recall, other than yourself, did anyone touch the medicine you consumed? The gentlemanly Erebus suddenly crouched beside the person who was twitching on the floor and asked while looking at him with cold eyes. Rugerzy's nephew was obviously rather flustered to be stared at by Erebus. His body trembled for a moment before he seemed to recall something and said, Gilko wanted my pill of rejuvenation in exchange for this pill of tranquility. I heard from Uncle that the pill of tranquility is much more expensive than the pill of rejuvenation, and so I agreed to exchange it. The pill of rejuvenation this deceased divine guard ate was also given by Gilko, wasn't it? Han Chuo suddenly grinned and asked. Where is this Gilko? Erebus stood up and asked Rugerzy. I heard his voice just now. Where is he? Rugerzy looked around puzzlingly before he turned to a divine guard beside him and instructed, Go look around and bring him in. It probably has nothing to do with him. He is a member of our house of Kisa. Rugerzy's heart was feeling unsure when he said those words, as the clues were not pointing in his favor. A dozen or more minutes later, several divine guards, wearing anxious expressions, rushed back to the party. The leader hastily reported, My lord, Gilko has disappeared, so have the crystal coins in his room. Rugerzy wasn't a complete idiot. The expression on his face immediately became anxious after he heard those words. He angrily said, What is Gilko doing? How could he disappear at this moment? Find him. Rugerzy, I believe it is now obvious that the problem is with your house of Kisa, not Brian's medicines. Andre raised an eyebrow as he lightly groaned. This is, with things having developed to this stage, even Rugerzy was clear about what exactly was happening. He seemed embarrassed as he said to Han Chuo, that, this. Brian. I'm sorry, very sorry. Fret not. Han Chuo replied with a faint smile as though he wasn't bothered about the matter at all. He got up from his seat, bowed at Andre and Erebus, and announced, From this day onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will conduct no business with your house of Kisa. Upon finishing those words, Han Chuo marched resolutely towards the exit with Andrina. No, Rugerzy could not feel more remorseful. He realized just how grave his mistake was. Chapter 719, 3 Secret Chambers. GDK 719, 3 Secret Chambers. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Andre and Erebus seemed quite amused as they followed Han Chuo out, leaving Rugerzy behind. The two were very curious with Andrina, who came with Han Chuo. They could not understand how this little girl could possess such tremendous strength. They were even more clueless as to why she would follow around Han Chuo so docilely. They were eager to learn the answers. Outside the Kisa residence, Andre and Erebus caught up to Han Chuo. After having noticed Andre and Erebus, Han Chuo slowed down his footsteps and said smilingly, Thank you for your lordship's assistance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have had trouble leaving the Kisa residence. Haha, with such a powerful expert by your side, even in an all-out fight, I doubt the house of Kisa would be able to do much. Erebus said to Han Chuo, and right away, his attention turned to Andrina, who was wearing an unfriendly face. He asked puzzlingly, Hello little girl, what energy was it that you use? I have never seen it before. Andrina shot a glare at Erebus and replied coldly, None of your business. Ahem, Erebus felt rather embarrassed and forced a dry laugh. Andre, who also intended to question Andrina, most sensibly chose not to ask after seeing how she responded to Erebus. Andre merely looked at Andrina with astonishment. Meanwhile, Andrina followed behind Han Chuo silently, completely ignoring the duo. Brian, what happened today at the house of Kisa was strange, to say the least. That Gilko fella might have been employed by someone to tarnish your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. You need to be careful, Andre said in a grave manner after keeping silent for a moment. Yes, the incident was obviously schemed to harm me. But I have no idea who could be trying to get me, Han Chuo nodded and replied. He too understood that this Gilko character would not have that much audacity to commit the act without some strong motivation. Besides, there were no grudges or animosity between them. It was impossible that Gilko would suddenly decide to set Han Chuo up for no reason. Have you offended anyone recently? Other than Avery, of course. Avery hasn't been in the City of Shadows during the recent days and I have been monitoring the Fifth Corps. He likely has nothing to do with this matter, Andre asked with his brows furrowed. Han Chuo was startled and suddenly stopped walking. After carefully thinking for a while, someone popped into his mind. I have been to the Godswamp Pharmacy to discuss doing business with their owner, Stice, but we parted on bad terms. While inside their banquet hall filled with pharmacists, I had a quarrel with a pharmacist from Mirage City named Guli. Could it be her? Guli of Mirage City? Erebus softly cried out and shook his head. He explained, Guli is rather queer in temperament and she is famous in Mirage City. However, I doubt she commands much of an influence over the City of Shadows. Someone wants to tarnish the reputation of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. If that had succeeded, who would gain the most benefit in the City of Shadows? Han Chuo creased his brows and softly mumbled to himself. He started to suspect Stice of the Godswamp Pharmacy. Han Chuo did not have a favorable impression towards that person and felt that he was a scheming one. If something goes wrong with your medicines, the greatest beneficiaries ought to be other pharmacies in the city. Perhaps you haven't been noticing, but the appearance of your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has affected business in other pharmacies, the Godswamp Pharmacy being the most severely hit. Andre seemed to realize after listening to Han Chuo soliloquize. Han Chuo's heart was filled with even greater suspicion after hearing Andre's words. After thinking for a bit, Han Chuo suddenly smiled. I guess I will have to trouble your lordships. I believe someone as influential your lordships will surely be able to find the person behind this. Stop cajoling us, brat. I will pay attention to it. Andre replied smilingly. All right, now that this shenanigan is over, I shall return to my pharmacy. Han Chuo knew that Andre would help him. But before departing, he asked, by the way, how is Carmelita doing? Don't worry, she has awoken and is recovering well. Seeing that Han Chuo was concerned about Carmelita, the smile on Andre's face became even warmer. Then I can truly be at ease. Han Chuo waved at the two and left with Andrina. Andre and Erebus did not continue to walk with Han Chuo. After both Han Chuo and Andrina disappeared from their sights, Erebus remarked in a low voice, Damn, that little girl is nothing simple. In a solo battle, even I do not have the certainty of defeating her. Andre nodded in agreement. I did not discover her actual strength until today. Had the two of us not arrived there at the right time, Rugerzi would have suffered a painful bashing. What has me curious is this youngster called Brian. Why would this little girl, as powerful as she is, be so meek to him? It even appeared as though the little girl only listens to him and no one else. Very strange indeed, remarked the puzzled Erebus. The days ahead are long. We have all the time in the world to figure that out in the future. Fortunately, Brian is leaning to our family clan. It's probably not a bad thing to us if that little girl listens only to his instructions. Andre thought for a moment and asked Erebus, have you discovered Avery's whereabouts yet? Not yet, Erebus shook his head. Pay attention to the Godswamp Pharmacy. This incident relating to Brian is very unusual, said Andre. Understood, I will have my men keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy. Have I mentioned that the medicines Brian made are absolutely miraculous? Erebus said smilingly. He seemed to be very invested in Han Chuo. Han Chuo did not return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Instead, he went on a trip to verify his suspicion. Hearing Andre's reminder, Han Chuo suddenly realized that the emergence and rise of his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had severely threatened the bottom lines of other pharmacies in the city. The Godswamp Pharmacy, as the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, was the most severely affected. It was only natural that they would take countermeasures. Han Shuo thought that Stai's proposal to cooperate with him could be one of the countermeasures taken by the God Swamp Pharmacy. However, as he had declined the proposal right from the start, it was only to be expected that they might use tougher methods after the softer one had failed. Han Shuo had an exceptional advantage when it came to doing detective work. Soon enough, he arrived near the God Swamp Pharmacy with Andrina. After locating a dark and hidden spot to conceal themselves, Han Shuo released demon generals to fly towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. "What is that?" Andrina gasped. Her eyes glistened brightly and the incorporeal figures of the few demon generals were reflected in her eyes. These demon generals that Cauldron Spirit refined could transform between material and immaterial states. Those demon generals were in an immaterial state when Han Shuo released them, and only Han Shuo, who possessed a consciousness with extraordinary sensing power, could discover the presence of those demon generals in their incorporeal state. He was careless and forgot that Andrina beside him had mysterious strength. The demon general rapidly flew away from the two. Andrina stared fixedly at Han Shuo and remarked with astonishment, "Those things came from inside your body, didn't they? Don't deny it, I have seen everything." Andrina's questioning and piercing eyes gave Han Shuo a headache. "What exactly are those things? They look spectacular. If it wasn't for our close proximity, even I would have failed to notice it. How interesting! What exactly are they?" Andrina's curiosity was greatly aroused. She questioned Han Shuo excitedly while constantly rocking his arm. They are a strange type of life form found on Profound Continent. They are used for scouting and spying, Han Shuo explained. He thought to himself, "I've got to be more careful around her next time. Her senses are so sharp. What a miraculous life form. They seem to be non-physical, as though made up purely of soul energy, and the energy even seemed quite strong. How is it that they were inside your body? Are you a strange life form as well?" Andrina pressed on with her questions. "No, I'm just housing them using a type of container. When there's trouble, I can draw them out to scout out for information. It's that simple. No more questions, I'm in the middle of something." Han Shuo hastily answered and closed his eyes and lips as though he was occupied. The potential use of demon generals was not merely for scouting out information. They could be used in deploying formations, attack, assassination, and so on. The demon generals that Cauldron Spirit refined were all especially powerful and were primary helpers to Han Shuo. Of course, these were the secrets that Han Shuo kept to himself and would never divulge to Andrina. Andrina, who wanted to ask even more questions, had no choice but to keep silent as she understood that Han Shuo did not want to explain any further. However, her curiosity grew even stronger and her gazes at Han Shuo were filled with amazement. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the biggest pharmacy in the City of Shadows and naturally, they had set up boundaries around their premises. However, as the God Swamp Pharmacy was merely a pharmacy, even though they possessed extraordinary influence and power, they dared not to show it off in the City of Shadows. Hence, the boundaries around the structures were not particularly strong or powerful. The demon generals managed to intrude with ease. The demon general moved around the God Swamp campus. They discovered rooms with complete sets of pharmaceutical tools and devices, countless busy pharmacists refining strange and exotic medicines, as well as some pharmacists in higher positions involved in heated discussions and debates. Using the auditory senses of his demon generals, Han Shuo discovered that the pharmacists were merely discussing the arts of refining medicine. They did not talk about anything related to the incident at the house of Kisa. One of the demon generals discovered Guli of Mirage City. She was temporarily lodging in God Swamp Pharmacy to attend the pharmacist conference. Having taken Guli as a suspect, Han Shuo carefully observed Guli's every action using a demon general. He saw that Guli had a vexed face while flipping through a thick and heavy pharmacopoeia while softly mumbling. After the demon general leaned closer to listen, Han Shuo nearly laughed out loud. It turned out that Guli was flipping through the pharmacopoeia to find the names of the medicinal ingredients Han Shuo mentioned to her at the banquet hall. These medicinal ingredients were not materials that people in this universe should know of. Even if they had discovered these ingredients, people in this universe would have different names for them. Han Shuo had spat those names out just to annoy Gu Li and did not expect that she would actually be so persistent. From the number of books scattered all over the floor and her messy hair, Han Shuo knew that Gu Li had been searching for those ingredients for a long time. Grrhh. Gu Li pulled her own hair out like a crazy woman. She screeched furiously, "He must have made it up. Impossible, if those ingredients exist, it's impossible that I've never heard of them. Liar, he must be a liar." Han Shuo thought that after Gu Li was done with shouting, she would give up on her vain effort. But unexpectedly, after ranting for a while, she went on and grabbed an even thicker book and continued to flip through the book. She cursed Han Shuo in a low voice as she searched through the book. Han Shuo was actually impressed and even admiring of her assiduous spirit. Although she may have issues in her character and personality, Han Shuo had to admit that her tireless dedication towards the art of refining medicine was admirable. It was no wonder that she was a pharmacist second to none in Mirage City. It was also for this reason that Han Shuo immediately removed Gu Li from his list of suspects. A person like her who was madly immersed in refining medicine wouldn't give that much thought in plotting and scheming. Besides, from the looks of it, Han Shuo reckoned that Gu Li had not left the room for a long time and therefore was most unlikely to execute crafty plots. After eliminating Gu Li from his list, Han Shuo's main suspect was now Stice. However, after searching through the God Swamp pharmacy with his demon generals, he still couldn't find Stice's figure. Han Shuo found it strange. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo ordered his demon general to scatter further apart. This time, instead of searching in obvious places, they specifically looked in secluded regions where boundaries may be hidden. Then, his demon generals detected 3 secret chambers with powerful boundaries around them. Of them, 2 of the boundaries had relatively weaker defensive power. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo carefully controlled the 2 most powerful demon generals to intrude the 2 barriers. The intrusion went smoothly. They did not trigger any alarms or counterattacks from the boundaries. After the 2 demon generals silently entered the 2 secret chambers, Han Shuo was shocked by the scene he witnessed. One of the secret chambers contained countless frozen organs. Most of the organs belonged to humans. They were all well preserved. In the other secret chamber, Han Shuo found numerous base gods and a few low gods imprisoned. There, several sinister pharmacists were forcing the prisoners to drink a medicine that was steaming with green smoke. One of the base gods transformed into a bloody puddle of green fluid after drinking it. Han Shuo's hearts flipped and he was shaken by what he saw in those rooms. It was clear that what they were doing in those secret chambers was illegal. Forcefully experimenting with drugs, especially poisons on gods, were prohibited in all dominions. Han Shuo did not expect that the God Swamp pharmacy would actually disregard the law and commit such atrocious acts in the City of Shadows. Having uncovered such enormous bombshells behind the 2 secret chambers, Han Shuo became very curious about what he would find in the secret chamber protected under boundaries that were even more powerful. In addition, Han Shuo started to suspect that the 2 from the house of Kisa had taken the poison made by the God Swamp pharmacy which caused the adverse and fatal effects. "What's the matter?" Andrina's voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Han Shuo opened his eyes and looked at Andrina beside him. After taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, Nothing. You seem disgusted. You found something, didn't you?" Andrina asked in a concerned manner. "I will tell you later, but don't talk to me for now," Han Shuo replied and closed his eyes. Han Shuo had no interest in getting involved with whatever illegal stuff the God Swamp pharmacy was conducting. However, from the looks of it, it seemed very likely that the God Swamp pharmacy had plotted the incident at the house of Kisa. Therefore, Han Shuo was determined to get to the bottom of it. The most powerful demon general Han Shuo had arrived before the last secret chamber. The walls of the secret chamber were made using special materials and it had several types of boundaries that Han Shuo was not familiar with. Han Shuo did not have confidence in breaking through the boundaries and he was therefore hesitant. We'll probably be found out, but still, it's worth a shot. Even if the break-in attempt is discovered, they won't find me hiding here, Han Shuo reasoned in his mind. Therefore, Han Shuo concentrated his attention and commanded the demon general to cross the boundary. The demon general proceeded forward through the wall carefully, slowly inching across the barrier. After making his way 2/3 into the wall, a pulse of energy suddenly shot towards the demon general. Han Shuo's heart jolted as he immediately realized that his demon general had been detected by the boundary. However, Han Shuo did not order it to retreat but on the contrary, commanded it to break through the barrier at the fastest speed possible, as noisy as it may. Pop pop pop! A series of sharp and clear noise sounded from the ceiling of the secret chamber. The demon general had successfully broken through the barrier and arrived in the secret chamber. That elderly man with a head of white hair and face as translucent as jade was giving instructions to Stice, who was crouching on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he detected the anomaly to the barrier and yelled right away, "That Brian fella must." "Who is it?" Although the demon general did not hear the full sentence, just from the few words alone Han Shuo could be certain that the incident at the house of Kisa must be related to the two inside the secret chamber. Han Shuo did not have the demon general stay inside the room but commanded it to leave as the elderly man seemed to have detected the location of his demon general. The demon general, having received Han Shuo's command, rapidly retreated as soon as it entered the room. It retreated without fear of triggering the warning alarms of the barriers as it was already exposed. Yet another round of ringing sounded from the barriers. The demon general successfully exited the barriers. The elderly man immediately got up from his seat to search for the intruder. "Let's leave." Han Shuo grabbed Andrina and left while the God Swamp pharmacy was in chaos. The demon general flew towards the sky as soon as it exited the barriers. The elderly man seemed to have qualms and did not continue pursuing the demon general. He merely raised his head to look at the sky. His expression was unsightly. Chapter 720, Adapting. GDK 720, Adapting. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Master, have we been discovered? Stice immediately asked after the elderly man returned to the secret chamber. Not sure. But someone did break through the barrier here just moments ago. I don't know if it had discovered what is in the other two secret chambers, the elderly man replied with a gloomy face. What should we do? Stice was obviously panicking. If the House of Saint was to learn that we are doing this behind their backs, they will surely kill us all. What are you worried about? The elderly man berated. He sat unhurriedly and after thinking for a moment, instructed, remove anything suspicious from this place right away. I shall have to stay away from this place temporarily. Don't worry, if the House of Saint can't find any incriminating evidence, they won't do a thing. Besides, I reckon that the intruder wasn't from the House of Saint. Otherwise, given how the House of Saint usually conducts themselves, they would have charged in here by now. You are right, Master. I will get those things moving immediately. Stice heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the elderly man's explanation. Go. Move the unclean things from the secret chambers as quickly as possible. Also make sure you do not startle those pharmacists here for the conference, the elderly man instructed. Stice knew that the situation was critical. He rushed out of the room and started arranging the matter. Gu Li from Mirage City tossed yet another thick pharmacopoeia to the side and cursed loudly, that son of a bitch must be full of rubbish, there are no medical ingredients with those names. He must have made it up. Liar, this wretched liar, I must find him and get to the bottom of it. Gu Li then walked out from her VIP lounge and started leaving the pharmacy even though it was very late at night. Hey! Gu Li was surprised to discover that in the dead of the night, there were blurry figures rapidly moving back and forth within several restricted areas in the God Swamp pharmacy. She thought that enemies had intruded the pharmacy and her heart skipped a beat. She was merely a pharmacist. Not only had she very limited strength, but she was also very much afraid of death. After observing for a moment, she discovered that the figures seemed to be moving something from several rooms. They appeared anxious and hurried. Gu Li did not find it all that suspicious at first. She thought that perhaps the Godswamp pharmacy had purchased some new medical ingredients. When she was about to proceed to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to look for Hanzhuo, she suddenly heard a loud clang like the shattering of some kind of glass container. "Stupid, be more careful. If someone was to discover this, all of you are gonna die," a berating voice deliberately kept low sounded off from the region. Gu Li was shocked and started to get suspicious. She carefully moved closer to the area and immediately noticed an intensely sour taste that filled the air. Gu Li creased her eyebrows and took 2 deep breaths. Her expression suddenly turned aghast and she hastily took out a bottle and consumed the medicine within. "It's a poison." Gu Li managed to quickly determine what was contained in that broken glass container. As an experienced pharmacist who had been immersed in the art of medicine refinement for countless years, although Gu Li had not extensively studied about poisons, she nonetheless could easily make out the distinctive scent of poisons. Gu Li's curiosity was aroused, but she dared not to approach directly. She took out several types of exquisite medicines that she had personally refined and carefully applied them on herself. She concealed all the scent on her body, and even the fluctuation of energy in her body was stabilized. After doing so, Gu Li gained some confidence and proceeded with approaching the place surreptitiously. As it was the dead of the night, most people's visions were affected. Those people busy moving the incriminating pieces of evidence were in a hurry and were not paying too much attention to their surroundings. On top of that, as Gu Li had concealed her aura using special medicines, none of those people discovered Gu Li, who shrouded herself in darkness and was observing not too far away. After Gu Li clearly discerned the items that those people were moving, she was so appalled that she nearly cried out. She covered her own lips tightly with her hands. Having lost the nerve to witness any more of those objects, she slowly retreated. Organ trafficking and refinement of poison were prohibited in all divine dominions. After having seen what those people were moving, Gu Li immediately realized what evil deeds the Godswamp pharmacy had been doing. Those who dared to dip their hands into illegal trades while masquerading as a lawful business usually possessed extraordinary power and wouldn't let any outsider who discovered their wrongdoings leave alive. Gu Li understood this well, and therefore she most sensibly retreated as soon as she learned of their crimes. "I can't stay here any longer. I can't believe the Godswamp pharmacy, one of the largest pharmacies in the Darkness Dominion, would be so daring to commit such atrocious acts. I must expose them." Gu Li thought to herself and came to a firm resolution. She started heading outside the Godswamp pharmacy. One of the divine guards stationed at the front gate of Godswamp pharmacy recognized Gu Li, who had a queer temper. "Master Gu Li, why are you going out so late at night?" I have something to do." Gu Li wouldn't be so flustered had she not witnessed the scene just then. She might even have behaved arrogantly, completely ignored the divine guard and left with her head raised high. But at this moment, being panic-stricken, her behavior was completely different from usual. Even the divine guards stationed there found it rather strange. "Oh, be careful then, Master Gu Li. Although the City of Shadows has been peaceful and safe, at this time of night, there could be criminals stalking the streets." The divine guard had no idea what Gu Li had seen, but he did not suspect a thing. He even kindly reminded her to be careful. Got it. I will." Gu Li got so afraid that she started to stutter. After replying the divine guard, Gu Li left hastily. Godswamp pharmacy did not impose too many constraints on this odd-tempered visiting pharmacist, and the divine guards did not stop her from leaving but happily chatted with each other while watching her leave. They were rather bewildered as to why Gu Li was so polite and talkative that night when she usually wouldn't even bat an eye. Gu Li, whose heart was rattled, started running madly as soon as she walked out from the Godswamp pharmacy. This left the divine guards even more baffled. Soon after she left, a divine guard wearing a dark face walked out from the pharmacy and arrived at the front gate. He asked the divine guards, "Did someone just leave?" "Yeah, it's that Guli of Mirage City." She appeared hurried and flustered as though she had seen a ghost. The divine guards keeping watch of the front gate replied casually. After hearing those words, the person asking seemed to have suddenly recalled something and his face stiffened. He asked hastily, "Which direction has she headed?" "In the general direction of the Saint residence." "What's the matter?" one of the divine guards asked in a puzzled manner. "And nothing." The asker was an insider. Without another word, he rapidly flew out from the Godswamp pharmacy and ran in Guli's direction. He thought, "Shit, that old woman must have seen something and is now trying to inform the House of Saint." His judgment was correct, that was indeed Guli's intention. Although queer and arrogant in character, she was an ethical pharmacist. She was very much against such practices of experimenting with poisons on living persons. Therefore, without much thought, she ran in the direction of the House of Saint. However, Guli was merely a pharmacist and had not truly put much effort into her cultivation. Soon after she ran from the Godswamp pharmacy, she heard a deep and low-pitched voice from behind her, "Stop running. I urge you not to leave the Godswamp pharmacy." "Shoot! I've been found out. They're coming to kill me." Guli was greatly alarmed. Not only did she not stop, she started running even faster. The divine guard immediately knew that Guli had learned of their dirt when she did not stop but ran even faster. It was then that the divine guard knew her life must be taken and a murderous thought spread through his head. He flew to the top of a lofty building, took out a strange-looking crossbow, and aimed it at Guli. But after thinking for a bit, he lowered his bow to apply a little bit of poison on the arrow before taking aim again. Whoosh! A streak of chilling radiance streaked across the silent night sky. Guli, as a pharmacist, was a god poor in combat. Even though she heard the arrow streaking across the sky coming from behind her, she merely continued running forward in a straight line. Chug! The arrow hit her in the left shoulder and sent her tumbling. When she landed, her head was dizzy and she felt numbness in her shoulder. She froze. "There's poison on the arrow. I'm done, I am going to die without a doubt." That divine guard heaved a sigh of relief as soon as the arrow struck Guli. He felt glad that he had applied poison on the arrow, as this type of injury wouldn't have been fatal. He did not stay still any longer and flew down the building and toward Guli. He was ready to kill her and destroy her body lest this secret of the Godswamp pharmacy be divulged. At this moment, Andrina and Hanchuo, who were flying towards the Saint residence, heard the arrow bolting across the sky behind them. Hanchuo was stunned as he thought that the Godswamp pharmacy had discovered them. A demon general in the vicinity quickly arrived at the scene and discovered Guli. "Poison, poisonous," Guli murmured in a weak voice. She was only half conscious and her body had grown so numb and stiff that she could no longer move. Hanchuo was startled. By using that demon general, he saw that a divine guard from the Godswamp pharmacy was rushing towards Guli as though prepared to finish her. Based on Guli's words as well as that murderous look on that divine guard, after quickly thinking, Hanchuo immediately realized that Guli must have also realized something. Otherwise, this man from the Godswamp pharmacy wouldn't have taken such a radical measure. Hanchuo had actually been wondering how to explain the crimes of the Godswamp pharmacy to André and the others. After all, it was his demon generals who discovered and witnessed the scenes hidden behind those secret chambers. If André and the others asked how he had learned of it, Hanchuo would have to make up a convincing alternative explanation. But if it was Guli who informed of the crimes, Hanchuo would be spared from those questions. Although Hanchuo did not like Guli at all, he immediately decided to save her life as she was very useful at this moment. It was also at this time that the divine guard from the Godswamp pharmacy arrived beside Guli. He took out a bottle of liquid giving off green smoke and was about to pour it on Guli. Through the demon general's observations back in the secret chamber, Hanchuo knew that the liquid giving off green smoke could melt a divine body into a puddle of green fluid. It was an extremely corrosive poison. If just a few drops landed on Guli, no matter how skillful Hanchuo was, he would have no way of saving her. Although Han Shuo was still a distance away from the region, it didn't mean that Han Shao was completely helpless, as he had a demon general right there. "Old fart, you have quite a temper, don't you? Humph, not only have you thrown a tantrum at me before, you now want to inform the House of Saint of our crimes? Let's see how you are going to talk when you have turned into a puddle of blood," this divine guard groused, recalling back to all the times he had been treated poorly by Gu Li. He slowly tilted the bottle in his hand. But suddenly, a bizarre shadow miraculously appeared. It was as though a demon had come out of the blue and struck the bottle containing the green poison. The bottle slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The man was shocked by the abrupt appearance of the demon general and hastily took a few steps backward. Then, before he could draw his weapon, the demon general, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, pounced on him. If Donna was somehow there to witness the scene, perhaps she would suspect Han Shuo knew something about this strange life form that once appeared at the ninth heaven mystical yin harvester. This man was clueless about the properties of demon generals. When he saw that his physical attacks against the demon general had no effect, he became flustered. What are you? What the hell are you?" the man shouted in a low voice as he resisted the attacks. Most of the demon generals refined by Cauldron spirit were made using low god souls. They all possessed strengths not to be belittled. As this man was completely clueless about the proper method to attack demon generals, he was forced to withdraw further and further. Meanwhile, Han Shuo was rushing to this place rapidly. This man from the God Swamp Pharmacy was thrown into confusion and failed to destroy Gu Li's divine body. Worried that divine guards could be patrolling nearby and suddenly show up, the man dared not to stay any longer and hastily left before Han Shuo arrived. He thought, Gu Li has been poisoned. Given the potency of the poison, no one should be able to save her now. There wouldn't be a problem once she's dead, I suppose? With that thought, the person rapidly disappeared. Although the demon general could keep him occupied, it would have trouble killing him. Therefore, Han Shuo let him retreat. A few minutes later, Han Shuo arrived beside Gu Li. Naturally, Andrina was there as well. Gu Li had collapsed on the ground. Her face was green. The poison had invaded the cells in her body. Han Shuo inserted demonic yuan into Gu Li's body to get a glimpse of her condition. Right away, he knew that it was the God Swamp Pharmacy that had schemed that incident at the house of Kisa, because he discovered that the poisonous compound in her body was exactly the same as that found in the deceased house of Kisa divine guard who had reportedly taken his pill of rejuvenation. Han Shuo withdrew a pelleted detoxifying medicine and stuffed it into Gu Li's mouth. Then, he grabbed Gu Li and rushed towards the saint residence. Han Shuo could not rescue that house of Kisa divine guard because he was dead before Han Shuo could get to him. Gu Li, however, was discovered in time. Just one pellet of his detoxifying medicine would allow her to completely recover. Han Shuo believed that once the God Swamp Pharmacy found out that their dark secrets were exposed, they would actively try to cover them up. Therefore, Andre needed to be informed of the situation as soon as possible before the evidence was all removed. Han Shuo did not do so for the Saint family but for himself. Given the current situation, Han Shuo knew that as long as the God Swamp Pharmacy remained in the City of Shadows, his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would face constant competition and trouble. Besides, from the looks of it, they wouldn't let Han Shuo off until he was forced out of business. As the God Swamp Pharmacy had fired the first shot and had threatened his interests, of course Han Shuo would try to eliminate and completely destroy them. After taking the pill of detoxification, Gu Li, who was moments away from certain death, gradually became better. After probing her condition using demonic yuan, Han Shuo discovered that the toxin in her body was slowly being expelled from the pores on her skin. With that, Han Shuo was truly at ease. Why are you saving her? Andrina seemed puzzled. She creased her brows and asked, this woman has been vicious and abusive towards you with her words. Based on my understanding of you, it was already a miracle that you did not take avail of the opportunity to kill her. Why would you be willing to save her? To me right now, she is more useful alive than not. Because if she's dead, not only would I have to waste a lot of words to explain what I saw inside the God Swamp Pharmacy to Andre, but he would also doubt how I discovered the situation in there. But if she lives, all that will be easily solved. If she wasn't of any use to me, I wouldn't have batted an eye. Han Chuo explained. You are indeed a bad person. Andrina giggled and said while pointing at Han Chuo. Good people die young, Han Chuo casually replied while rushing to the saint residence. Identify yourselves. The divine guards outside the saint residence were alarmed when they saw that Han Chuo was rapidly approaching in the dead of night. I'm Brian of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I'm looking for Lord Andre for an urgent matter. Han Chuo hastily explained. The divine guards had all heard of Han Chuo. They were most admiring of this young man who saved Carmelita's life twice. As soon as they heard that Han Chuo had an urgent matter, one of the divine guards replied at once, Come with me, I will lead you to Lord Andre. That divine guard could tell that the matter must be uncommon and pressing from the fact that it was in the middle of the night and that Han Chuo was carrying a dying person. He dared not to hold up Han Chuo. Poison refinement, Gu Li, after consuming a pill of detoxification, began to awaken. She started mumbling ambiguously while being carried to Andre. Good. You are up just in time. We won't need to waste too much time. Fantastic, thought Han Chuo. Chapter 721, Throat Slitting. GDK 721, Throat Slitting. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Inside a spacious lounge, Andre, with a puzzled look, asked Han Chuo who came to him in the dead of the night, What's the matter? Han Chuo casually threw Gu Li on the ground. By then, she was slowly waking, murmuring softly. I was on my way to the God Swamp Pharmacy to ask about a few things, but on the way there, I stumbled across people from the pharmacy chasing and trying to kill her. I hear her repeatedly mumbling that the God Swamp Pharmacy was testing poison on living beings, and something about organs. On top of that, I discovered that the poison in her body was the same as that in the deceased house of Kisa Divine Guard. I find the event very baffling and therefore brought her to you, Han Chuo explained. What? Andre cried out in surprise, You are saying that the God Swamp Pharmacy is brazenly violating the law? That's right. I'm not too sure about the specific details but Gu Li will soon wake. You can ask her. Han Chuo first distanced himself from the matter lest that Andre felt that he was trying to frame the God Swamp Pharmacy. Andre suddenly got beside Gu Li and placed his big hand on Gu Li's skull. 2 strands of dark smoke slowly came out from her nostrils and right away, she regained consciousness and cried out, God Swamp Pharmacy, poison, poison. Gu Li was startled at first and couldn't understand why she was in this place. When she then saw Han Chuo, she squealed, You lied. No medical ingredient records contained the names of those ingredients you mentioned. Did you lie to me? I'm Andre of the House of Saint. What did you see in the God Swamp Pharmacy? Andre questioned her sternly. He had no time for the dispute between Han Chuo and Gu Li. Gu Li was shocked and finally understood the situation. She yelled even louder, Yes. This night I accidentally discovered that the God Swamp Pharmacy was moving things. I saw them, Gu Li explained what she saw succinctly. She then asked in a rather puzzled manner, That person who chased me hit me with a poisonous arrow. How did I end up here? Brian saved you. Andre replied impatiently and asked in a deep voice, Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie? I'm telling the truth. I saw them with my own eyes. Gu Li asserted. Very well. I did not expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy would do such things right under our noses. Andre paced back and forth in the room with a dark face before he said to Han Chuo, Thank you, Brian. I will get things clear right away. If it is true that the God Swamp Pharmacy did those things, after tonight, God Swamp will cease to exist in the City of Shadows. Lord Andre, I can head there with you. It's possible that the Godswamp Pharmacy has moved any possible evidence away. I'm good at locating things and could help you with that. Before leaving, Han Chuo placed a few demon generals on top of several buildings nearby to keep an eye on their activities. Han Chuo knew exactly where they had moved those pieces of evidence. Well, they can't be that fast. Nevertheless, it won't hurt to have you tag along. Let's go. Andre had heard from Carmelita that Han Chuo was good in this aspect and did not decline. He also didn't expect much out of a pharmacy. It appeared that he intended to head there as soon as possible. Oi, brat, you saved me? How did you save me? I remember being severely poisoned. How am I still alive? Gu Li shouted. Han Chuo replied arrogantly, a poison as weak as that cannot stump me. PFF, how ironic that you call yourself a pharmacist when you can't even handle something as trivial as this. Han Chuo had walked out of the room before Gu Li could say a thing. Andrina followed behind him. Immediately, Andre mobilized his army. It took him no time to assemble approximately 100 family clan divine guards, all of whom were mid-gods. Andre also contacted Erebus using a magical device, asking him to mobilize his troops at the Third Corps as well. Han Chuo, Andre, and the rest of the party rapidly rushed towards the Godswamp Pharmacy, and when they reached their destination, they discovered that Erebus was already there with nearly 100 mid-gods. They had completely surrounded the Godswamp Pharmacy. My lords, what is the matter? Why are you surrounding our pharmacy in the middle of the night? Is there something wrong with the conference participants? Most of the Godswamp Pharmacy's gatekeepers were not aware of Godswamp Pharmacy's illegal dealings. They were scared witless. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was authority. It had been a long time since they last mobilized several hundred divine guards at once, and it was clear that something major was happening. These doorkeepers dared not to obstruct the House of Saint. No one may leave the Godswamp Pharmacy without my orders. Kill all those who try to escape. Andre, whose left eye had turned dark purple, instructed the few divine guards behind him in a cold voice. Then, without even giving the gatekeepers a look, Andre and Erebus stepped into the premise with their men. None of the gatekeepers dared obstruct them. Secure each and every building, block the pathways. Do not let a single person leave. After entering the campus, Erebus, the chief of the Third Corps, immediately instructed his divine guards to disperse and secure the area. They resembled ghostly shadows as they flew all around the Godswamp Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus, each leading a team of divine guards, headed for the biggest building in the campus. Han Chuo and Andrina followed them silently. Stice the dwarf rushed out from the building and stood in a flustered manner. Then, as though confused, he asked, Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, what is going on? Why have your lordships come to our Godswamp Pharmacy with so many men? Has our Godswamp Pharmacy done something wrong? Stice was indeed a convincing actor, so much so that even Han Chuo could not find a single flaw with it. He had displayed a look of panic and confusion on his face but did not reveal one bit of guilt. After sizing Stice up with his cold eyes, Han Chuo immediately knew that this character was no simpleton. Your Godswamp Pharmacy tried to murder Gu Li, a visiting pharmacist. Gu Li also claims that your pharmacy harvests divine organs and tests poisons on living people. This is a serious accusation and we are here to investigate the matter. Erebus replied in a deep voice. We are being wronged. Stice screamed, how could we do such a thing? We have been faithfully abiding by the law during our many years of operations in the City of Shadows. How would we do such a despicable thing? That Gu Li must be angry that we Godswamp Pharmacy had declined to make troubles for Mr. Brian from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and is, therefore, trying slander us. Please investigate the matter thoroughly, my lord. He is definitely not an easy person to take care of. Andre thought to himself. He observed that Stice seemed to be prepared. The explanation he gave was very believable. He had even deliberately replied loudly as to wake up those pharmacists from various cities that had come to attend the conference. Having heard the clamor, they exited their rooms and came to watch puzzlingly. These visiting pharmacists, just like Guli, came from various major cities in the Darkness Dominion. There were even a few who came from the Dominion of Death and Destruction. All these pharmacists enjoyed outstanding status. If Andre was to arrest people without sufficient evidence, then the reputation of the City of Shadows would surely suffer. If the gods in other cities got the impression that the rulers of the City of Shadows were oppressive and did whatever they wanted, it would have an adverse effect on their trade relations with the City of Shadows in various aspects. Although Stice's shriek may have seemed innocent, this action had in fact put Andre, Erebus, and their party in a very bad position. If they could not locate the incriminating evidence inside the Godswamp Pharmacy, not only would they not be able to do a thing to the Godswamp Pharmacy, they might even be heavily criticized by various parties. Andre and Erebus grew cautious. They inwardly remarked that this Stice was indeed a cunning one. Don't worry. If it is proven that Godswamp Pharmacy is innocent, we will punish Guli severely. However, this accusation is very serious and it is our duty to investigate it right away. Please cooperate with our effort. Andre, as the second highest ranking member of the House of Saint, was also a sharp-witted person. He pushed the responsibility onto Guli as though his actions were nothing inappropriate. As citizens of the City of Shadows, of course we would fully cooperate with your lordship's effort. Please, go ahead and search the premises. If anything unethical is found to be conducted within the Godswamp Pharmacy, I, as the owner of the Godswamp Pharmacy branch in the City of Shadows, shall cut my own throat on the spot as an apology for the offense. Stice declared most righteously. Those who didn't know better would surely think that Stice was an innocent businessman. Oh shoot, they must be done moving everything away. Andre and Erebus exchanged a glance. Their hearts sank. Both of them were cunning and sly characters. They knew that for Stice had made such a bold pledge, their search in the Godswamp Pharmacy would yield no result. They understood that they had miscalculated the power of the Godswamp Pharmacy. They certainly did not anticipate that they could have moved everything so quickly in such a short time. Search the place. With things having come to this, Andre and Erebus had no other choice but to press on with the search. As soon as Andre gave the command, multiple shadows flew out from the darkness. They traveled around each and every building in the Godswamp Pharmacy like spirits. My lord, I did not discover anything unusual. My lord, everything is clear on my side. My lord, I found no abnormal activity. The shadows returned to Erebus and Andre. All of them reported no findings. Stice suddenly kowtowed while wearing a wronged expression and said, My lords, our Godswamp Pharmacy has always conducted strictly lawful business. We would never dare to do anything illegal, much less something as contemptible as Guli has accused. Please investigate the matter thoroughly, my lords. Upon finishing those words, Stice took off his space rings and said loudly, If your lordships are still not convinced, you may check our space rings as well. If you discover a single inappropriate item, we workers of the Godswamp Pharmacy will slit our throats in apology. Those divine organs needed to be kept in icy conditions while those poisons had to be kept in certain specific temperatures. It was not possible to maintain regions of different temperatures inside a space ring and therefore, they surely would not store those things in their space rings. Stice only did that to further push the notion that he was innocent and had nothing to hide. How would the Godswamp Pharmacy do those things? They have an outstanding reputation in the Darkness Dominion. The City of Shadows must have made a blunder and mobilized their forces recklessly. Ugh, I did not expect that the divine guards of the City of Shadows would be so impudent and treat innocent people so unjustly. Why would anyone sell medicines in the City of Shadows? It was obvious that there would be nothing. What are they making a scene for? The way I see it, that old woman must be trying to slander Godswamp Pharmacy as revenge for not backing her after she was humiliated. These pharmacists from various major cities that were watching the story unfold gossiped with each other. These people had rather influential statuses in the cities they came from. Their negative comments could produce negative impacts on the City of Shadows. Both Andre and Erebus were stumped and embarrassed. They had greatly underestimated the Godswamp Pharmacy and did not expect that they would have that much power to remove all the evidence in the short span of less than an hour. They were rather at a loss on how to proceed. Your lordships must have misunderstood. Guli harbors a grudge against us and therefore has spread such malicious lies to defame us. She has even deliberately misled your lordships. She must be severely punished for her crimes. My lords, please uphold justice for us. Stice shouted as though he had been treated unjustly. But at the same time Stice was sneering in his heart, hee, you really think that my Godswamp Pharmacy is just a small shop? This, Andre forced a smile. He no longer dared to look down upon this dwarf. He intended to find a way out of this embarrassing situation and return to secretly and slowly investigate the matter. Just as Andre and Erebus were prepared to disentangle themselves from the embarrassing situation, Hanchuo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Lord Andre, I sniffed out a very strange odor in the air. This odor contained a minuscule amount of poison. I believe that Guli has told the truth. If Lord Andre trusts me, let me continue your lordship's search by following the scent. I believe we can find something. Impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? There is no scent of poison in the air. Otherwise, we would have smelled it as well. If we lot of pharmacists present did not detect it, how could you? One of the pharmacists jumped out and shouted at Hanchuo. That's right. Youngster, don't talk nonsense during critical moments like this just for the sake of seeking fame, yet another pharmacist shouted angrily. Hanchuo's claim that he could sniff out the scent of poison in the air when none of the pharmacists present detected a thing was simply an insult to all those pharmacists, as he was basically suggesting that he was better than all of them. Therefore, it was only natural that those pharmacists would feel disgruntled and immediately step forward to accuse Hanchuo of talking drivel. And Hanchuo was, in fact, talking drivel. Hanchuo knew where the Godswamp Pharmacy had hidden the evidence using his demon generals. He claimed that there was scent in the air merely as an excuse for him to lead the search in the right direction. All right, if you can find anything incriminating, I will honor my pledge I made just now and slit my throat on the spot. Stice obviously was unwilling to believe Hanchuo's claim. He rejoiced that Hanchuo would suddenly give him an opportunity to get rid of him, but he kept his joy concealed. In a furious expression, he shouted, "But how do we know that you aren't trying to slander us? What are you going to do if you couldn't find a thing? I will also slit my throat as an apology." Hanchuo sneered and said decisively. Brian. Andre was a little shocked to hear those words from Hanchuo. He held a very favorable opinion towards Hanchuo and did not want anything bad to happen to him. Brian, don't be so reckless. Erebus too was concerned. He hinted at Hanchuo with his anxious eyes. Promising to slit one's own throat as an apology isn't a pledge that can be made as a joke. With so many pharmacists present, with Andre and Erebus there to bear witness, if Hanchuo couldn't find the incriminating evidence, no one could change his fate. Suddenly, Hanchuo felt his left hand being squeezed. When he lowered his head, he saw that Andrina was looking at him. She shook her head, indicating to Hanchuo that he should not act recklessly. Good. We Godswamp Pharmacy have always done things by the law. We are not afraid of being slandered by you. Search as much as you like. We will all follow you along. If you can prove that the Godswamp Pharmacy did those things, I will definitely not avoid responsibility. Stice said heroically and openly as though he had nothing to hide. This, Andre started to hesitate after seeing the absolute confidence Stice showed. He did not expect that the matter would have escalated to this stage and started to worry for Hanchuo. But when he turned to look at Hanchuo with concerned gazes, he saw a smile filled with self-confidence on his face. Hanchuo even nodded his head very discreetly to indicate his certainty. Andre, who was originally stuck in indecision, suddenly remembered that back in the medical room inside the Saint residence, Han Chuo had this almost egotistical confidence on his face when he asked everyone to leave the room and let him rescue Carmelita. Perhaps having recalled the fact that Carmelita was now safe and sound, Andrei seemingly inexplicably chose to trust Han Chuo. Under the observation of the crowd, he nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "All right then, show us the way, Brian. If we find that you are actually babbling nonsense, I won't let you off easily." It was obvious that Andrei was protective of Han Chuo from the fact that he did not mention anything about slitting throats. Stice laughed grimly in his mind. He could see that Andrei was protecting Han Chuo. However, with Han Chuo having made this pledge before such a large crowd, if it was later proved that Han Chuo was wrong, Stice believed that even if Andrei didn't take his life, he would be too ashamed to continue living. Stice's mind was filled with excitement when he thought that this great rival called the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be eliminated after that night. Fantastic! After the event, I just need to provide a little encouragement and these pharmacists will spread rumors that the House of Saint is unreasonable and oppressive. This is in line with Master's ambition to weaken and destroy the House of Saint. Master will surely be overjoyed. "Everybody come with me," shouted Han Chuo. "Your Godswamp Pharmacy is so dead. After tonight, not only will your Godswamp Pharmacy be expelled from the City of Shadows, everyone will know that I'm a better pharmacist than everyone present." And so, the large and majestic party began following Han Chuo, taking them on a path that would lead to the doom of certain people. Chapter 722, Mediocrities. GDK 722, Mediocrities. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The significant military activity made by the House of Saint in the middle of the night had attracted the attention of divine guards who patrolled around the city. Some of these divine guards came from the other major family clans. They knew that a major event was taking place in the City of Shadows after seeing that Andrei and Erebus took several hundred divine guards to raid the Godswamp Pharmacy. Multiple shadows streaked across the streets, heading towards the residences of the major family clans. The patriarchs of the other four major family clans were soon informed of the news. Being vigilant and prudent people, they dispatched experts from their families to head there and observe. Soon enough, the experts from the other four major family clans arrived at the scene and mixed among the observing crowd by giving all kinds of excuses. They intended to stay and observe until the whole event was over. It appeared that the family clans paid a lot of attention to the outcome of the matter. At this point in time, both Andrei and Erebus were having enormous headaches. They had greatly underestimated the power possessed by the Godswamp Pharmacy and therefore did not anticipate that things would develop this way. Now that observers from the other four major family clans were following how things developed, if Han Chuo could not discover any evidence, perhaps even Andrei would be powerless to save Han Chuo from fulfilling the guarantee he made. Stice, after seeing that observers from the other four major family clans had joined in, instead of being appalled, he was delighted. He inwardly thought that with so many eyewitnesses, Andrei and Erebus would be much less likely to do him harm. "Brian, how much longer do we have to walk, if I may ask?" Stice asked Han Chuo with a big smile on his face. They had just arrived at a crossroad. Han Chuo did not rush in advancing forward but knitted his brows and put on a pondering expression. Everybody's gazes were gathered on Han Chuo, waiting for his next move. Han Chuo sniffed around for a while and acted as though he had picked up something. He pointed at one of the streets, shouted "This way," and continued marching. The sneer ever present on Stice's face jolted very slightly. The dirty things hidden were indeed in that direction. This made Stice somewhat uncomfortable. He was blindly guessing and got lucky. "I have nothing to worry about," Stice consoled himself. Mr. Stice, you don't look too good. Are you starting to feel afraid?" Han Chuo, who had been secretly observing Stice, immediately mocked him. Stice laughed and replied, "Me? Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? You are the one who should be feeling afraid." Han Chuo smiled and nodded. He stopped looking at Stice, turned to Andrei and Erebus and said, I'm going to move faster. It's almost daybreak. It's better to settle this issue as soon as possible. Okay. Andrei did not know where Han Shuo got that confidence from, but he straightforwardly agreed and nodded. Han Shuo suddenly accelerated and headed towards one of the most filthy and chaotic regions in the City of Shadows. Andrei, Erebus, and the rest of the party hastily followed. Rugerzi from the house of Kisa was among the observing party. He had been gazing at Stice with gloomy and cold eyes after being informed that the poison on Guli was exactly the same as that found on his deceased divine guard. Jia from the house of Kinson was there with her uncle, Finley. From the house of Buller was Chiaz, with a small squadron of Buller family divine guards. They would chat with each other while observing the story unfold. The observers dispatched by the Lavers family were Donna and her brother, Dai Wei. Donna had in fact volunteered to come to follow the situation when she heard that Han Shuo was involved in it. Is that youngster courting death? None of the pharmacists smelled a rat, but he claims that he could? With so many experts from all major family clans gathered here, if he can't find the evidence, not even Andrei will be able to save him. Sister, you are acquainted with this guy. Do you know if he has any issues with mental faculty? Dai Wei, who was wearing a disdainful face, whispered to Donna beside him. Members from all 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows were there. This incident was destined to be the most talked about topic in the city. Of all those people present, not many had confidence in Han Shuo. Even Andrei was feeling somewhat nervous, and he was turning over in his mind what to do if Han Shuo couldn't find the evidence. Of all these people, perhaps Donna was the only person who had full and complete confidence in Han Shuo's ability. This guy? Issues with mental faculty? Donna sneered and shook her head. If Brian has issues with mental faculties, then everyone here is retarded, including me. Seeing the shocked expression on Dai Wei's face, Donna let out a sigh, and said, I have known Brian longer and better than any of you. He would only be this confident if he has absolute certainty. Brother, the God Swamp Pharmacy is finished. They are really daring to commit such acts. No one could save them now. I have reminded Uncle Avery long ago not to get too close with the God Swamp Pharmacy. Hopefully, this won't implicate our family clan. How could you be so certain? So convinced in him? Dai Wei was surprised and puzzled. He softly cried out, this youngster is only a low god. Even though he is a pharmacist, he cannot be all that skillful at such a young age. Sister, you sure you didn't get it wrong? This isn't directly related to strength. Just keep on watching. Donna knew that Dai Wei wouldn't be convinced no matter how much she explained. She took a short pause and softly mumbled to herself, perhaps his actual strength isn't what we know of. This is no ordinary man. Sigh, how did we turn to this? All right. Let's see where in the world he will find the poison. Dai Wei sneered. A few moments later, the veins on Stice's forehead were popped out and could be seen throbbing lightly. His lapel had unknowingly become soaked in cold sweat. The closer they were to the region, the more his heart was crammed with fear. How? How is it possible? How would he know? Impossible. It's just a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Stice consoled himself over and over again. However, he couldn't stop himself from accumulating cold sweats on his face. He even felt a little weak at the knees. All right. Should be over here. Han Shuo announced after arriving before several dilapidated buildings. Stice trembled and nearly stumbled. The dread in his heart rocketed when he looked at the buildings which appeared to have been abandoned for ages. Mr. Stice, you seem to be perspiring. Are you feeling a little warm in this cold and refreshing weather? But you are a low god too, how could you be affected by the weather? Han Shuo cried out in astonishment as though he had discovered the new world. Immediately, the crowd's attention gathered on Stice and they too discovered the peculiarity with him. They wore dark faces as they observed in silence. Haha, I have been immersing myself in the art of medicine refinement and neglected my cultivation for a long time. It is rather laborious for me to keep up at such speed. It's nothing unusual to sweat a little, Stice hastily explained. His smile appeared rather awkward. They arrived at one of the poorest regions in the City of Shadows. Those living around the neighborhood were some of the poorest of gods. Most of them were base gods and demigods. Those with the slightest bit of financial ability wouldn't come near this place because there was nothing appealing about it. The buildings and structures all around were broken and dilapidated. There were piles of trash and puddles of filthy water all around. The air was filled with intense repulsive stenches. "Brian, do you mind hurrying up a little? We are waiting for you," Gia hastened with a smile while covering her nose with one hand. From the way she said those words, those who didn't know might think that she was in a relationship with Hanchuo. This made several members from big family clans who admired Gia glare at Hanchuo ferociously. "That's right, I'm waiting for you too." Stice forced himself to smile and hastened. He held his nose with one hand in an attempt to cover the fear on his face. "How did you find such a place? So damn filthy. Hurry up and admit defeat so we can all go home. I don't think the people who came with us can wait any longer." "So what if you found the place? It has layers upon layers of concealment boundaries and is buried deep underground. You definitely won't find the entrance," Stice said to himself to boost his own morale because it was wearing thin. "No, we are in no hurry at all. Hehe, even if the environment is 10 times filthier, I'm willing to wait." Erebus spoke in a sinister manner. He could see that something was not quite right with Stice's performance. "That's right. We will wait until the end," Rugerzi said in an ice-cold voice. His gazes towards Stice were filled with ferocity. After arriving at this place, more and more noticed that Stice was behaving abnormally. They wore dark faces as they waited patiently. "Mr. Stice, do you think that I wouldn't be able to find the thing if you hide them underground?" Hanchuo was completely relaxed after they arrived at this place. He looked at Stice teasingly and slowly tortured him with words. "Nonsense." Stice's heart skipped a beat. He feigned courage and accused, "Are you trying to stall for time?" Hanchuo let out a sigh and uttered in a dramatic, righteous manner, "As a pharmacist, instead of placing your efforts in helping people, you put it into harming people. You shall be punished for your abominable deeds." You, Stice pointed at Hanchuo and couldn't quite speak. No one knew if he was furious or just feeling frightened. "There is a large medical warehouse 30 meters underground. Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, I will have to trouble your lordships to unearth it." Hanchuo turned to Andre and Erebus, bowed slightly, and said with a smile. Plop! Stice's legs gave way and he fell to the ground, buttocks first. After hearing Hanchuo precisely report that it was 30 meters underground, Stice knew it was all over. His spirit was completely crushed after knowing that his doom was sealed. At this point in time, it was no longer necessary to investigate any further. It was clear from the fear and powerlessness Stice displayed at this moment that he was guilty. "Arrest him!" Andre shouted. Several divine guards immediately swarmed and held Stice firmly. "No employee of the God Swamp Pharmacy will leave this place. Those who try will be killed on the spot," Erebus commanded in a merciless voice. Impossible. You cannot sniff it out with your nose. I have definitely treated everything cleanly. So many pharmacists are here and none of them could do it." Stice shouted as he looked at Hanchuo in despair after knowing that his appointment with death was confirmed. "You mean them?" Hanchuo pointed at the pharmacists who followed along with the intention of watching Hanchuo make a joke of himself. "They are all mediocrities. Your so-called conference of pharmacists had gathered a bunch of pharmacists with undeserved fame. Those pharmacists being insulted by Hanchuo were so furious that they nearly spat blood. They pointed at Hanchuo but couldn't seem to speak. Hanchuo had proved that he could locate poison such a great distance away just by sniffing with his nose. He had amply demonstrated that his ability was superior to every one of them. For this reason, even though Han Shuo insulted them right in front of them, there was no room for them to make retorts. At this time, those members from large family clans of the City of Shadows revealed feelings of disdain when they looked at the pharmacists. Some even gossiped, "Pfff, this bunch is so unskilled yet still so shameless to attend such a pharmacist conference. People these days don't know shame." That's right, they definitely aren't that competent. In the future, we will only buy medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As for the other pharmacies, we better not frequent them. Who knows if they too sell poisons just like the Godswamp Pharmacy. Done, we are so done. The Godswamp Pharmacy has screwed us. All the pharmacists were panicking and alarmed. Seeing the disdain displayed by those members of large family clans, they knew that they wouldn't be able to continue doing business in the City of Shadows. The pharmacists in the City of Shadows and pharmacists who came from other cities to attend the conference, subjected to the scornful gazes of the crowd, turned on their heels and left with feelings of shame. They disappeared in no time as they had been humiliated enough. "Told ye," Donna said softly to Dai Wei, who had his jaw flat on the ground. How is this possible? How did he do it?" Dai Wei's gazes at Han Shuo were filled with astonishment. There was no longer the slightest feeling of contempt visible. "I have tried to rope him into our family clan from the beginning. You all thought that he was trying to ingratiate me instead of the other way around. Now you know his value, don't you? But it's too late now. Had he joined our family clan, our House of Lavers would surely become more powerful than the other 3 family clans." Sigh. Dai Wei was a little embarrassed. He previously assumed that Han Shuo had been fawning over Donna and was trying to get employed by the House of Lavers. He had met too many characters of this sort and was therefore cold towards Han Shuo when they first met. It was only now that he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Unfortunately, Han Shuo did not refine medicine to cure regret. Otherwise, Dai Wei would be buying them by the shiploads. Chapter 723, Taking Over Godswamp. GDK 723, Taking Over Godswamp. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. At dawn, Andre and Erebus joined forces and broke through 7 layers of barriers in one spurt of energy, allowing them to locate the pathway to the underground warehouse. Those divine guards brought by the 2 then rushed underground like starving wolves and returned to the surface with 15 pharmacists who specialized in producing poisons. And, of course, the filthy and illegal materials were found and seized. Having been caught red-handed, there was no room left for Stice to dispute about his innocence. He drooped his head low in silence after realizing that his fate was sealed. "So it is you and your pharmacy who did it. You have damaged the friendship between Mr. Brian and I. You deserve to die 1,000 times for your heinous crime." Rugerzi shouted at Stice. He was fuming with rage. It was thanks to the setup made by the Godswamp Pharmacy that Han Shuo had a poor impression of the House of Kisa. At this point in time, Han Shuo had proved that he was better than any other pharmacist. With that, no one would dare question the efficacy of the medicines he produced. Everyone was fighting to get their hands on Han Shuo's medicine, but Rugerzi's family clans had been denied access. For this, Rugerzi could not be more furious towards Stice and would have finished Stice right then if Andre and Erebus were not there. Those members of large family clans who came to follow the event felt that their trip had been worthwhile. They all wore unsightly, dark faces when they saw icy glass containers with human organs in them being taken out from the underground. Godswamp Pharmacy had been conducting such atrocious act right under the noses of the 5 major family clans. Seeing the frozen organs being unearthed was tantamount to slapping them on their faces. "What excuse are you going to give now, Stice?" Andre coldly groaned while staring at Stice gloomily. "As things stand, I have nothing to say." Stice knew that his doom was certain. He took out a dagger glistening with icy light in his trembling hand, ready to slit his own throat and end it there and then. Ting! Andre flicked his index finger. A ghostly ray streaked across the air and sent the dagger far away from Stai's hand. "Don't think about dying before we have completed our investigation." Andrei groaned. He then instructed, "Restrain him and throw him in prison." Erebus waved his hand and his divine guards from his third corps got into action. All the poison-producing pharmacists and employees of the Godswamp Pharmacy were restrained and captured. "Brian, I owe you yet another favor," Andrei said to Han Shuo smilingly after all those associated with the Godswamp Pharmacy were restrained. He was visibly relaxed. "I only did what I was supposed to." Han Shuo was elated. Not only was the Godswamp Pharmacy done for, but he also managed to raise his reputation yet again. It was clear which pharmacy the large family clans would frequent from that day onwards. "Folks, this will be it for now. Please disperse," Andrei informed the civilians before saying to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Don't leave yet, there's something I need to discuss with you." Han Shuo nodded, puzzled. He did not know what Andrei would want to talk about. After hearing Andrei's instruction, those members of large family clans said their goodbyes to him. These people became even more revering of Han Shuo's skills in medicine refinement. Before they left, they would approach Han Shuo with smiles from ear to ear and attempt to become closer to Han Shuo. They only left contented after Han Shuo promised to produce more medicine for them. "That, Brian, it was indeed my fault for not investigating the matter properly. I'm very sorry. Please don't hold grudges for my past transgression." Rugerzi went to Han Shuo in an embarrassed manner and apologized with a flustered smile while kneading his own hands. "I'm not one to hold grudges, but, given how unpleasant the experience was, I'm still not in a good mood. I'm sorry, but for now, I have no interest in doing business with your family." Han Shuo shrugged and replied in an arrogant and impolite manner. Rugerzi understood that such things would take time. It was just yesterday that he had offended Han Shuo, and it was only natural that Han Shuo would still be offended. Knowing that he must not rush things, he tried to persuade him gently before leaving with his men. Donna and Daiwen were the last few among the crowd to leave. She looked at Han Shuo for a while as though wanting to talk to him but hesitated. After mulling about something for a few minutes, she did not talk to him but merely let out a gentle sigh before leaving with Dai Wei. Han Shuo understood that Donna suspected that he was the person who murdered Cage and Eve. He too sighed in his heart but did not say a thing. But strangely, that Dai Wei, who used to be dismissive and cold towards him, nodded cordially when their gazes met. It was as though Dai Wei was trying to be friendly. This was rather astonishing to Han Shuo. "Erebus, take these people back to the Third Corps and lock them in prison. I will be there after having a few words with Brian," Andrei said to Erebus. Erebus nodded, walked to Han Shuo, patted his shoulder, and said in a gentle voice, "Young man, well done." Erebus then left with his divine guards and those he detained. Although Erebus could be considered as a member of the House of Saint, he did not originate from the Saint family and wasn't related to Wallace or Andrei in blood. He was an expert Wallace managed to recruit with his own strength and methods. And though Erebus could be considered as one of the top experts within the City of Shadows, at the end of the day, he was just a high-level divine guard under the House of Saint. Wallace may have been the only person he had to report to, but nonetheless, he would still have to take orders from Andrei. Soon enough, Erebus and his grandiose party were gone. A portion of the House of Saint divine guards who came with Andrei also left. Only around 30 divine guards dispersed around the area to protect Andrei. "Lord Andrei, what's the matter?" asked Han Shuo. "You saved Carmelita's life twice and just then, helped us to locate the evidence that would incriminate Godswamp Pharmacy. I couldn't find the opportunity to thank you all these while, but at long last, I will have the chance." Andrei smiled and said in a cordial manner. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he shook his head and said, "Lord Andrei, that is not true. I could establish the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in this city so quickly only with the help of your lordship and Miss Carmelita. You don't have to thank me." "No, I must," Andrei insisted with a grin. He thought for a moment, then continued, after this incident, the God Swamp Pharmacy is utterly doomed. In accordance with the rules, all those buildings and assets owned by the God Swamp will be confiscated. Although the God Swamp Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows is completely ruined, their buildings and equipment would still be very valuable. In those buildings were hundreds, if not thousands of tools and equipment for medicine refinement, not to mention the libraries of books. These things would be a tremendous resource for any pharmacy. Han Chuo's eyes brightened. He could not contain his excitement and cried out, "Lord Andre, you mean?" Andre nodded and said, "The House of Saint doesn't know how to refine medicine and we have no use for those resources after seizing them. They will only be auctioned off sooner or later. However, rather than benefiting others, we might as well benefit you. Besides, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has become reputable in the city. I believe that if you take over the resources the God Swamp Pharmacy previously owned, it would only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy becomes the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. What say you?" Han Chuo finally got to understand the benefit of being close to influential and powerful people. Although the God Swamp Pharmacy had gone to the dogs, they possessed enormous resources in the City of Shadows. Other than in the city itself, they even had branches in the satellite forts and towns. If Han Chuo was to switch the signboards with his own, his Celestial Pearl would become the biggest pharmacy in the City of Shadows overnight. Taking over all the properties of God Swamp Pharmacy would be like giving an adrenaline shot to his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Chuo would have to take tens if not hundreds of years to slowly advance his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the scale of operation the God Swamp Pharmacy had in the City of Shadows. But with this favor done by Andre, Han Chuo could cut down the effort and time needed by several hundred folds. How could Han Chuo not be excited? This, too precious, Han Chuo stammered while kneading his hands. You have proved yourself to be better than every other pharmacist. Those fellas will surely spread what happened last night all over the city. It will be a great promotion for your pharmacy. You are most suited to take over the God Swamp Pharmacy's resources. If Lord Andre says so, I shall not decline the offer. Thank you. Han Chuo said as he bowed to Andre. I will have a word with my elder brother and notify you when it's settled. So, prepare a number of crystal coins. We still have to take some crystal coins in exchange lest that some of those inside my family complains. Andre thought for a moment and continued, it doesn't need to be too much, several 10,000 will do. All right, we will talk about this in detail soon. That compound owned by the God Swamp Pharmacy was worth at least 1,000,000 black crystal coins. To add on the medical ingredients, tools, and their branches all over the City of Shadows, the total valuation would be at least 5,000,000 black crystal coins. But from Andre's words, it appeared that Han Chuo wouldn't need to shell out much crystal coins at all. Money really did seem to fall from the sky. Understood. Han Chuo nodded, beaming ear to ear. All right, don't forget, you have offended probably all the pharmacists in the City of Shadows and those pharmacists from the God Swamp would hate you to their bones. I don't believe those pharmacists who were originally employed by God Swamp, even after they are found innocent and released, would work for you. The assets possessed by the God Swamp are enormous. You definitely cannot run the entire business alone and it is necessary for you to hire talents. You will have to solve this problem somehow. Andre reminded. After hearing the reminder, the smile on Han Chuo's face immediately died down. He even started to feel a headache. What happened on that night would surely spread to the entire City of Shadows. Most of those employed by the God Swamp Pharmacy did not participate in producing poisons and would not be imprisoned by the House of Saint. However, to most of them, Han Chuo was the God Swamp's enemy. It was unlikely that they would work for Han Chuo. The assets of the God Swamp Pharmacy were enormous and Han Chuo would need to hire a large number of pharmacists and all kinds of talents to operate them. If Han Chuo couldn't solve this issue, even if he received all the resources for free, they wouldn't be making him crystal coins. What a big headache! Han Chuo started racking his brain for a solution. Andre patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and said smilingly, "This you will have to figure out by yourself, I cannot help you with that." "Haha, nobody asked you to offend all the pharmacists for a moment of glory. Nobody told me that you would hand me Godswamp's assets to be managed. Had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have said a thing about them." Han Shuo forced a smile and sighed. "All right, I better get going. About hiring pharmacists, I really couldn't help you with that. After all, we cannot force them to work. In the worst case, you could just take it slowly and train your own pharmacists instead of recruiting. I'm sure many would want to learn from you." Andre laughed and left with his divine guards. "That'd work if I were an actual pharmacist," Han Shuo replied in his mind. He started to fret over the issue of hiring. "Now you are going to get really rich." Andrina had been silent all the while, but as soon as all the strangers had left them, she chuckled and congratulated Han Shuo. "Yes, I'm going to be rich. But there is plenty of work to do and problems to solve before I'd be truly rich. The great amount of resources would just be sitting idle if there was no one to operate them," Han Shuo said with a big smile on his face. Even though he had a big challenge up ahead, he was nonetheless very excited about taking over the enormous assets. "Now that you are going to earn a big fortune, does that mean that in the future, I won't have to worry about not having enough crystal coins to eat?" Andrina giggled and asked excitedly. The smile immediately disappeared from Han Shuo's face. "You will still have to exercise control. Otherwise, no amount of crystal coins would be enough. But I'm sure that in the future, you will have more crystal coins to eat than you do now. Hehe, I believe in you. It seems that following you was indeed the right choice," Andrina said cheerfully. The sky had completely lit up. Han Shuo and Andrina chatted as they traveled back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. For some reason, upon returning to his pharmacy, Han Shuo suddenly felt how small it was by comparison. When he called to mind that he would soon be in possession of enormous resources, he felt both excited and vexed. For the next 5 days, the main topic of discussion of the populace of the City of Shadows was what happened on that night. As expected, Han Shuo's reputation surpassed all the pharmacists and he was known to be the best pharmacist in the City of Shadows. The Godswamp Pharmacy was shut down to be investigated. All the pharmacists employed by Godswamp were checked and interrogated. Some were freed while some were not. Those pharmacists who came to the City of Shadows to attend the pharmaceutical conference returned to their places of origin. At this point in time, Han Shuo started to get himself busy with recruiting pharmacists. With Anato's assistance, he placed recruitment scrolls in eye-catching places around the city. But as Han Shuo had impulsively insulted basically all the pharmacists in the City of Shadows on that night, even though it had been many days after Han Shuo posted the recruitment scrolls, not a single person showed up. Naturally, those pharmacists who were previously employed by the Godswamp Pharmacy hated Han Shuo. They would tell everyone that Han Shuo was condescending and vain, which further impeded Han Shuo's recruitment effort. Interestingly, however, there were many non-pharmacists who were interested in learning the art of medicine refinement from Han Shuo and wanted to be his apprentice. However, Han Shuo knew nothing about non-demonic medicine refinement and could not teach those people a thing. He therefore rejected every one of them. A few more days had passed and still, not a single proficient pharmacist had come. Han Shuo was truly getting a headache. "Don't worry about it and just wait a little longer. Someone will come in the end," Andrina consoled the fretful Han Shuo. She had taken a lot of interest in the matter because it could mean having more crystal coins to devour. She even helped Anato with putting up the recruitment scrolls all around the city. "This was all my fault for having a loose tongue. Otherwise, there was no way I could have offended so many pharmacists all at once." Han Shuo sighed as he expressed his regrets. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a mountain of treasure but did not have space rings to bring them home. Han Shuo was incredibly sullen as he knew that Andre would complete his investigation into the Godswamp Pharmacy soon and the enormous resources would lie in his hand, dormant. Akeley too took interest in the matter. Unfortunately, he couldn't be of any help other than suggesting nonsense like kidnapping pharmacists and forcing them to work. He stopped spitting rubbish after being chided by Han Chuo. I've gotta figure something out. Han Chuo sighed yet again. Han Chuo only knew how to refine pelleted medicine. They were high-value items that not many could afford. Producing the lower value, normal medicines were the key to making more money, and for that, he could not do without practicing pharmacists. Ahem ahem, a voice suddenly sounded from the entrance, and that Gu Li with her strange temperament slowly walked into his shop. Han Chuo was delighted to hear a voice, but his face immediately sank after seeing that it was Gu Li. Coldly, he asked, "What are you here for?" Han Chuo hadn't been in a good mood during the recent days. He had no wish of bickering with Gu Li and was ready to send her away. Gu Li pointed at the recruitment scroll hung on the front of the door, and asked puzzlingly, "Aren't you recruiting pharmacists?" "Yes, I am." "But what has that got to do with you?" replied Han Chuo, unmannerly. "Am I up for the task?" Gu Li asked in a probing manner. Han Chuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "You mean, you want to join my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "Yes. I have heard about what happened that night. You are indeed a great pharmacist. I want to apologize for having been rude to you and thank you for saving my life. I really want to learn the art of refining medicine from you. Please take me in." Gu Li bowed and said solemnly, don't you have a business in Mirage City? I heard that you have a lot of apprentices over there. You sure you want to stay in the City of Shadows?" Han Chuo's heart jolted as he asked. "As long as I can learn more about refining medicine, I will do it, whatever it may cost. As for my apprentices, if you don't mind, can they join the Celestial Pearl as well?" asked Gu Li. "Sure, definitely, of course." Han Chuo replied hastily. He was worried about where to employ pharmacists and was overjoyed to hear that. Although he didn't know how or what to teach Gu Li, at this point in time, he couldn't be bothered to think about it carefully and immediately agreed. Chapter 724, Becoming Famous. GDK 724, Becoming Famous. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Time ticked on until yet another half a year had gone. The Godswamp Pharmacy was rather influential in the Darkness Dominion. Even though its businesses in the City of Shadows was completely done for, the damage was limited and didn't extend beyond the territories possessed by the House of Saint. In the Dominion of Darkness, there was a total of 7 cities of the same magnitude as the City of Shadows. The headquarters of Godswamp was in Hush Vale City. The power and influence possessed by the House of Saint had yet to extend to any other cities. Following the incident, the true master of the Godswamp Pharmacy pushed all the responsibilities on Stice. He claimed that Stice committed those crimes on his own without his approval or knowledge, and that the crime was an isolated incident which had nothing to do with the rest of the Godswamp group. In addition to that, he strongly condemned the House of Saint's actions, saying that the House of Saint had no right to confiscate their resources in the City of Shadows and demanded they be handed back. But needless to say, Andre did not buy his excuse. He put up announcements all over the City of Shadows describing crimes committed by the Godswamp Pharmacy, as well as Stice's testament admitting that he had been doing those crimes with the full awareness of the master of Godswamp Pharmacy. Andre had not just confiscated the resources and properties Godswamp Pharmacy owned in the City of Shadows, he had also requested the City Lord of Hush Vale City to apprehend the master of Godswamp Pharmacy. All kinds of rumors rapidly spread throughout the Dominion of Darkness. The heated dispute between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy was widely discussed all over the Darkness Dominion. During those periods, the Godswamp Pharmacy suffered a tremendous drop in sales in their shops all across the Darkness Dominion. However, the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy was hard to kill. Thanks to his prompt damage control, he managed to distance himself from the incident in the City of Shadows and escaped from being persecuted by the rulers in other big cities. His pharmacy managed to remain in business despite their reputation having been harmed and their bottom line severely affected. From this aspect, it was clear that the Godswamp Pharmacy held a considerable amount of influence in the Darkness Dominion. It was also plain to see that although the House of Saint was powerful, their power was limited to within the City of Shadows and they couldn't do much in the other cities. As time passed, the shouting match between the House of Saint and Godswamp gradually quieted down. The House of Saint, naturally, refused to return those assets. They also stated that the key figures of the Godswamp Pharmacy were banned from entering the City of Shadows and they would be arrested if discovered within their territory. Meanwhile, the Master of Godswamp spread malicious rumors about the House of Saint, claiming that they were bossy, imperious, and that their claim over the Godswamp's assets in the City of Shadows was unjustified. All kinds of rumors spread all around the Darkness Dominion. Of all the names involved in the rumors, there was one notable character that stayed in the minds of many: Brian the genius pharmacist. Among the shouting match between the House of Saint and Godswamp Pharmacy, the biggest beneficiary was undoubtedly Hanchuo. As rumors about what happened that night spread, Hanchuo, a quack who knew nothing about pharmaceuticals, became known to many as a gifted, genius pharmacist. The City of Shadows was never short of rumors about how miraculous Hanchuo's pelleted medicines were. With this wave of rumors, the reputations of Hanchuo and his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was pushed to a whole new level. Hanchuo was known to be the best pharmacist in the City of Shadows, while many in the Darkness Dominion came to know Hanchuo. Many considered him a young and talented pharmacist. With that, the issue that had been perplexing Hanchuo was solved by itself. Due to the deliberate efforts of a certain party, the news that Hanchuo wanted to hire proficient pharmacists spread throughout the Darkness Dominion like wildfire. Although those pharmacists previously insulted by Hanchuo did their utmost to vilify Hanchuo, there remained many more pharmacists who were just as obsessed with the art of medicine refinement. They did not mind Hanchuo's character and traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows for a chance to join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. These pharmacists who made nothing of hardships and were willing to endure and suffer Hanchuo's irascible and outrageous temper were mostly very talented and good at what they did. With Gu Li, a skilled pharmacist experienced in the business of pharmacy, performing the interviews and selecting the candidates, the number of pharmacists under the Godswamp Pharmacy grew. Gradually, Hanchuo's three-story shop was not big enough to hold the large number of pharmacists. Hanchuo had been waiting for Andre to contact him. He had made all the preparations necessary to take over the Godswamp Pharmacy. A few days later, the battle of words between the House of Saint and Godswamp completely died down. It was at this time that Andre finally dispatched men to invite Hanchuo over to the Saint residence. Hanchuo was overjoyed. He immediately headed to the Saint residence with Andrina. When Hanchuo arrived and saw that Andre was wearing a worried look, his heart sank. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Andre, why do you look so troubled? Please don't tell me that the arrangement has busted. I have already recruited a lot of pharmacists. I really don't know what to do with them if I cannot take over Godswamp Pharmacy." Andre's look loosened up slightly after he saw that Hanchuo had arrived. He forced a smile, shook his head, and replied, "It's not as bad as you imagine, but there is indeed some trouble. You should know that the Saint family is big and has lots of noisy, talking mouths. Sometimes, even my brother and I must bow to their will. The assets previously owned by the Godswamp Pharmacy are worth around 5 million black crystal coins. My original plan was for you to pay some crystal coins and slowly reimburse the rest after your pharmacy starts turning a profit. However, during the recent period of time, there have been some in my family that are very noisy. They feel that the terms are too charitable to you and proposed all sorts of conditions. Sigh, even I can't do much about it." "What conditions exactly?" Hanchuo creased his brows and asked. He could understand the tough spot Andre was in. "Accounting for the fact that you have saved Carmelita's life twice, they want you to either come up with 3 million black crystal coins or, to jointly operate the Godswamp Pharmacy with the House of Saint, which, in reality, will be you running the business while the House of Saint sits there and takes a portion of the profits." Andre had an embarrassed smile on his face as he said, "Brian, I have a few paternal cousins in the family. Although their strengths are nothing remarkable, they still have some status and say in the family. I can't do much without unanimous approval of the family clan. It wasn't the first day that Han Shuo had arrived in the City of Shadows, and he knew a thing or two about how large family clans functioned. In the House of Saint, although the brothers of Wallace and Andre held the highest status, they were not the definitive authority. Although the strengths of their paternal cousins were nothing impressive, given their seniority, sometimes even Wallace and Andre had to bow to their wills. However, Han Shuo wouldn't believe that Wallace and Andre had not the slightest selfish motives at all. The assets of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows were no small sum. Han Shuo knew that Wallace and Andre would want something in return for handing the assets to him. Han Shuo knew that it was unrealistic to take over the assets of 5 million black crystal coins for basically nothing, and he had the intention of slowly reimbursing the House of Saint in the future. However, this unexpected hurdle showed up at the last minute. How exactly will the profit sharing they proposed work? Han Shuo thought for a moment and asked. 30-70. You take 30% and the House of Saint takes 70% of future profits. You don't have to reimburse any crystal coins if you agree to this. Andre hesitated for a moment before saying in a rather embarrassed manner. Han Shuo furrowed his brows. If Han Shuo agreed to this proposal, a great portion of future profits would go to the House of Saint. This was obviously inconsistent with Han Shuo's plan. Lord Andre, can you help me sell some divine essence? Han Shuo asked after weighing over in his mind for a moment. Divine essence? You have divine essence? Andre was stunned. He wasn't sure he heard it right. I discovered a divine essence deposit and mined it soon after I arrived on Elysium. I know that divine essences are precious and valuable. I never had the courage to reveal them because I know I am weak. But now that I'm in urgent need of a large sum of crystal coins, I have to liquidate them. Would Lord Andre be so kind as to help? If it wasn't for the unique circumstances, Han Shuo wouldn't be willing to let go of his divine essences. But as to prevent the House of Saint from taking a huge cut of his profits, Han Shuo had no better option. No problem. No matter how or where you get those things from, as long as you can come up with 3 million black crystal coins to stuff those people's mouths, the God Swamp Pharmacy will be yours. Actually, my original intention was for you to pay several 10,000 black crystal coins up front and for you to slowly repay 2 million black crystal coins in the future. However, those old codgers just wouldn't trust you. I feel very helpless about it as well. My apologies, Brian, said Andre. It's all right. Han Shuo replied smilingly. Right after, he took out the divine essences in his possession and laid them all out before Andre. Of the divine essences he originally possessed, those of Earth Energy had been handed to Earth Elite Zombie before he departed, while those of Death and Destruction Energies, Han Shuo had used up all of them on himself. Han Shuo also decided not to reveal the few pieces of divine essences of Life Energy as he was in the Darkness Dominion. With that, 22 pieces of Wind Divine Essences and 18 pieces of Lightning Divine Essences were laid out in front of Andre. Han Shuo asked, "That's all that I have? Are they worth 3 million black crystal coins? If it's not enough, I can find ways to make it up." Han Shuo was aware that Akeley was still in possession of some divine essence. He intended to take down the God Swamp Pharmacy by hook or by crook. There was always a risk in Han Shuo outing so many divine essences at once. However, Andre, as a high-ranking member in the House of Saint, was definitely not an unsophisticated man. Han Shuo believed that he would certainly not do anything reckless even with so many divine essences laid before him. And above all, Han Shuo had confidence in Andre and believed that his presence in the City of Shadows would benefit the House of Saint. It was for these reasons that Han Shuo dared to do so. In the City of Shadows, a piece of divine essence of wind is valued at around 60,000 black crystal coins. Lightning divine essence is slightly more expensive at around 70,000 black crystal coins. So, these divine essences here could sell for approximately 2.5 million black crystal coins. Andrei thought for a moment with his brows bunched before he proposed, "How about this? I will make up for the $500,000 and Carmelita will have 10% of the profits that Celestial Pearl makes in the future. 10% isn't too big a sum. In addition, the existence of this relationship will grant your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy conveniences in performing most things in the City of Shadows. What's your take?" As 10% was a negligible amount to Hanchuo, and on top of that, the beneficiary was Carmelita, Hanchuo did not hesitate at all and agreed to it. "Wait here while I discuss this with them. I believe they will have no objection." Andrei let out a sigh of relief and rapidly headed to a dark and tall building near the back of the Saint residence. An hour later, Andrei returned with a smile on his face and a stack of documents in his hands. He handed them to Hanchuo and said, "These documents prove that you have complete ownership of all those properties and assets previously owned by the Godswamp Pharmacy. From today onwards, all the shops and resources of the Godswamp Pharmacy located in the City of Shadows and her satellite towns are all yours." "Congratulations, Brian." Thank you." Hehe, Hanchuo had a big smile on his face and passed those divine essences to Andrei. He then asked, "How is Carmelita doing? Is she getting better?" Andrei put away the divine essences and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, she's doing fine." After taking a short pause, he continued, "Speaking of Carmelita, I have to thank you yet again. With these divine essences, we can exchange for more destruction divine essences for her. My family clan has invested a lot of resources for this girl to recover sooner. Hopefully, she won't suffer any more injuries." Hanchuo's heart had long flown to the heavens after he received those documents. After hearing Andrei's reply, he got up and said smilingly, "Glad she's fine. I need to hurry and settle the business with Godswamp Pharmacy. I shall stop bothering you. You are going to be very busy for some time." "Haha, go ahead." Andrei knew that Hanchuo was excited to start taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy. He let Hanchuo leave and did not exchange pleasantries. During their journey back, Andrina asked Hanchuo, "Brian, do you think that guy has any selfish motives?" "Definitely." Hanchuo let out a soft chuckle and explained, "Given how enormous the assets and resources of the Godswamp Pharmacy were, considering the outstanding reputation and strength of our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, it is without a doubt that in the future, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will supersede and surpass the Godswamp Pharmacy before its collapse. I reckon that Andrei wants to gain some benefits for his House of Saint by getting a portion of the profits. Otherwise, given the power and statuses Wallace and Andrei have in the Saint family, although difficult, they could keep their parental cousins silent, if they really wanted to. But Andrei sure did not expect that I was in possession so many divine essences. Hehe. Is he going to find ways to hinder you?" Andrina bunched her brows and asked. Hanchuo shook his head and replied smilingly, "Don't worry, he is a smart man. Besides, I have given him so much divine essence. For the House of Saint, my presence is beneficial to the City of Shadows. Their House of Saint is in possession of all resources of the city and definitely wouldn't make life difficult for me over this bit of interest. There will be plenty of things they need to rely on me for." After Hanchuo left, Andrei fiddled with the divine essences in his hand while he remarked to himself smilingly, "I really can't wrap my head around this youngster. Divine essence deposit? Just how recent has he been on Elysium? Sigh. Miscalculation, a miscalculation indeed. How would the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the future be valued at merely 3 million black crystal coins? This youngster is very cunning indeed." Chapter 725, Show Yourself. GDK 725, Show Yourself. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Godswamp Pharmacy was completely gone from the City of Shadows and was replaced by Hanchuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, it was after Hanchuo actually took over all their businesses that he realized just how much effort was needed to properly manage the big machine. Before taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, the entire process from collecting medicinal ingredients, refining medicine, and to selling the medicines was completed by Han Shuo himself. However, one person was far from enough to manage the enormous resources of God's Swamp Pharmacy. There were finer details associated with collecting, storing, refining, and selling medicines, and therefore the talents Celestial Pearl Pharmacy needed was more than just pharmacists. It took Han Shuo no time to realize that he needed more manpower, and he started yet another round of recruitment process. Although Han Shuo had then spent a long time to recruit the talents he needed, he still could not get enough people to fill all the vacant posts. People who were talented in business management were particularly hard to find. Han Shuo, as someone with poor knowledge in running a big business, was troubled by this issue. Andre and a few from the big family clans had recommended Han Shuo a few capable candidates. However, as those people were related to those big family clans in some ways, and Han Shuo didn't want them to know all the ins and outs of his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he had, most reluctantly, declined their recommendations. Han Shuo had long moved into the big campus that originally belonged to the God Swamp Pharmacy. The altogether 17 big and small shops in and around the City of Shadows had also fallen into his power. However, even 2 months after taking over the assets, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy remained closed for business due to insufficient manpower. For the lack of a better option, Han Shuo temporarily closed the 16 shops that were outside the City of Shadow and gathered all the workers he could to the headquarters in the city. His intention was to get the business of his main pharmacy in the city on track while he slowly recruited all sorts of talents. While Han Shuo was working his ass off for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Avery, who had been away from the City of Shadows for a long time, suddenly appeared in one of the mountain ranges outside the City of Shadows. Avery had been away from the city for half a year with the excuse that he was hunting for his children's murderer. He did not immediately return to the City of Shadows but halted right outside the city as though waiting for something. Avery knew the environment around the City of Shadows all too well. On top of his extraordinary strength, he easily avoided the large numbers of divine guards who patrolled the mountains. Behind him was a small squadron of 30 divine guards from the 5th Corps. These divine guards originated from the House of Lavers and were loyal to Avery. When night fell, Avery flew up and stood on the top of a tall, ancient tree. He squinted his eyes and wore a cold face as he gazed at the City of Shadows. Some time later, in the dead of the night, a shadow snuck out from the City of Shadows. The shadow seemed to be afraid that someone might be following it and altered its course multiple times before finally arriving before Avery. The person kneeled down on one knee. Gazing at Avery, who was standing on a big tree, he uttered in a low voice, "Greetings, my lord." "Number 3, tell me about the recent situation in the City of Shadows," Avery said with his eyes still gazing at the City of Shadows not far away. "During recent days, the most talked about topic is the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that will open for business soon. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's owner, Brian, has gained the full support of the House of Saint and took over the God Swamp Pharmacy's assets. In addition, the House of Saint has never loosened up in monitoring our 5th Corps. Andre has personally come to the 5th Corps multiple times to ask about your lordship's whereabouts. It appears that they are suspecting us," Number 3 said in a deep voice. "Brian. He meddled with my business and actually managed to save that bitch's life. I'm not going to let him get away with it." Avery scowled. After keeping silent for a while, he finally lowered his head to look at Number 3 crouching on the ground, and asked, "How many from the 5th Corps are willing to leave the City of Shadows with me?" "Myself included, there are 9 people. I have carefully sounded out everyone, but the rest of them did not reveal much motivation of leaving with your lordship." Number 3 hesitated for a moment before he answered in a deep voice. "Just 9 people, that's so," Avery softly sighed before he smiled grimly and instructed, "9 people it is. Number 3, I want to enter the City of Shadows tonight without being discovered. Use whatever influence you have left to arrange it for me." "Understood," Number 3 softly replied. He added after thinking for a moment, "My lord, those few people can only be used once. We must leave the city of shadows after that. Don't worry, we will leave the city after tonight. Avery said and nodded. He took a short pause and added, if you serve under me, no matter if it's the city of shadows or any other city, you will still be able to enjoy the same privilege you have always enjoyed. But if you stay in the city of shadows, because you have worked for me, you will never be treated highly. Your lordship has always treated us well. Wherever your lordship goes, we will follow. Number 3 hastily replied. Good. Go ahead and complete the task I have instructed. There are a few I must kill tonight. Avery said as he gestured with his hand. Number 3 retreated and carefully returned to the city of shadows. Right after that, he got into contact with certain important characters from the 5th Corps. 2 of these people oversaw the eastern side city gate. With the 2 deliberately looking the other way, Avery, with a few elite divine guards from his 5th Corps, sneaked into the city of shadows without alerting anyone. After finally returning to the city of shadows, Avery first went to the top of a building near the laver's residence. He gazed at the laver's residence while softly mumbling, Elder brother, I believe you should have some clue about what is happening by now. I won't be returning home, lest I bring you trouble. My lord, we don't have too much time. What should we do now? Someone who was behind Avery softly asked. There are some in the city of shadows that I have wanted to kill since long ago. We will finish them all tonight. We will get them done quickly and quietly. We must not alert the House of Saint by any means. Otherwise, none of us will be leaving the city of shadows, Avery coldly instructed. He gave one last reluctant look at the laver's residence before he silently left with his men. It was a moonless night, a perfect night to murder and kill. By relying on his familiarity with the city of shadows, Avery, leading several elites from his 5th Corps, evaded the detection of multiple patrolling divine guards. He managed to assassinate several characters who had average strength but some influence in the city of shadows. For example, Tuyas from the Buller family. Although his strength was nothing remarkable, his business skills were outstanding. This Tuyas had always aligned himself against the House of Lavers, but Avery dared not to do a thing to him on any average day. But that night was no average day. Avery boldly butchered him in the largest crystal stone shop of the House of Buller. Other than Tuyas, a few others were slaughtered by Avery noiselessly. As Avery's strength was great and most of his targets were merely mid-gods, all the assassinations were successful and he did not catch anyone's attention. My lord, it's about time. We should leave. Number 3, who had been following alongside Avery, softly reminded. Avery kept silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, there is one last person. We will leave right after getting rid of him. Who is it? Number 3 asked softly. Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. This kiddo has lived comfortably during recent times, but it will end tonight. If it wasn't for him, Cage and Eve wouldn't have died to Carmelita. I might not be able to get Carmelita for now, but this fella must die. Avery said in a chilling voice. My lord, I heard that the little girl that follows around him is very powerful. I heard from the House of Kisa that the little girl used to fight with Rugerzi and she was only slightly behind in strength. Number 3 hastily reminded when he heard Hanchuo was Avery's next target. Although it was clear that Andrina had the upper hand over Rugerzi during their battle in the Kisa residence, the House of Kisa did not like losing face. No one in the House of Kisa dared say that Rugerzi was on the back foot in the battle, and they altered their story, telling the outsiders it was Andrina who was on the back foot. Besides, as those directly involved had kept silent about the true story and as Andrina was just a little girl, no one doubted the validity of what they heard. She's just a little girl, how powerful can she be? Avery said disdainfully, besides, Rugerzi isn't as powerful as me. If he could defeat that little girl, then I can do the same easily. What is there to worry about? After hearing those words, Number 3 knew that Avery had made his decision and he no longer gave any advice. On the top of one of the tallest buildings in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Hanchuo was cultivating with his eyes closed. Although Han Shuo was incredibly exhausted from dealing with the mountains of work of his celestial pearl pharmacy, he never slacked in his cultivation. His two avatars were not affected at all, as they could stay within the cauldron of myriad demon to cultivate all the time. His avatar of death had reached early stage mid-god realm, and it had been slowly familiarizing itself with this new realm while trying to learn several new methods of using the energy of death. His avatar of destruction was still studying and experimenting with the orb of destruction. It was growing more and more proficient at it. All of a sudden, Han Shuo's heart pounded. His consciousness detected the arrival of great danger. After having been severely injured the last time, Han Shuo's ability in sensing danger became more acute. Immediately, he deployed the indestructible body omen, which gave his body tremendous defensive power. Han Shuo did not move a muscle but carefully sensed the threat. He was shocked by what he discovered and immediately transmitted to Cauldron Spirit, "The attacker is very powerful. Lend me the energy of the demon generals." Cauldron Spirit too sensed that aura that was secretly locked on Han Shuo. After hearing his instruction, Cauldron Spirit reminded, "Take note, you will have to endure tremendous pain when the energy of demon generals fills your body. Moreover, your body will be damaged as the energy flows throughout your body. This cannot last for too long. You must return the energy to me once you feel that you can't take it anymore. Hurry up. There's no time for caution." Han Shuo shouted to Cauldron Spirit. At the next instant, a terrifying amount of energy gushed out from the cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shuo's body. His body was filled with immense pain in an instant. It was as though every inch of his flesh was being stabbed with a knife. But other than immense pain, his body was also filled with a seemingly infinite amount of energy. He wanted to scream. The energy from tens of demon generals formed using low gods and mid gods was tremendous beyond Han Shuo's imagination. The feeling of having so much energy was invigorating, but Han Shuo had to release them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the energy would just be damaging Han Shuo's demonic body. You must launch the energy away quickly. If you let all the energy gather in your body, it won't be long before your demonic infant gets injured. Cauldron Spirit hastily reminded. "I know. Why isn't that piece of shit making a move yet? Fucking hell." Han Shuo cursed in his mind as he endured the pain. Avery was indeed right around him, hiding in the dark. However, after his failed assassination attempt the last time, Avery now didn't dare to strike recklessly. He observed Han Shuo and carefully approached him, looking for the best opportunity to strike. He was unintentionally harming Han Shuo by waiting. "Hurry and use the energy or your body will succumb very soon." Cauldron Spirit hastened yet again. Tremendous pain filled every cell in Han Shuo's body. Seeing that his enemy was still not attacking even after so long, Han Shuo finally lost his patience. He raised his head towards the sky and, like a bloodthirsty beast, he roared, "Get out!" The terrifying sound waves travelled straight towards where Avery had been hiding and caused tremendous undulation in the region of darkness. Avery, who was about to strike, was shocked. He couldn't understand how Han Shuo managed to discover him. Roar! Han Shuo let out a wild bellow and charged like an animal at Avery. His eyes were bloodshot while the muscles and veins all over his body were puffed out. "Impossible!" Avery was shocked and he cried out in surprise. He hastily assembled the divine energy of darkness in his body and formed layers upon layers of shields around him. The element of darkness in his domain of divinity was sucked clean in an instant. Boom! Demonic blades erupted from his two hands as he charged into the region of darkness like a blood-crazed demon. Terrifying energy traveled through the demonic blades and landed on the shields Avery deployed using the energy of darkness. They were destroyed in no time. A burst of ruthless and mighty energy gushed into Avery, immediately injuring his divine body. He was thrown flying. Han Shuo felt much better after throwing the punch and delivering some of the violent energy out from his body. Han Shuo was overjoyed to see Avery flying due to his first strike. He hastily charged at Avery and continued with greeting Avery with his chilling demonic blades. However, Compared to that powerful strike just then, his follow-up attacks were much weaker. Although Avery still had to defend himself in a flurry, Han Shuo's attacks could not take Avery's life. But even so, Avery was scared witless. He did not anticipate that Han Shuo would suddenly seem to have turned into another person. The ruthless power filled with bloodthirst and madness Han Shuo suddenly displayed was nothing like Avery had ever seen. So cunning. This fella has been hiding his power all along. He is even more sinister than Andre. Avery thought as he defended himself from Han Shuo's attacks. He was looking for opportunities to escape. Brian, return the energy to me, you cannot continue this any longer or your demonic infant will be injured. Cauldron Spirit transmitted anxiously while Han Shuo was enjoying himself beating back Avery further and further. Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately detected the anomaly with the demonic infant in his body. When the demon general energy flooded his body, the blood essence that nourished Han Shuo's demonic infant would be rapidly consumed. The blood essences were used up on Han Shuo's body, allowing his bones and meridians to support the flow of demon general energy. However, the demonic infant also requires blood essence. When there was not enough blood essence to support the demonic infant would be harmed and weakened. This was the last thing Han Shuo wished to happen. You got lucky this time. Han Shuo cursed in a low voice before he suddenly retreated. He hastily returned the demon general energy to Cauldron Spirit. Avery, who had been constantly bombarded by Han Shuo's attacks, finally had a chance to regain his composure. He stared at Han Shuo in astonishment with wide eyes before he immediately turned on his heels and returned to darkness. He fell back on his divine guards and rapidly escaped. How did you become so powerful so suddenly? Asked Andrina. She had arrived long ago and had been gaping at Han Shuo with disbelief. Han Shuo only dared to suddenly let go because he knew that Andrina was there. He did not immediately reply to her question. He first returned the demon general energy to Cauldron Spirit and pointed in the direction Avery left. Andrina, kill that guy for me and I will give you 100,000 black crystal coins. Andrina shook her head and replied, I'm your bodyguard, not your assassin. Well, forget about it then. Avery has escaped this time. But if he comes back I will be out of luck. Han Shuo said with a bitter smile. After having fought the attacker for a dozen or more seconds, Han Shuo managed to recognize that it was Avery. It is he who should feel afraid. From the strength you displayed just now, there's no way he can kill you. Andrina then looked deep into Han Shuo's eyes, put on a faint smirk, and asked, Brian, can you please tell me what energy you use? And how did you suddenly become so strong? Tell me about yourself first. After that, I will consider telling you about it, Han Shuo said with a mischievous smile. Humph! If you are not telling me then forget about it. Andrina said angrily and pouted. What's happening? Akeley arrived excitedly and asked, was there a fight here just now? Where's the enemy? The battle between Han Shuo and Avery lasted only a dozen or so seconds. As Akeley was cultivating in a gymnasium further away and his strength wasn't nearly on the level of Andrina's, he did not make it on time. By the time he arrived, the enemy had long escaped and was nowhere to be seen. You are late. Andrina shot a glare at Akeley impolitely and after a short pause, she said disdainfully, but even if you came on time, you wouldn't be able to do a thing. Akeley knew that Andrina's strength was powerful beyond fathom. He became more excited to hear that and asked a mid-god. High god, answered Andrina. What? Akeley became dejected. He took a quick look at Andrina with revering eyes while murmuring, bloody hell, she's a high god. It was clear from Akeley's gazes that he thought it was Andrina who repelled the enemy. It wasn't me. Andrina knew what Akeley thought with just one look. She pointed at Han Shuo and said, it was he who beat back the high god. Save it. All right, since nothing is here, I'll be leaving. Akeley waved his hand, turned around, and left lazily. He obviously did not believe that Han Shuo could beat back a high god. Such an idiot. Andrina wasn't in a good mood and cursed. Chapter 726, I Admit Defeat. GDK 726, I Admit Defeat. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. News of the deeds that Avery committed on that night spread through the city of shadows after the sun rose. Including Tuyas from the house of Buller, 5 had fallen to him. Although these 5 were mere mid-gods, they were prestigious and renowned characters in the city of shadows. Their sudden deaths immediately attracted the public's attention. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy didn't have their own divine guards, but Erebus had assigned Anato and a small squadron from the Third Corps to patrol around the campus. Anato was quickly alerted about Avery's intrusion into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that night. However, he arrived on the scene even later than Akeley and had absolutely no clue what happened. At dawn, the chief of the Third Corps, Erebus, personally came to visit Honshuo. "You sure it was him?" Erebus immediately asked after Honshuo led him into a secret chamber. "I'm certain. It is Avery. If it wasn't for the fact that Andrina was just beside me, I'm afraid that I would have fallen to the same fate as Tuyas and the others," Honshuo said as though he was still frightened by the event. He claimed that Andrina had defeated Avery lest he attracts unwanted attention from the Saint family. Even if Honshuo hadn't provided any detailed explanation, Erebus would logically assume that it was Andrina who beat back Avery. Back at the Kisa residence, Erebus had witnessed Andrina's power with his own eyes. He thought that in the whole of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, only Andrina would possess that kind of strength. Erebus nodded and coldly groaned, "How outrageous! It seems that Avery has no intention of staying in the city any longer." Honshuo remained silent. He knew that Avery would have left the City of Shadows that night. Given how familiar Avery was to the City of Shadows, with the help of his confidants, even the House of Saint would have trouble stopping him escaping from the City of Shadows. After all, he used to be the chief of the Fifth Corps. Erebus did not stay in the Celestial Pearl for too long. After asking Honshuo about the incidents of the last night, he hastily departed. For the next few days, Honshuo learned from Anato that the House of Saint had been searching for Avery with all their strength. However, Avery's foresight planning proved him an exceptional escape artist, and their search yielded no results. All of Avery's confidants left with him on that night. As for those divine guards of the Fifth Corps who remained in the City of Shadows, after being thoroughly interrogated, they were released and put under heavy surveillance. Soon enough, the House of Saint publicly denounced Avery and listed all the atrocities he performed in the City of Shadows, including the fact that he had attempted to assassinate Carmelita. Avery's actions were widely discussed by the citizens of the City of Shadows. Just as expected, the Fifth Corps was shut down. Members of the House of Lavers were subjected to heavy interrogation. The Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Felder, decisively disowned Avery. To ensure the safety of his House of Lavers, Felder pushed all the responsibility on Avery and even publicly announced that Avery was banished from his family clan effective immediately. Avery would no longer be a member of the House of Lavers. Felder's decisive action may have saved the lives of his family clan members, but those reckless deeds of Avery's had nonetheless severely affected the strength of the House of Lavers. Not only had they lost control to this powerful institution called the Fifth Corps, with the House of Saints' deliberate and constant oppression, the House of Lavers suddenly became the weakest of the 5 major family clans. All those disturbances in the City of Shadows did not have much of an effect on Honshuo. After a period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy managed to recruit a significant number of talents in various aspects. They finally gathered enough manpower to open for business in the City of Shadows. It was also at this point in time that Honshuo ran into yet another thorny problem. The group of pharmacists led by Gu Li constantly hastened and urged Honshuo to teach them the principles behind the refinement of his pill of rejuvenation, pill of tranquility, and rebirth pill. Gu Li and the Union of Pharmacists had traveled thousands of miles and come to the City of Shadows because they were admiring of Honshuo's skills in medicine refinement and wanted to learn from him. When they first started working in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, as they were occupied with mountains of work, they did not bother Han Shuo with such requests but buried their heads and worked to get Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track. Now that most of the work was done and everything was in motion, they had more free time and began asking Han Shuo about all kinds of abstruse problems related to medicine refinement. And thus yet another round of headache began for Han Shuo. He couldn't even understand the problems that the pharmacists were asking him, much less think up answers to those questions. All that while, he found excuses to avoid answering their questions. But now that Gu Li and the rest of the pharmacists were coming to him all at once, he knew that he had to stop avoiding. They were in a pharmacy lab filled with glass tools and containers. The cabinets were lined with colorful jars in which all kinds of medicinal ingredients were arranged methodically. At the center of the lab was an intricate-looking sphere made of glass. It was placed atop a large pile of glimmering energy crystals. The group of 13 pharmacists headed by Gu Li stood all around the lab, gazing at Han Shuo. These pharmacists who had pressed on with joining the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy even after having heard rumors about Han Shuo's arrogant and irascible temper were very much like Gu Li. They were masters in the art of medicine refinement. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Han Shuo to lie to them. Facing their fiery gazes that were thirsty for knowledge, Han Shuo felt as though he had built his own demise. He knew he had to somehow solve this issue, or all these pharmacists would leave the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with their apprentices. And if that happened, his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that was just starting to become operational would collapse from the inside, swiftly and spectacularly. To tell you the truth, the medicine refinement I know of is entirely different than what you all know. Han Shuo knew he had no choice but to tell the truth. He braced himself and said, "In fact, I do not know much about the art of medicine refinement you practice." The pharmacists in the room looked at Han Shuo with puzzled gazes after hearing those words, but they remained silent and continued to listen to Han Shuo. "I don't think any of you would have heard or seen of the art of medicine refinement my master taught me. Let me demonstrate." Han Shuo knew he had to show something or that would be the end of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With one thought, the 9 tessellation cauldron entered Han Shuo's palm. "Your way of medicine refinement requires extracting and mixing compounds in glass containers by altering the temperature. Mine is different in that I mix the medical ingredients directly. I then use special methods to extract the compounds in the ingredients before rapidly congealing them into solids by," Han Shuo slowly explained. Han Shuo demonstrated by refining a pelleted medicine as he spoke. He inserted a few medical ingredients into the 9 tessellation cauldron revolving on his palm. Right after that, a fragrant scent of medicine permeated the lab. The cauldron was spurred by the red flames coming from his palm and it started to revolve rapidly. The tessellation on it would glimmer with a faint halo. It was fascinating. To these pharmacists, Han Shuo's actions were simply unimaginable. They stared at Han Shuo performing the demonstration like fools. They couldn't understand how Han Shuo could refine medicine by throwing all the raw ingredients into a single container. Their usual way of producing medicine would begin by individually extracting the compounds from raw ingredients. Then, they would mix those extracts in ratios according to the effect they wished to achieve. Compared to Han Shuo's one-pan cooks-all method, not only did their approach have a ton of additional procedures, the end results were not as good as his. The pharmacy lab was filled with a pleasant scent. A few moments later, several dark gold rebirth pills flew out from the 9 tessellation cauldron. Han Shuo crushed the pills and placed them in several medicine bottles. He handed them to some of the pharmacists and said smilingly, "Have a taste. It's very beneficial to your body." The pharmacists were tempted just from the scent alone. They had long heard about the miraculousness of the medicines Han Shuo personally refined and had wanted to experience it for themselves. Hence, after Han Shuo's invitation, they merely hesitated for a moment before they swallowed the medicines in their hands. As professional pharmacists, these people could immediately detect the effect Han Shuo's medicines had on their bodies. It was clear to them just how potent the medicine was. Soon enough, the pharmacists had to make urgent trips to the bathroom and defecate like they had diarrhea. However, they would all look much healthier after coming out of the bathroom. They exclaimed in admiration, "What a miraculous drug! This medicine is unbelievable." Even those few pharmacists who did not get to experience the rebirth pill became more revering of Han Shuo after seeing that their colleagues appeared to be filled with vitality. Gu Li appeared much healthier after a round of solid waste excrement. Upon returning from the washroom, she kowtowed towards Han Shuo and uttered, "I admit defeat." Of these people, Gu Li had the greatest reputation. No one would ever again doubt Han Shuo's capability with her acknowledging Han Shuo's prowess. "As none of you are my apprentices, I cannot teach you my method and technique of refining medicine." Han Shuo observed the expressions on the faces of his pharmacists. When they displayed looks of disappointment, Han Shuo added, "But, I can talk to you about the efficacy of certain unique medical ingredients. You may not be familiar with these medical ingredients, but they carry miraculous effects. If you proceed with investigating and experimenting with those ingredients, I believe you will learn new things and make great advancements." Han Shuo naturally wouldn't teach the pharmacists his techniques of medicine refinement as it required demonic yuan. Even if Han Shuo was to do so, as they did not cultivate in demonic arts, they wouldn't be able to produce pelleted medicine. However, Han Shuo was willing to teach them about the special effects that certain medicinal ingredients had as a way of thanking them for having worked so hard for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The pharmacists expressed their gratitude upon hearing those words. They were contented with that guarantee from Han Shuo, even though they would not learn Han Shuo's out-of-the-world medicine refinement technique. Han Shuo then took out some medical ingredients he had personally collected, placed them in glass containers, and proceeded with explaining their uses. Han Shuo used all kinds of professional terminologies which left the impression on the pharmacists that his knowledge was deep and profound. Their gazes towards Han Shuo were filled with admiration and respect. These pharmacists listened to Han Shuo with eager ears and took notes in their booklets. They could not wait to experiment with those new medical ingredients they just learned from Han Shuo. They seemed inexplicably excited, as like children with new toys. "All right, I have explained all the functions and compounds in these medical ingredients. What comes next is all up to your own understanding and capability. Perhaps you could come up with new medicines using these medical ingredients, or perhaps not, but this is all I can do for you." Han Shuo then left the pharmacy lab. Thinking that he had evaded a crisis, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Everything went without a hitch in the following period of time. A few of Han Shuo's pharmacists, inspired by him, actually managed to invent several new types of medicines from the medical ingredients they had previously never heard of. Although the efficacy of their medicines was still far behind compared to Han Shuo's pelleted medicines, the pharmacists were very delighted and excited to have made such progress so soon. With everything about Celestial Pearl Pharmacy falling into place, Han Shuo then started recruiting staff to manage storage facilities to allow the apprentices of those pharmacists to collect even more medical ingredients. He was ready to open the brand new Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for business in the City of Shadows. It was at this point in time that out of the blue, Donna went to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to look for Han Shuo. Han Shuo could tell from first glance that Donna appeared much more haggard than before. Her eyes revealed an intense looming gloom as though she was facing an unsolvable problem. She only forced a smile when they met. "Long time no see, Donna." Han Shuo sighed in his mind after greeting Donna. He had heard a thing or two about the recent conditions in the House of Lavers. Avery's deeds had severely affected the House of Lavers. As the House of Saint lost their trust in them, the Lavers family began to decline in the City of Shadows. Contrary to the miserable state of the House of Lavers, Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was rapidly growing and flourishing, even showing early signs of budding into a new family clan. Donna's mood sank into deeper and deeper sadness when she recalled how it was back when Han Shuo had just arrived at the City of Shadows. "Congratulations, Brian. It appears that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will become a new powerhouse in the City of Shadows." Donna forced a smile. "Thank you, Donna. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Haha, if you need medicines, given our relations, I will give you the very best price. Han Shuo assured and patted on his chest. He said it as though the two were still the best of friends. Donna shook her head smilingly and replied, I have come here to say goodbye. I'm going to leave this place for a long time. We won't have much opportunity to meet in the future. Why so sudden? Where are you going? Han Shuo was shocked. It's unlikely that our House of Lavers will accomplish much in the City of Shadows. Rather than staying and getting harassed, we might as well leave. Brian, I'm glad to have known you. I was right about you. Truly, I feel very proud of you that you could establish yourself in the City of Shadows in such a short time, Donna said with a smile. Han Shuo sighed again after hearing those words. Given the current situation, the House of Lavers indeed had a bleak future in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo did not know how to console Donna, who was wearing a saddened face. After keeping silent for a long while, he sighed and said, Bon voyage, Donna. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. Goodbye. I hope that the next time we meet, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would have replaced our House of Lavers' place in the City of Shadows to become one of the 5 major family clans. Donna waved her hand and left. Han Shuo was astounded because he felt a veiled resentfulness in her words. He thought to himself, is she thinking that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has risen by stepping on the House of Lavers? Chapter 727, Open for Business. GDK 727, Open for Business. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After ages of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy finally opened for business. On that day, representatives from the 5 major family clans went to congratulate Han Shuo. From the House of Saint were Andre and Erebus, from the House of Kinson, Jia and her uncle, from the House of Kisa, none other than Rugerzi, and from the House of Buller was Tuxai, who took the place of Tuyas. Even the House of Lavers that wasn't in good relations with Han Shuo had Dai Wei attend the opening. He presented Han Shuo with a silk banner. All the gentry and elites were at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on that day. As to establish good relations with Han Shuo, the large family clans spared no effort to rally around his business. Thanks to their efforts, the opening ceremony of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was a grand occasion. Before opening to customers, the pharmacists recruited by Han Shuo had produced medicines commonly used by Elysians and filled the empty shelves with medicine bottles. Han Shuo was very busy the whole day. He had to receive and welcome guests from daybreak till nightfall. As Han Shuo had not personally refined more pelleted medicines, those that were sold that day were simply ordinary medicines. Although this proved to be somewhat of a disappointment to those representatives from large family clans, they had nonetheless purchased more than 400 bottles of medicines to boost his sales. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gained more than 20,000 black crystal coins in profit that day. Given this good omen, on top of his outstanding reputation in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo believed that the Celestial Pearl would have a prosperous, profitable future and make him crystal coins by the truckload. With everything about the Celestial Pearl moving in perfect orbit, Han Shuo handed Gu Li full responsibility of the production of medicines. Gu Li, who had once despised Han Shuo, was wholly admiring of Han Shuo at this point in time. She was Han Shuo's most loyal and devoted employee. After having delegated the task, Han Shuo had more time to cultivate. He stayed inside the gymnasium and practiced borrowing and using cauldron spirit's energy. Han Shuo could abruptly amplify his strength by an enormous magnitude and possess immense power by imbuing his body with cauldron spirit's demon general energy, so much so that it would allow him to go up against a high god. However, as tough and robust as his body was, it couldn't withstand the energy for extended periods. He had attempted it a dozen times and the longest he could last was only around 3 minutes. His demonic infant would start to fail beyond that limit. It didn't take long before Han Shuo realized that borrowing cauldron spirit's energy was not the correct path of cultivation. It was only by forging his demonic body, making it even tougher, and making a breakthrough in realm state that he could truly become stronger. Although Han Shuo had seen no signs of any imminent breakthrough from the Omen realm all that while, Han Shuo never slacked in his cultivation. After all, he had not spent that much time on it. It was unlikely that he could advance and make progress without spending tens, if not hundreds of years in secluded cultivation. The Omen realm was not the ultimate realm in demonic arts. There were 3 realms after it: Skybreak realm, Diablo realm, and Exalted Demon Lord. Gu Tianxia, at this pinnacle realm called Exalted Demon Lord, was able to tear through the fabric of space-time and traverse across universes. Just from some brief description from Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo could imagine just how mighty the Exalted Demon Lord must be. Not only did every small advancement require a lengthy amount of cultivation time, Han Shuo also had to endure tremendous risks in each attempt. In fact, when breaking from Omen Realm to Skybreak Realm, Han Shuo would be faced with a calamity. It was a process that he had no choice but to go through. By then, if he failed to resolve the calamity, not only would his strength never increase any further, his consciousness could be annihilated. Han Shuo realized that every step along his cultivation would be accompanied by great danger. Time flew by rapidly. Han Shuo had secluded himself in the gymnasium for 10 years. After having gone through so many challenges and crises on Elysium, Han Shuo had made improvements in all aspects of himself to a certain degree. 10 years of meditation allowed him to digest and comprehend his experiences. His mind grew calmer and his Omen realm state had become more stabilized. 10 years on Elysium was like a snap of the fingers. For the gods living there whose lifespans were in the order of thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, 10 years' time wasn't all that long. After Han Shuo exited from the gymnasium, he got updated with the present-day situation from Gu Li and the others. During the 10 years he was in cultivation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had made Han Shuo more than 1 million black crystal coins. Of the 16 chain stores he owned, 5 were open for business. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had become the biggest pharmacy business in the City of Shadows. During this time, the members of the House of Lavers withdrew from the City of Shadows one after another. The House of Saint turned a blind eye to their actions. The House of Lavers had, after all, made some contribution to the City of Shadows. Even though Wallace detested the Lavers family, it was in his best interest not to be too cruel, especially when they had not rebelled against his reign. Felder obviously understood Wallace's thoughts. He had been keeping watch at the Lavers' residence and maintaining a low profile while arranging for Donna, Dai Wei, and the others to leave the city with the excuse that they were assigned tasks in remote places to gain experiences and temper themselves. After having lost the trust of the House of Saint, the House of Lavers rapidly declined. Within 10 short years, the Lavers family lost their prestige and reputation as one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Even some members of smaller family clans dared confront the House of Lavers head-on. However, Felder did not mind any of this. He most patiently endured all the pain and insults while sending members of his Lavers family away using all sorts of methods. This action of Felder seemed to be in line with Wallace's intentions. He never stopped or obstructed these measures as though he had tacitly approved of it. The emergence of a small crack between 2 large family clans could easily destroy the friendship they had taken decades of exhausting work to build. Wallace simply could not forgive them, for Avery had nearly taken Carmelita's life. After Avery went missing, the position of the Chief of 5th Corps was left vacant. The remaining 3 major family clans all showed immense interest in taking that post. Even the smaller family clans, considering it as an opportunity for them to soar towards success, had tried various means to obtain this position from the House of Saint. To be fair towards all family clans, Wallace named a single condition: whoever wished to take that position had to exchange it with Avery's head. Avery had disappeared for many years. No one knew where he went. After hearing this condition set by Wallace, all the family clans in the City of Shadows had taken painstaking efforts to locate Avery, but none had made any progress in all those years. Therefore, the position as the chief of the 5th Corps, even though coveted by many, remained vacant. After learning of the recent happenings in the City of Shadows, seeing that his celestial pearl was functioning properly, with the fact that he had properly established himself in the City of Shadows, in addition to the fact that he had spent ages on Elysium, Han Shuo decided that it was time for him to return to Profound Continent and bring those ladies he could not part with to live on Elysium with him. For the time being, Han Shuo had no enemies in the City of Shadows. By relying on the financial power of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and his relations with the House of Saint, Han Shuo was confident that the safety of his lovers would be assured. Given just how intensely the elemental energies could be found on Elysium, with all so many sources of reference about advancing to godhood, with all the resources available on this material plane, cultivating on Elysium would be hundreds of times faster compared to cultivating on Profound Continent. Emily, Phoebe, and the others were relatively powerful on Profound Continent. Han Shuo believed that after they arrived in the City of Shadows, they would be able to make rapid progress in this superior environment. Having come to this decision, Han Shuo made preparations to head to that interplanar transportation facility he arrived using to return to Profound Continent. Before departing, Han Shuo took a trip to the Saint residence specifically to visit Carmelita as she had completely recovered from her injuries. Han Shuo had a shock when he met Carmelita again. After 10 years' time, her skin had turned fair and she lost that sinister, ferocious appearance. There were still some speckles visible on her skin but they had almost completely faded. Although Carmelita was still nowhere near a beauty, the word ugly was no longer fitting to describe her looks. Carmelita was very happy to see Han Shuo. She patted on Han Shuo's shoulder excitedly and said casually, "You rascal, I have gone to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to look for you multiple times, but who knew that you would be cultivating all this time? Look at me, can you see any difference? You have become prettier." Han Shuo said sincerely. "Haha, that's what everybody said. Brian, thank you. You haven't just saved me twice, you've fixed my damn face. I can be normal now. I don't know how I could ever repay you," Carmelita said laughingly. "That's what friends are for." Han Shuo replied smilingly. After conversing for some time and catching up with each other, Han Shuo finally revealed, "I'm going to leave Elysium and it might be a while before I return." "Hey!" Carmelita cried out in surprise. "Where are you going?" "My home world, to bring some people here." "Hehe, Elysium is the most suitable place to cultivate. I have been living well here and it's not right for me to neglect my friends back in that world. I may have been powerless to defend myself on Elysium before, but now that I have finally gained a small footing, it's time to help those friends of mine." Han Shuo could not restrain the longing in his heart when he recalled Emily, Phoebe, and the others. "You are quite a sentimental person, aren't you?" "Well, unfortunately, my father has recently been rather pressing on me to cultivate, or else I would head there with you, just for fun. But I know that the little girl has some serious strength. You should be fine with her around you," Carmelita said smilingly. "Oh, that reminds me, why is it that the interplanar transportation matrices are built so far away from the city?" asked Han Shuo. "For us Elysians, those in other material planes are merely slaves for providing us the power of faith, and on a normal day, we rarely travel to other material planes and therefore do not use interplanar transportation facilities often. In addition, we believe that those who arrive on Elysium should overcome some challenges to come to big cities. Therefore, interplanar transportation facilities tend to be located in remote and desolate valleys far from the city," Carmelita explained. Han Shuo grimaced after hearing the reasoning. He understood that to the Elysians, those from low-level material planes were only worthy of being their servants. They were born with a sense of superiority. Under most circumstances, those leaving the plane of gods would be trying to conquer other material planes to acquire the power of faith. Although Elysium was vast, the Elysians were willing to waste time traveling. They considered it a part of stealing themselves and were fine with placing the interplanar transportation matrices far from the cities. This would also allow outsiders who first arrived on Elysium to learn not to expect the royal treatment they would get in the lower-level material planes they originated from. After conversing with Carmelita, Han Chuo left the saint residence, returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, spent 2 days preparing for the journey, and set off with Andrina. Andrina's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Han Chuo believed that most problems he would face throughout the journey could be resolved with Andrina alone. Even if he were to come across god hunters the level of Bravst, Andrina could easily take Han Chuo to safety. In addition, Han Chuo would be returning to Elysium with his friends and girlfriends. With Andrina's protection, their journey to the City of Shadows would be much safer. Han Chuo and Andrina exited the City of Shadows and headed towards the valley where that interplanar transportation facility was located. Andrina was very curious about Profound Continent, and all throughout the journey, she had been asking Han Chuo everything about that material plane. It was rather annoying to Han Chuo. They came across several god hunters scattered across the mountain ranges. Under Andrina's unforgiving hands, not a single one of those god hunters managed to escape. They all died to Andrina. You seem unsympathetic when attacking god hunters. Do you have animosity with them? Han Chuo asked Andrina puzzlingly after they traversed across a mountain range. For all that time that Han Chuo had been in contact with Andrina, he had never seen her kill anyone so viciously. She declined to kill even when Han Chuo tempted her with crystal coins. However, when Han Chuo first met Andrina in the Green Fire Swamp, he had seen her hunt and kill god hunters. From the fact that Andrina was hunted by the leaders of the god hunters, Han Chuo deduced that she must be especially hated and feared by the god hunters. And from Andrina's performance, Han Chuo could tell that Andrina felt a deeply ingrained resentment towards the god hunters. They deserve death. Andrina's face immediately turned ice cold after hearing Han Chuo mention god hunters. You have grudges with them? Han Chuo asked. Andrina nodded. But when she saw that Han Chuo was going to ask more questions, she hastily said, "This has nothing to do with you, so don't ask so many questions." She took a short pause before she continued softly, "Besides, I have not asked you much about your secrets." Han Chuo forced a smile, nodded, and kept his mouth shut. They hastened on with their journey. As the two could travel at extraordinary speeds, they had spent just a little more than 2 months to arrive at that interplanar transportation facility Han Chuo had previously used. In order to use the interplanar transportation facility, he had to pay sufficient crystal coins. After arriving in the valley, Han Chuo soon met Jeff, who had helped him with obtaining a divine tablet. However, compared to his cordial attitude before, Jeff now had obviously become much colder. When Jeff heard Han Chuo say that he wanted to use the interplanar transportation facility, he replied in a snide manner, "I hear you have been doing very well in the City of Shadows recently. But you seem to have forgotten who it was that helped you with everything when you first arrived on Elysium. This place may be far from the city, but we still hear most of the news from there. We pay a lot of attention to the ingratitude of a certain person." After a short pause, Jeff put on a derisive smile and said, "My apologies, for now, the transportation matrix only accepts arrivals and doesn't take departures. You will have to wait." Han Chuo's face turned cold and he asked, "When is it going to take departures?" "Can't say for sure. That's up to Lord Dolores," Jeff said lazily. Dolores was Dalex's older brother. Han Chuo had nearly killed Dalex's on the first day he arrived at the Laver's residence. Obviously, people in the valley were aware of the events that occurred in the City of Shadows. Unfortunately for Han Chuo, the story they knew of was one-sided. They had no idea about Dalex's despicable actions and had no idea that Avery had tried to assassinate him twice. From these people's point of view, the House of Lavers had been very considerate and had organized things for him before he arrived on Elysium. But who knew that after Han Chuo arrived in the City of Shadows, not only would he not make any contribution to the House of Lavers, he stood against them. Therefore, they considered Han Chuo as an ungrateful little parasite who kicked his benefactor in the teeth. "Take me to Dolores. I want to talk to him," Han Chuo shouted coldly while forcefully repressing the fury in his heart. "Hehe, Lord Dolores is busy and hasn't got time for you. Besides, I have better things to do than to chauffeur you around. Beat it, Jeff was obviously trying to make things difficult for Han Shuo and said mockingly. Jeff used to make things difficult for Han Shuo when he first arrived on Elysium and Han Shuo had put up with him. But unexpectedly, he had yet again posed an obstacle when Han Shuo tried to return to Profound Continent. This made Han Shuo furious. Pa! Han Shuo gave Jeff a big smack in the face. A trail of blood flowed from the corner of Jeff's mouth after the loud slap. He stumbled and fell to the floor. How dare you strike me? Jeff immediately ran and shrieked, help! Someone is trying to kill me. Han Shuo sneered and went after him. Pow! Han Shuo threw a kick at the shouting Jeff and sent him flying. He broke multiple bones when he finally crashed on the ground. Soon enough, a group of divine guards, with Dolores taking the lead, rushed to the scene. He wore a chilling and murderous face when he said, no matter how influential you are in the City of Shadows, if you attack my people at my place, I have the right to arrest you. Han Shuo knew that after the incident at the Laver's residence, Dolores would not be kind towards Han Shuo like he was before. Han Shuo also knew that Jeff would only be so daring and obnoxious to him because of Dolores. I want to use the interplanar transportation matrix, but he impeded me on purpose. He was asking for it. With a grin on his face, Han Shuo took out the emblem of the House of Saint from his space ring and flashed it at the divine guards. He said, I believe you all should recognize that this is the emblem of the House of Saint. Please switch on the interplanar transportation matrix and let me leave. Otherwise, you will be going against the House of Saint. You should know the consequences of doing so. Given that it was no longer possible to befriend Dolores and that Jeff had fired the first shot, Han Shuo decided not to be polite. Dolores glared at Han Shuo intensely for a moment before taking a deep breath. He raised a hand, and shouted in a deep voice, let him pass. Under the gazes of the divine guards, Han Shuo swaggeringly left using the interplanar transportation matrix. After Han Shuo disappeared, Dolores cracked a grin and instructed, Jeff, grab a few of those prisoners on death row and transmit them to that coordinate. Wise move, my lord. Jeff was elated and he eagerly went with a few men to execute Dolores' instructions. Chapter 728, Returning Home with Honor. GDK 728, Returning Home with Honor. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Profound Continent. There were no obvious changes in the environment. The ocean around the Cemetery of Death was still as blue as the sky. Ocean breezes gently blew across his face. The air was refreshing. However, as the elemental energies found on this material plane were just too sparse compared to on Elysium, Han Shuo needed a while to adapt to it. The elemental energies are really thin, Andrina creased her eyebrows and remarked after walking out from the Cemetery of Death, carefully analyzing the surroundings with her eyes closed. This place is no Elysium. If the elemental energies here weren't as low as it is now, there would be a lot more gods in this material plane, said Han Shuo. He expanded his consciousness and immediately gained a clear glimpse of his surrounding conditions. He suddenly laughed out cheerfully and said, Come, let's head to my city. The two took to the air and flew towards Brettle City of Lancelot Empire. Half a day later, Han Shuo and Andrina appeared on the streets of Brettle City. A live, miniaturized scene of the entire Brettle City was projected into Han Shuo's mind as soon as he was in the vicinity of the city. Brettle City seemed to have grown even more prosperous and busy. Every street was packed with horses, carriages, people, and activities. There were a plethora of goods being sold. A sense of familiarity and homecoming rose from his heart when he again walked the streets of Brettle City. Han Shuo headed towards the city lord's mansion with Andrina. Brettle City had undergone an enormous transformation during the several dozen years Han Shuo had been away. The city lord's mansion was built right at the center of the city. There were squadrons of knights in dark armor proudly standing guard around all sides of the mansion. Han Shuo's return had caused a clamor in the city lord's mansion. All his acquaintances gathered at the mansion upon receiving news of his return. They would express to Han Shuo their excitement in their own unique ways. Jack and Dorcas had obviously aged somewhat. As they did not spend time cultivating any edictal forces or elemental energies, they had grown to be middle-aged men. Jack's kid was even old enough to serve in the military, and he was now serving as a knight under Brettle City. Helen, however, remained as beautiful as always. She had consumed a rebirth pill which had preserved her youthfulness. She had advanced to be a fire-sacred magus. There was a dazzling halo around her head. Soon enough, all those characters Han Shuo had been most familiar with arrived. With Dick delivering the news, it did not take long before Emily, Phoebe, Fanny, Jasper, and a long list of females rushed to the mansion via transportation facilities in various big cities. The ladies wept emotionally when they finally reunited with Han Shuo after all those years. They would call Han Shuo an unfeeling person. After spending some time consoling them, these ladies who possessed extraordinary statuses in Lancelot Empire finally regained control over their minds that were thrown into chaos. They then started conversing with Han Shuo. Just as expected, the Lancelot Empire became the mightiest nation on Profound Continent. The Odin Empire, Brute Merchant Alliance, and Kasi Empire had all been annexed. Lawrence's dream of uniting Profound Continent under his rule was now a reality. Following the accords, what remained of the Church of Light and Shrine of Ice retreated to remote and desolate lands. They no longer recruited for more disciples and no longer conducted any religious activities on Profound Continent. During the several dozen years, they exited the stage that was Profound Continent. Nowadays, in the Lancelot Empire, there were only followers of the Druidic Order, Calamity Church, and a great majority who worshipped and prayed to Han Shuo. The new situation on Profound Continent was ideal in every way. Gilbert, Stratholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of Flames, Elizabeth, Sanguis, Bollins, Trunks, and others had also rushed to the mansion after receiving the news. Han Shuo gathered with these people he was familiar with at the largest hall of the city lord's mansion. My friends, I'm really happy that we could all meet again and gather here after so many years. Today, we shall drink till we pass out. Han Shuo gave a toast. The party went on for 3 days. After the crowd sobered up from the hangover, Han Shuo finally began talking business. He slowly explained the differences between Profound Continent and Elysium to everyone. The elemental energy on Profound Continent is too thin and scant in all kinds of resources. Its inhabitants are primitive in the cultivation of elemental energies. The crowd carefully listened to Han Shuo's words. It was the very first time most of these people were learning that there were other worlds out there in this vast universe. Many were astounded to learn that the elemental energies on Elysium were intense and gods were common. I have returned to Profound Continent not to stay and will be leaving again soon. This time after I leave, I probably won't be coming back. Elysium is the most suitable place in the universe for cultivation. I currently own a considerable business in that world and can ensure your safety. If any one of you wishes to pursue greater strength, tell me and I will take you along to Elysium, Han Shuo said in a deep voice. Several dozen years were just too long for an average mortal, and especially so for those who did not spend time and effort on cultivating. These people had put most of their efforts on procreation and raising their young. There were just too many friends and families on Profound Continent that they could not part with. Han Shuo reasoned that some might not be willing to move to the other side of the universe with him. Master, wherever you go, I'll follow. Gilbert immediately declared his stance. He did not hesitate for a moment. Right after Gilbert, Stratholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of Flames, Elizabeth, Bollins, Sanguis, and the others whose minds were fixed on obtaining greater strengths excitedly declared that they were willing to leave to the alien world with Han Shuo. These characters did not have too many things they were unwilling to part with on Profound Continent. Their minds were staunchly fixed on becoming stronger, and they had made up their minds as soon as they heard that Elysium was the most suitable place for cultivation. Although Fanny, Emily, Phoebe, Helen, Lisa, and a few other women of Han Shuo's had families on Profound Continent that they were unwilling to part with, these ladies were more unwilling to be away from Han Shuo. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, they too agreed to go with Han Shuo, but with the condition that they will be given time to say goodbyes to their families. Characters like Dorcas and Jack, however, as their goals differed from Han Shuo's, in addition to the fact that they have wives and children in Brettle City, after spending some time in contemplation, they decided to stay. Trunks, who had gotten his vengeance, was currently in possession of enormous resources and influence in the Sunshine Valley and the Dark Forest. He had a daughter with Janet the Bandit. He too could not part with his possessions and families in this world and therefore decided to stay. After getting a head count, Han Shuo gave everyone 3 months to make all the preparations necessary to depart. They were to gather at Brettle City after 3 months. If they were absent at that time, they would be considered as having decided to stay. Knowing that there wouldn't be much opportunity to meet with Han Shuo in the future, those friends of Han Shuo's who had decided to stay on Profound Continent did not leave Brettle City but spent as much time and imbibed in as much booze as they could with Han Shuo. Han Shuo handed the cultivation items he bought on Elysium to his friends who would remain on Profound Continent. These items included the origin crystals as well as other keys to becoming gods. These items that were priceless on Profound Continent were given away most charitably. Although Han Shuo had originally intended to hand them to Emily and the others, he thought that his friends staying on Profound Continent would have more use for them as these items could easily be purchased on Elysium. There will always be some sorrow in goodbyes, and many decided to get drunk to numb the pain. For more than 2 months, the city lord's mansion of Brettle City was filled with the stinging scent of alcohol. The fragrance of fine wine could be sniffed from several miles away. Drunken bigwigs could be seen going in and out from the mansion, causing the civilians to raise an eyebrow. Han Shuo then found time to visit Asen City to say farewell to King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire. Lawrence was saddened by Han Shuo's impending departure. However, as the entire Profound Continent was now under his grasp, having Han Shuo around or not didn't make that much of a difference to his reign. Lawrence, unable to persuade Han Shuo to stay, said his goodbye to Han Shuo most unwillingly. Candace, Emma, Greya, Pegasus, and Mike Cotton, upon hearing about Elysium, asked Han Shuo to bring them along. Although they were already at the pinnacle on Profound Continent, as people who pursued greater strength tirelessly, they obviously wouldn't let this opportunity go. They hastily made their preparations and rushed to Brettle City. 3 months later, Gilbert, Stratholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of Flames, Elizabeth, Bollins, Sanguis, Emily, Fanny, Candide, Emma, Greya, Pegasus, Mike Cotton, and the others gathered at Brettle City. With Jack, Trunks, and the others waving them goodbye, they followed behind Han Shuo and flying towards the Cemetery of Death at the Boundless Sea. As all these people who were going with Han Shuo were people seeking for strength, they all had the ability to fly, which was very convenient. After 7 days, the party finally arrived at the island where the Cemetery of Death was located. "We have visitors," Andrina gasped before softly warning Han Shuo when they were about to descend on the island. Han Shuo's heart jolted and he immediately expanded his consciousness. Right away, he detected that there were 5 mid-gods inside the Cemetery of Death. Han Shuo was rather surprised. "You bunch, be careful and stick together." Han Shuo turned around and softly instructed the party. None of these people heading to Elysium with Han Shuo had even reached Low God Realm. They would be completely helpless in a battle against existences of such level. "What's wrong?" asked Stratholm. "There could be enemies. Their strengths are way beyond yours. But you don't have to worry, for Andrina and I are here. If they show the slightest trace of evil intention, they will be dead without a doubt." Han Shuo explained. He asked Andrina to protect the others before he gradually descended on the island alone. "Haha! We have waited for you for 3 months. You have finally returned," a boorish voice came from the center of the Cemetery of Death. Shortly after, a group of 5 flew out and revealed themselves. It was obvious from their looks that they had no good intentions in their minds. There were unconcealed intentions to brutally murder showing in their eyes as they stared at Han Chuo and smiled sinisterly. Han Chuo's face turned cold. He shouted, "Who are you? Youngster, I don't know who you are, nor do I care. We were destined to die, but for whatever reason, someone transmitted us to this low-level material plane. Hehe, that special someone told us that there is only one low god on this low-level material plane. We would be hunted and be killed if we returned to Elysium, but on this material plane, nobody could touch us. We could do whatever we want, that is, of course, after we finish you," the leader of the party of 5 said while looking at Han Chuo with a malevolent smile. When he then noticed Emily, Fanny and the ladies standing behind Han Chuo, he laughed excitedly and remarked, "Not bad, although the people on this material plane are weak, the ladies look very tasty. It's been a long time since my brothers and I had contact with females. This is wonderful. Dolores sent you here, didn't he?" Han Chuo wore a dark face as he sized up the gang with a sharp gaze. He quickly managed to deduce the course of events. Hehe, it doesn't matter. From this day forth, we will be the rulers of this material plane. Youngster, consider yourself unlucky, that man said as he laughed. Those mid-gods standing behind him were leering at Emily and the ladies with sinister eyes. "You keep them safe, let me slay this trash." Before Han Chuo could say a word, Andrina, who resented characters of this sort, had charged forward. "Hehe, it's a little girl. I like. Brothers, she is mine." An old man in ragged clothes who cultivated in the energy of darkness rubbed his hands excitedly when he saw Andrina fly towards them. As the energy Andrina cultivated in did not belong to any of the 12 fundamental forces and she was skilled at concealing her aura, the gang of 5 had no idea just how lethal Andrina was. "Leave one alive!" Han Chuo hastily reminded Andrina, charging forward with a chilling face. "I know." Andrina replied in an annoyed manner and proceeded with charging at the gang. Though it may have appeared that Andrina was a powerless sheep running towards a group of savage tigers, the reality was very much on the contrary. A burst of splendid radiance flew out from her petite body and transformed into 5 small vortexes which abruptly affected each of the 5 of them. With no surprise, they were all minced into fine chunks of flesh that rained down with their blood, except for the boorish leader of the gang who was only skinned. Every inch of his body was covered with blood as he gazed at Andrina with frightened eyes and shrieked, "Spare me, spare my life! Is it Dolores?" Han Chuo, who was standing a distance away, asked calmly after taking the 4 divine souls into the cauldron of myriad demon. "I don't know who Dolores is, but it was an old man called Jeff who sent me here," that man replied and begged, "Please spare me, we have no quarrels with each other." "All right, he can go now," Han Chuo said without a trace of mercy in his voice as he gestured with his hand. Han Chuo now knew who was behind the havoc. Splat! The person exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Those mortals like Mike Cotton and Stratholm watching behind Han Chuo were stupefied. As the gang of 5 did not conceal any of their terrifying auras, Mike Cotton and the others had trouble breathing in their presence. And yet, Andrina, who looked like a normal little girl, finished them off with seemingly no effort. They were greatly astounded. "Oh no, the interplanar transportation matrix has been wrecked!" Andrina suddenly cried out in surprise. "What?" Han Chuo jolted and shrieked. Chapter 729, A Forgotten Person. GDK 729, A Forgotten Person. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The cemetery of death was in a complete mess. The interplanar transportation matrix was wrecked and most definitely unable to conduct interplanar transmission. It appeared that the gang of 5 was afraid that those from Elysium might pursue them and therefore, for good measure, destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix as soon as they arrived on Profound Continent. Without an interplanar transportation matrix, it would be extremely difficult to get to Profound Continent from Elysium. Perhaps even their worst enemies would give up on pursuing them. Without anyone who could keep them in check, after getting rid of Honshuo, the Gang of Five would be able to do anything they wanted on Profound Continent and nobody could stop them. Destroying the interplanar transportation matrix was an excellent choice for the gang. This, however, was a nightmare for Honshuo. Without an interplanar transportation matrix, how would Honshuo be able to bring his friends and women who had not even attained low god status to Elysium? Having extraordinary strength was the minimum requirement for one to conduct interplanar trekking. Not only would one run into all kinds of dangers during the journey, but one could also very easily lose their way and end up lost in the infinitely vast universe. Even Honshuo did not have the confidence to conduct interplanar trekking, much less to carry a group of weak mortals with him. Honshuo was pained by the scene before him. Making a grimace, he asked Andrina, "Do you happen to know how to build an interplanar transportation matrix?" Andrina shook her head before she gnashed her teeth and remarked coldly, "That Dolores is such a horrible person. He was obviously trying to get you killed, and even if that failed, you still wouldn't be able to return to Elysium. Such a malicious person. What's the point of saying this?" "Great. Without an interplanar transportation matrix, returning to Elysium will be nearly impossible," Honshuo said dejectedly. Stratholm and the others were all in despair. They had gotten very excited after hearing Honshuo's description of Elysium and were eager to head to that world. But after hearing those words, all their hopes and dreams were pounded into disappointment and grief. They couldn't help but sigh dispiritedly. "Is there any other way?" Ermike asked softly. "Interplanar trekking is just too dangerous. Even I have no certainty of surviving it, let alone when I'm bringing you lot. I guess only Andrina has the confidence to perform interplanar trekking. We are in real big trouble. Brian, how about this? The two of us will leave Profound Continent and try our luck with finding other material planes nearby. They might have an interplanar transportation matrix that we could use to return to Elysium. We can then take a trip to the Space Dominion and invite a god cultivating in the Edict of Space to refine an interplanar transportation matrix. After that, we will find a way to return to Profound Continent and take them to Elysium. What do you think?" Andrina proposed after thinking for a moment. She believed that this was the only option. "That's too difficult. Not only is it risky and challenging, but it's also going to take a whole lot of time." Honshuo bunched his brows and replied. "Then, do you have a better idea?" asked Andrina. Honshuo shook his head, put on a grimace and said, "It seems that this is indeed the only way. Well, I will have to look for those in the Druidic Order. There was a guy who once came to Profound Continent by interplanar trekking. They might know the pathway." Knowing that will definitely help, Andrina nodded before she lamented, "What a pity that there is no expert cultivating in the Edict of Space in this material plane. Otherwise, there could be a way to fix the interplanar transportation matrix." Honshuo, who was about to head to the Druidic Order, stared blankly for a moment after hearing those words. His eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed out loud, saying, "There could be a way." "What?" asked the puzzled Andrina. Back then, when Honshuo had fought the Light Pope, he had snatched a Holy Grail from him. McKinley, whose soul was trapped in the Holy Grail, was an expert in the Edict of Space. As Honshuo had been rather busy all the while, he had neglected and even forgotten about McKinley. It was after listening to Andrina's words that he recalled the Space Edict cultivator. From his space ring, Honshuo took out the Holy Grail he snatched from the Light Pope and communicated with McKinley using his consciousness. "Good day, McKinley, how are you? You rascal! It's been such a long time since you last looked for me." McKinley immediately started scolding Honshuo. He then asked, "Why have you finally thought of me?" Honshuo listened to McKinley's grumbling before replying him in a flustered manner, "Well, I need your help." If it wasn't for the fact that Honshuo needed an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space, McKinley might still be far off from Honshuo's mind even till now. Han Shuo had obviously failed to honor his promise to relieve McKinley of boredom every once in a while. I knew it, you wouldn't have thought of me if you didn't need me. Humph. McKinley expressed his dissatisfaction. It was after a while that he asked, "Speak, what's the matter?" "Someone destroyed the only interplanar transportation matrix in this material plane. As a cultivator of the Edict of Space, can you fix it?" Han Shuo hastily replied. McKinley obviously grew excited after hearing this. He did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question but asked pressingly, "Why? Are you leaving the profound continent for Elysium?" "Haha, if you really are going to Elysium, you must bring me to the Space Dominion to meet a person. At that time, there might be a way to locate my divine body." Yes, I am." Han Shuo dared not tell McKinley that he had actually been to the Elysium and back lest he frustrated McKinley. Back then, McKinley had entreated Han Shuo piteously to bring him to the Space Dominion if Han Shuo were to travel to Elysium. Although Han Shuo had promised to do so, he had forgotten about McKinley's existence after arriving at Elysium and therefore did not fulfill the promise. "You really are going to Elysium?" McKinley was incredibly excited as it was only on Elysium that something could be done about his current predicament. "Yes, I'm going there." "Can you fix the interplanar transportation matrix?" Han Shuo asked rather impatiently. "That depends on how badly it has been damaged. But even if it's shattered, as long as you can find me sufficient materials, I can still build a new one for you," McKinley said confidently. "I'm a high god of space. Back in the Space Dominion, I was a prolific character. Making an interplanar transportation matrix for a small little material plane is an absolute piece of cake." Han Shuo was elated to hear those words. He asked, "The remains of the matrix are right ahead. How do we proceed?" "Place the Grail in the matrix. I can sense its condition through the remnants of space edicts on the transportation matrix," replied McKinley. Without hesitation, Han Shuo, clasping the Holy Grail, carefully placed it on the destroyed interplanar transportation matrix. "Brian, who is the divine soul inside the Grail?" Andrina asked with a grave expression and said softly, "This person has a powerful divine soul and should have reached late-stage high godhood. When did you come to know such a terrifying person?" Given Andrina's extraordinary strength, it was normal that she could sense McKinley's existence from the energy fluctuations produced when Han Shuo and McKinley communicated with their souls. "He is a most unlucky space edict cultivator whose divine soul was separated from his divine body soon after he reached late-stage high god realm. Not only did they imprison his soul in the Grail, but they even cast him from Elysium to this material plane. I only obtained this Grail by chance," Han Shuo explained smilingly. "How could someone of late-stage high god strength be turned to this? Who did he offend?" Andrina was astonished. Experts of late-stage high god strength were all outstanding and well-known characters on Elysium. "I remember he said he had offended one of the Keepers of the Light, Gil," Han Shuo replied after taking a second to recall. "Gil?" Andrina froze and her gaze towards the Holy Grail was filled with shock. She explained to Han Shuo, "Brian, Gil is one of the most formidable experts in the Light Dominion. The Keepers of the Light are all incomparably mighty. If Gil had personally sealed him in the Grail, then this person can't just be an insignificant character." "What is his name?" "McKinley," replied Han Shuo. "It's him." Andrina received yet another shock. Under Han Shuo's puzzled gazes, Andrina explained, "This person was a very renowned character in the Space Dominion. He is incredibly powerful and queer in temper. He had been missing for tens of thousands of years. So, Gil imprisoned him here. No wonder. How is it that you are so familiar with everything about Elysium?" Han Shuo asked while staring at Andrina foolishly. I have been alive much longer than you have. Of course I know more things than you do. Besides, many on Elysium know about these things. There's nothing strange about this. Then why is it that I have heard nothing about this?" Han Chuo squinted his eyes and asked, "How many more secrets are you hiding from me? Little boy, just how long have you been living on Elysium? It'd be a wonder if you knew," teased Andrina. "I'm gonna straighten this out with you sooner or later." Han Chuo was annoyed. "Sister Fanny, Brian is bullying me!" Andrina cried out in a frail voice. Upon hearing those words, Fanny's angry eyes instantly came glaring at Han Chuo. "Brian, why do you have to mess with a child? Andrina is so adorable and everybody likes her, but you always bully her." Andrina had been getting along rather well with Han Chuo's women during her time on Profound Continent. This was especially the case for Fanny, who was compassionate, kind and naive. She had been closest with Andrina among the ladies. In the last 3 months, Fanny had even taken Andrina to visit the entire Profound Continent once. Whenever she saw Han Chuo chide Andrina, she would be the first to step up for Andrina and give Han Chuo a talking to. "A child? Her age is probably more than 100 times yours." Han Chuo forced a smile, discreetly shot a glare at Andrina, and kept silent. He knew that as long as Fanny considered her to be a child, any amount of explanation would be futile. How adorably naive of her! "Look!" Stratholm cried out and attracted the crowd's attention to the interplanar transportation matrix. The Holy Grail that contained McKinley suddenly produced an intense energy fluctuation. The space started pulsing like ripples propagating on water. Under the effect of a type of bizarre energy, the pieces of interplanar transportation matrix that was destroyed started to reassemble and reconnect most magically. Soon after, a small-sized interplanar transportation matrix appeared before the party. The party was dumbstruck. They did not expect that McKinley that had been motionless could fix the interplanar transportation matrix all so suddenly. Most parts of the interplanar transportation matrix was destroyed. "I could only make do with the intact parts. I have fixed the interplanar transportation matrix, but it is now smaller and can only transmit 2 to 3 people at once. However, with enough energy stones, you could still safely get to Elysium," McKinley transmitted to Han Chuo from within the Holy Grail. "Thank you," Han Chuo said sincerely. Without McKinley's help, the party would have had to go through so many more twists and turns to reach Elysium. "You're welcome. Remember, when you are on Elysium, bring my divine soul to the Space Dominion. Do me this favor and, after I locate my divine body, I will repay you well," McKinley exhorted Han Chuo. "Don't worry, I will remember it this time. After I have settled some matters on Elysium, the first thing I'll do is head to the Space Dominion and help you with that." Han Chuo immediately pledged. This time, it was truly from the bottom of his heart. Han Chuo had more than enough energy stones in his space rings for interplanar transmissions. As Han Chuo was having a feud with those few in charge of the interplanar transportation facility in the Darkness Dominion, to ensure everyone's safety, Han Chuo had Andrina, Fanny, and Emily be the first to go while he operated the shrunken interplanar transportation matrix. The party disappeared before Han Chuo in batches of 2 to 3 people after flashes of bright light. After multiple rounds of transmissions, only Han Chuo and Air Mike were left on Profound Continent. They were the last batch to step into the interplanar transportation matrix. With a bright flash of light, Han Chuo had finally returned to Elysium. Such intense elemental energy! "Oh my, this place is so suitable for cultivation. Oh, the gravity is so strong, I can't fly now. This is great. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 1 year of cultivation on Profound Continent. Such a magical place. No wonder there are gods everywhere." The mortals from Profound Continent exclaimed in admiration and surprise as soon as they arrived on Elysium. They had immediately felt how different this world was from Profound Continent. Andrina had been talking with Fanny while giggling and explained to her the differences between Elysium and Profound Continent. Fanny was Andrina's host on Profound Continent, but she became rather uncomfortable after arriving at this unfamiliar world called Elysium. It was now Andrina's turn to be Fanny's host. "What the hell, a whole bunch of mortals. We are so jinxed. The divine guards on the platform started gossiping when they saw a group of people with meager strengths arrive on Elysium. Head this way, get moving, one of the divine guards loudly instructed. He said foul-mouthed, do you bunch think that Elysium is a tourist site? With the strength you have now, instead of coming to Elysium, you might as well go kill yourselves. I truly can't figure out what the hell is going on in your heads. Are you tired of live? Pow! Before the man could finish his speech, Andrina raised her small hand and pushed it against his chest. He was immediately sent flying into the distance. Cut the crap! One more word and I will kill you! Andrina said with glowering eyes. An immensely mighty aura emanated from her petite figure. Andrina had been in a bad mood because she nearly couldn't return to Elysium. Then, when she heard this noisy bunch of divine guards as soon as she returned, she flipped out. How dare you! The divine guards in the surrounding immediately stepped forward. They surrounded Andrina and her party while pointing their divine weapons at them. It was at this moment that Han Shuo walked out from his party with a sneer on his face. He asked, "Where is Dolores?" Releasing convicts on death row without permission is punishable by death. Are you tired of living? The divine guards recognized Han Shuo and were aware of the dispute between Han Shuo and Dolores. Their expressions changed slightly when Han Shuo suddenly emerged as though they did not anticipate that Han Shuo could safely return to Elysium. Lord Dolores is not around. We do not know where he is, one of the divine guards replied after giving a slight groan. He obviously disliked Han Shuo, but as he knew that Han Shuo held some influence in the City of Shadows and had good relations with the House of Saint, the divine guard dared not be outrightly rude. Dolores is done for. You guys better fend for yourselves, Han Shuo advised smilingly. Not wanting to bicker with them any further, Han Shuo nodded at Andrina and took the party to the office to apply for a divine tablet. Hello, Jeff. Didn't expect me to return all well and dandy, did ya? Hee hee. Han Shuo grabbed Jeff and immediately dealt him multiple slaps on the face, causing him to see stars. What are you hitting me for? After finally regaining his senses, Jeff started to shriek loudly. However, even after a round of screaming and shouting, Dolores still didn't show himself. It appeared that he really was away. Stop talking. Get every one of them a divine tablet. I will deal with you again later, Han Shuo instructed after throwing him a black crystal coin. No divine tablet for those below base god strength. Jeff loudly declared while raising his head up high. Han Shuo's expression turned ice cold. He grabbed Jeff by his collar, pulled their faces right next to each other, stared fixedly at his eyes and asked, "Are you sure?" A shiver traveled down Jeff's spine and every hair on his body stood on end as he understood that Han Shuo would end his life right then and there. The expression on Jeff's face immediately humbled and he hastily explained, "It's not me trying to make things difficult, but a divine tablet can't verify a person's identity if they do not have at least base god strength. I'm just a small servant and a non-entity. Please spare me." Chapter 730, Any questions? GDK 730, Any questions? Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. A divine tablet cannot be made without at least base god strength? Han Shuo was stunned. From the frightened performance of Jeff, it seemed that he was telling the truth. With that, only a few of them could get a divine tablet made. Then get one for those who can. Han Shuo swung his arm and threw Jeff to his table. Jeff repeatedly nodded in a frightened manner as though afraid that Han Shuo would finish him right away. Jeff knew that given Han Shuo's relationship with the House of Saint, with his current position in the City of Shadows, it wouldn't be much of an issue for Han Shuo to kill a small character like him. Although Jeff was Dolores' minion, he knew how to adapt to the situation when his life was at threat. Stratholm, Ermike, the Emperor of Flames, and a few others very quickly obtained their own divine tablets from Jeff. As for Fanny and the others who had yet to reach base god strength, Han Shuo decided that it had to be put off until the future. After completing the procedures, Jeff carefully handed Han Shuo the exact change. He dared not to utter a word lest he provoked Han Shuo's anger. "Tell me where Dolores is and I will spare your life." Instead of receiving the crystal coins, Han Shuo threatened Jeff in a chilling voice. "Please spare me, sir. I really have no idea where Dolores is." Jeff cried out in a terrified manner. "Brian, that's enough," Fanny advised softly. Han Shuo lightly groaned and said, "Fine. I'll let you off for today. But you better be careful for Dolores is finished. I heard that it was you who sent the prisoners to Profound Continent. This is no small crime. Prepare to be punished." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo started leaving the facility with Andrina and the party in the direction of the City of Shadows. After returning to the city, Han Shuo need only speak to Erebus, Andre or Carmelita about the matter and Dolores and Jeff would pay the price for their deeds. It was only a matter of time before they would get busted and Han Shuo did not mind waiting a little longer to exact their vengeance. As the gravity on Elysium was much stronger, most of the people from Profound Continent had lost their ability to fly. Therefore, the party had to travel on foot. This set them back significantly. It was also at this point in time that Han Shuo realized he had not been thoughtful enough. In hindsight, he should have bought an airship before bringing them to Elysium. With an airship, they wouldn't need to spend as much time traveling. It was too late to buy an airship now and they were only sold in big towns. Given the remote placement of the interplanar transportation facility, they were still a long way from the nearest town. But Stratholm and the others were not in a hurry. Having just arrived on Elysium, they were in awe of this new world around them. They exclaimed in admiration time and time again how vast the Elysium was and its abundance in elemental energies. Even the plants and sceneries fascinated them. The ladies, especially, had taken the journey as a sightseeing trip. They were chattering and laughing with each other. 3 days after Han Shuo left the valley, Dolores returned. He was informed of the situation by Jeff. His face turned grave as he remarked hatefully, "This kid is really quite hard to kill. He actually managed to return to Elysium in one piece. My lord, what should we do? He knows that we have sent prisoners to his material plane. Given his relationship with the House of Saint, he just needs to speak and the two of us will be finished." Jeff was panicking. He was truly afraid. "What are you losing your head for?" Dolores chided. After thinking for a moment with his brows bunched, he asked, "You said that he brought a group of weaklings." "Yes, not one of them was a low god and only some of them have reached demigod and base god realm. With strength like that, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a child," Jeff replied. "I see," Dolores sneered, "with this group of burdens weighing him down, he won't move very fast. All we have to do is figure out a way to prevent him from ever returning to the City of Shadows and we will be fine." "My lord, you mean?" Jeff stared blankly for a moment before he asked. Having failed to kill Han Shuo the last time, he knew that Han Shuo wouldn't be that easy to take care of. After carefully thinking about it, he thought that there wasn't any unresolvable hatred between him and Han Shuo. He was also afraid of the influence Han Shuo held in the City of Shadows and had actually become rather reluctant to provoke Han Shuo any further. "This you can ignore. I will arrange the matter myself." Dolores' eyes glistened with malicious and chilling rays. He instructed Jeff, "You take care of any troubles in the valley. I will be leaving again." Dolores departed soon after returning to the valley. Hushvale City, Godswamp Pharmacy headquarters. Inside an underground, pitch-dark secret chamber, Avery was meditating. All of a sudden, he was roused. He turned his head and saw that a magical device beside him was flashing. Dolores' figure gradually grew from blurry to clear inside the device. "What's the matter?" Avery asked in a deep voice. "Uncle, that fella came back alive," replied Dolores. "How is that possible?" Avery was shocked. Even if those prisoners couldn't kill them, they would have immediately destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix in that low-level material plane. Without an interplanar transportation matrix, they should have had great difficulty returning to Elysium. Have you checked the status of the transportation matrix on that material plane? It is sealed. Only those who know the seal could teleport to that transportation matrix, answered Dolores. Hey! Avery cried out in surprise. Could it be that they have an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space? Otherwise, how could they seal an interplanar transportation matrix? I have no idea, Dolores shook his head. Tell me everything in detail. Avery's face turned cold and he instructed in a deep voice. After Dolores explained everything, Avery sneered, it's quite surprising that the youngster would be carrying so much baggage with him. All right, I know what to do. They would be dead before they could take a step into the City of Shadows. Upon finishing those words, Avery disconnected the call with Dolores. He reconfigured the magical device and a moment later, another person appeared inside the magical device, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy. Hello, Avery. Are you used to staying at my place? The elderly man who had a head full of white hair asked smilingly. It's wonderful, thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Hassling. Avery first smiled and thanked the elderly man before he put on a solemn expression and said, I have received intel that Brian of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has just returned from a low-level material plane. He had taken over your properties in the City of Shadows. I believe Mr. Hassling would be interested in teaching him a lesson. Is that so? Well, go on, Hassling said smilingly. After Avery explained to him the situation, he nodded with a slight grin and said, I see. You may continue resting. Leave this matter to me. Hassling disconnected the call with Avery and phoned another person with his magical device. When a blurry figure appeared in the magical mirror, Hassling said, Bravst, I have something interesting for you. That little girl you are looking for has just left the interplanar transportation facility of the City of Shadows. Also, if you bring me the head of that youngster Brian who is traveling with her, I will give you an extra 100 bottles of poison. Consider it done. A deep voice sounded from the magical device and Hassling was disconnected before the person's appearance was clearly displayed. Meddle in my business? Young man, it's not cheap to take away things that belong to me and you shall pay for it with your life. Hassling said to himself, wearing a grin. Elysium is really big. We have taken more than 7 days just to cross a valley, remarked Phoebe. The crowd from Profound Continent agreed to those words as they all came to recognize just how immense Elysium was. They had gradually adapted to the new environment as they traveled. However, some of them remained very self-restrained. People like Greya, Pegasus, and a few others could be considered the creme de la creme of experts back on Profound Continent with basically no rivals. But after arriving on Elysium, all those they met along the way were all at least low gods. The aura emanating from the low gods made them instinctively terrified and intimidated. They stuck closely behind Honshuo like glue. Yes. This material plane is incredibly vast. Even a small valley is bigger than the territories held by the Lancelot Empire. We need to hurry to the nearest town to buy an airship. Otherwise, at the rate we are going, we won't reach the City of Shadows for another year or two, said Honshuo. Brian, are god hunters really that awful? Asked Fanny. She had heard Honshuo briefly describe god hunters and she felt frightened when she thought of those gods who specifically hunted for other gods. The god hunters are a special bunch of jerks on Elysium. They raise their own strengths by hunting and killing others and are the most abominable of all. I'm going to kill every last one I find. Andrina said hatefully. Don't worry, god hunters wouldn't be interested in you people. As none of you have reached low god realm, without divine energy in your body, they wouldn't think about attacking you, Honshuo consoled Fanny. Well, doesn't that mean that we aren't even qualified to be hunted? Stratholm sighed with a grimace. He shook his head and sighed, we've been living under a rock all this time. I know that this world is filled with powerful experts, but still, that's such a huge blow to my psyche. Calm down. Every one of you here has amply demonstrated yourself to be astonishingly talented in cultivation to have worked towards this stage even in an environment as poor as profound continent. Now that you are here on Elysium, with me providing crystal coins, resources and shelter, given the intense elements in this world, your powers will improve very rapidly. I know it won't be long before every one of you is a low god, Han Shuo assured Stratholm. This was also the reason behind Han Shuo sparing no effort in bringing them to Elysium. Given their aptitude, after coming to this environment more suitable for cultivation, they would strive even harder to become stronger. With Han Shuo's backing, they would surely make rapid improvement in their strengths. Perhaps in the future, they might become the main powers behind Han Shuo's future family clan. After a month, the party finally crossed the valley. Weeks later, they entered a mountain range which was much bigger than the valley they previously exited. However, the good news was that after crossing this mountain range, they would find a decently sized town where they likely could purchase an airship. After a few days of traveling into the mountain range, Han Shuo, using his demon generals, suddenly discovered that there were many more people than usual around them. These people had disguised themselves as normal gods but were secretly observing Han Shuo and his party. Something isn't quite right, Han Shuo said to Andrina. Although Andrina's divine soul was very sensitive, it was limited in coverage area and couldn't observe scenes extremely far away like Han Shuo could using his demon generals. What's the matter? Andrina asked, puzzled. There is a large group of people covertly gathering towards us. They were all extraordinarily powerful. They have been very careful in concealing their auras and keeping an eye on us. I think they are god hunters, not the scattered and independent type, but the organized type, Han Shuo said in a deep voice. You mean the God Hunter Alliance? Andrina was astonished, but shortly after, she remarked furiously, good, they have come to die. I have been wondering where to find them. Han Shuo shook his head. Wearing a grave expression, he clarified, they seem to know that you are here and therefore don't dare to get close to us. I think we are in big trouble. Hey? What do you mean? Andrina stared blankly for a moment before a thought crossed her mind and she cried out in surprise, it can't be. Han Shuo nodded and said in a deep voice, the situation could be similar to the one we faced at Green Fire Swamp before. They seem to be waiting for the few leaders to arrive before attacking us. Andrina was stunned. She said, if that's the case, even I have no way of safely bringing them to the City of Shadows. I know. Han Shuo took a deep breath and continued, that's why I now propose that we separate. You will stay with them, conceal everyone's presences using boundaries, and hide in this mountain range for a little while. Meanwhile, I will go alone and find a way to draw those god hunters away. After the god hunters have left, you will bring them to the nearest town, purchase an airship, and send them to the City of Shadows. How are you going to draw them away? I'm their target. If they don't see me, they won't follow you, Andrina said anxiously. A demon general flew out from the cauldron spirit and gradually congealed into material form right beside Han Shuo. It became a clone of Andrina. After that, a few more demon generals flew out and transformed into the images of Stratholm, Fanny, and the others. They were carbon copies with no visible distinctions from the real versions of themselves. What they? Every one of the party was shell-shocked by the scene. This is how I will draw them away. Any more questions? Han Shuo smiled and asked Andrina. Dude, how in the world did you do that? Andrina shook her head and said in a wry smile, the last time, you told me that this life form could only be used for spying and scouting. And all of a sudden now, it turns out that they can also shapeshift. How many more secrets are you hiding? Hey folks, I think it's obvious that I'm struggling to keep up with the release rate. I thought I could handle the extra workload, but I'm wrong. Therefore, I'd like to lower the release rate to 3.5 chapters per week, alternating between 3 and 4 chapters per week, until I could hire a translator to bridge the gap. What do you think? Hedonist. Chapter 731, You Are the First. GDK 731, You Are the First. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. These dummies aren't perfect. You could tell that these are false images just by probing it with your soul from a short distance. Nevertheless, it does the job. Those god hunters are afraid of coming near me. They won't be able to discover that something is amiss from a distance. Drawing those god hunters away won't be an issue for me. You just have to stay behind and conceal their auras. Then, after hiding here for a little while, take them to escape in another direction. Problem solved. Han Chuo said with a smile. What about yourself? Once those god hunter leaders arrive and surround you, wouldn't you be a dead man? Andrina asked concernedly after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing those words, Fanny and the other ladies started to disagree with Han Chuo's plan out of concern for his safety. These ladies may have had confidence in Han Chuo, but it was no longer absolute and unquestionable, especially after they arrived on Elysium and witnessed firsthand just how powerful the experts in this world were. They were worried for him. I'll be fine. I know I'm no match against them, but no one can stop me from leaving if I want to go. Han Chuo said smilingly, You should know that I'm among the best of the best when it comes to the art of escaping. Are you certain that you can escape from the encirclement of those people? Andrina was still rather skeptical as she had the experience of nearly getting killed by those leaders. Han Chuo nodded and said with complete confidence, Absolutely. After hesitating for a moment, Andrina agreed to Han Chuo's proposal. All right then. As long as you can draw those god hunters away, I guarantee that they will arrive at the City of Shadows safe and sound. After all, she couldn't come up with any better ideas. But above all, it was because she felt that the mysterious Han Chuo was hiding many more secrets that could ensure his own survival. After having known Han Chuo for so long, she knew that Han Chuo most definitely wasn't one who would boast or lie. He definitely wouldn't have made such assurance without having absolute confidence. Brian, we are sorry to be burdening you, Mike said in an embarrassed, dejected manner. Back on Profound Continent, he was a character who could bring about the rise and fall of empires. He never expected that there would come a day that he would be so helpless and reduced to dead weight. It's all right. Ladies, gentlemen, don't feel dejected. Given your talent and skills, it is only a matter of time before you achieve great things in this expansive world. In the near future, you will all reach godhood and you won't be in such constant fear anymore. Han Chuo said smilingly. We are really lucky to have you. Had we come to this plane of gods by ourselves, I'm afraid that none of us would live long enough to reach godhood. Stratholm shook his head and lamented. He had fully come to recognize just how important it was to have powerful friends. All right, that's enough. Save those words for the future. Han Chuo took out a bag of black crystal coins and handed it to Andrina. He reminded, These are for you to buy an airship. Don't eat them. You are such a punchable person. Andrina put away the crystal coins and groaned resentfully. Farewell, everyone. See you all at the City of Shadows. Han Chuo waved his hands and unswervingly left with the group of dummies made from his demon generals. Without Mike and the others dragging him down, Han Chuo was able to travel at a much faster speed even though he continued the journey on foot. A portion of Han Chuo's demon generals took the appearances of Andrina and the rest of the party while some of the demon generals remained in immaterial state and dispersed all around him. These demon generals were monitoring every single activity within a 100-mile radius. Even the slightest sway of the grass caused by the gentlest breeze couldn't escape Han Chuo's detection. The god hunters dispersed and surrounded Han Chuo from every direction while keeping a distance from him. These god hunters were assorted in strengths with a majority being early and mid-stage mid-gods. There were no high gods present yet. They were all very careful in keeping a distance from Han Chuo and avoiding detection, likely being cautious of Andrina. By using the visions of his demon generals, Han Chuo determined where the god hunters were the weakest and most sparse and traveled in that direction. He would also disrupt their steps, forcing them to change their approach and courses. This continued for 5 days. Han Shuo along with his dummy figures made using demon generals had traveled close to the center of the mountain range. It was at this time that a demon general discovered a god hunter with high god strength had arrived to join the party. He was an ugly young man with unkempt, golden long hair and wearing ragged clothing. His face was bumpy and scarred as though he had been severely burned. He cultivated in the energy of darkness. Upon arrival, many of the god hunters in his surroundings approached to greet and fawn over him and respectfully inform him of the latest developments. As high gods possessed extremely acute senses, lest that he would discover the presence of the demon generals, Han Shuo commanded the demon generals in the region to distance themselves from the high god. With that, Han Shuo could only vaguely see their figures but couldn't hear the contents of their conversation. It was obvious that they were afraid of Andrina. Even after the high god arrived, the god hunters did not immediately launch an attack but continued to encircle and stalk Han Shuo. For the purpose of drawing the god hunters further from Andrina and her party, Han Shuo headed towards remote and uninhabited regions. Those god hunters would move and maintain a good distance from Han Shuo if he got too close. 3 more days passed. Several more god hunters had arrived at the mountain range. Among the new arrivals were 2 high gods. One was a muscular man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction while the other was an old woman with grey hair cultivating in the element of death. From his limited understanding of the God Hunter alliance, Han Shuo surmised that the muscular man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was Bravst, who he had previously met in the valley. After the high gods of death, darkness, and destruction arrived at the mountain range, another batch of mid to late stage mid-gods, around a dozen or so in numbers, joined the hunting party. The force currently gathered around Han Shuo could rival any large family clan in the City of Shadows. They finally felt ready to strike and started to contract the circle around Han Shuo. Han Shuo immediately got into high alert upon realizing that the god hunters were closing in. He had been moving towards the most vulnerable and weakest part of their encirclement all this while. Han Shuo suddenly had those demon generals that were disguised as Andrina and the others dematerialize and hide among the lush leaves and branches of big trees. After they vanished from sight, Han Shuo immediately concealed his own aura and hid atop a big tree. Lord Bravst, our targets have all suddenly disappeared. A mid-god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction rushed to the muscular man and reported in a low voice. Disappeared. Bravst bunched his thick brows. His eyes sparkled with radiances as he nodded and said, Andrina's powers are extraordinary. It seems that she has discovered us and must have used special methods to conceal their auras. They can hide, but they cannot escape. We just have to constantly and gradually shrink our encirclement and we will find them. That's right. We have already confined them to a small area. There is no way they can sneak out from our encirclement. We must find Andrina even if she is hiding 3 feet under the ground. Her threat to us god hunters is simply too great. Our god hunter alliance will suffer even greater losses if she remains alive, the ugly young man said ferociously. Everyone stay vigilant and report back immediately if you discover the slightest movement. Hue, they are carrying a group of ants that have not even reached low god strength. There's no way they could escape, the old woman said in devilish laughter. After having heard the words of their leaders, the god hunters rapidly left to relay their commands. The god hunter party who had occupied every geographical advantage continued shrinking the encirclement bit by bit. They were all well trained and were used to hunting people in mountain ranges. They operated with good rapport and excellent coordination. Unfortunately for them, Han Shuo was able to see every action and step they made. Without Stratholm and the others tying him down, in this region where towering trees and numerous places to hide could be found everywhere, locating Han Shuo, who could see their every movement, would be beyond impossible. Under the shade of a tall, dried tree, Han Shuo dug himself a small hole. It was just big enough to fit his body completely. He held his breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. He opened his soul and set his consciousness empty. He became one with the environment. The god hunters walked past him one after another and none of them discovered Han Shuo, who was hiding underground and mere steps away from them. Even that high god of darkness did not notice a thing when he walked past the region. Soon enough, the circle of god hunters converged at the center. We discovered nothing. Nothing on our side either. Nothing at all. The god hunters reported their non-discovery to each other. How is that possible? That ugly-looking young man cried out in a low voice. They were obviously within our encirclement. There's no way that a group of that size could disappear just like that. Don't worry, Galas. They definitely have yet to leave this region. Andrina has probably deployed certain boundaries that conceal their auras and presences. Given her strength, it's not surprising that we would walk past where they were hiding, Brovst said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. Then what should we do? That high god cultivating in the element of darkness named Galas asked softly. It's simple, we disperse and launch attacks in every direction. Any barriers or seals would produce reaction when attacked, that old woman said with a sinister smile. That's right. Everybody disperse and attack everywhere. You don't have to waste much of your divine energy, even a small bone arrow will let you know if there's a barrier. Brovst instructed. The god hunters started executing the command and spread out, traveling back along the path they had just taken. Myriads of attacks were fired in every direction, causing the entire region to be covered with dust and sand. They were attempting to locate the non-existent boundary they assumed to be concealing Andrina and her party. Damn, luckily I have a big brain and have left them behind. Otherwise, under such thorough search, no matter how miraculous Andrina's boundary was, there's no way we could remain hidden to these people. Han Shuo inwardly remarked as he emerged from underground. Han Shuo had, by then, escaped their encirclement. If he were to just fly away and leave, none of the god hunters would be able to stop him or even discover him. However, if Han Shuo was to escape noiselessly right then, the god hunters would definitely not give up and would search the entire mountain range. Andrina and her party would be in danger as long as these god hunters were inside the mountain range. Therefore, Han Shuo took the best action he could and deliberately attracted attention to himself. Snap! A decently sized tree suddenly fell. This made a clear noise. The god hunter closest to Han Shuo immediately sirened, "Here! Over here!" Multiple shadows streaked through the forest. Terrifying auras started gathering towards Han Shuo from all directions. Han Shuo ran away at lightning speed, all the while leaving deliberate tracks behind him. Every once in a while, he might break a tree branch, or perhaps leave some footprints on the ground. The god hunters, not suspecting anything was amiss, pursued Han Shuo relentlessly. After around half a day, Han Shuo ceased to leave behind breadcrumbs and again concealed his presence. When the god hunters discovered the last trail left by Han Shuo and noticed that there were no more trails to be found, they started to get anxious as their pursuit became a lot more challenging. "What should we do?" one of the mid-gods inquired. "They are carrying a large group of burdens, so they can't be too far away. There is only one possibility for them to have stopped leaving trails." Brovst smirked and said, "They must have gone into hiding again. Everyone spread out and continue searching using the method we used earlier. I believe all that running and chasing has worn them more than it has worn us. They are probably too tired to go anywhere. Search meticulously, boys. Remember, for as long as Andrina remains alive, it's your lives on the line." Galas barked. The party of god hunters ceased discussion and got into action. The three high gods, each taking a few of their own subordinates, spread out and searched in three directions. The remaining would disperse and search on their own. Han Shuo knew each and every step they took by observing using his demon generals. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity. This time, as there wasn't any encirclement, their search expanded outwards from the center. Instead of shrinking their encirclement, the god hunters trailed further and further apart from each other. The god hunters thought that they were pursuing Han Shuo, Andrina, and a group burdensome mortals. It was due to this assumption that they had committed mistake after mistake in their judgments and decisions. Allowing the party to disperse was a grave error that made the god hunters vulnerable to Han Chuo's predation. One of the god hunters bombarded the area around him with the divine energy of darkness, sending clouds of dust and sand into the air. He carefully ventured forward and looked around with his eyes wide open, looking for any abnormal scenes which could indicate the presence of a boundary. "Fucking hell, they are really good at escaping," the god hunter mumbled and cursed. He had unknowingly walked some distance away from the person nearest to him. He was completely focused on the search and had failed to notice that. He arrived before an ancient tree, raised his head, saw the lush growth of leaves, and casually delivered a burst of darkness divine energy. Ka-chak! A section of tree branches snapped off. He proceeded forward slowly and carefully. After he walked under that big tree he shot a burst of darkness divine energy into the small pond in front of him. Dang, still nothing, he cursed before suddenly noticing that there were no other god hunters around him. Have I walked too far away from the others? He thought. He finally realized that he was a ways away from his gang, and right away, he wisely turned on his heels and began moving towards the closest god hunter. It was at this very moment that a dozen or so dark, shadowy figures abruptly descended from the lush tree leaves over his head and entered his body. He became frozen still in an instant and didn't even have the chance to scream. Swish! Han Chuo gently glided down from the tree as the cauldron of myriad demon flew out from his body and covered over the god hunter's skull. Creak! Han Chuo's demonic blades had pierced through his abdomen. Demonic yuan penetrated his body and instantly destroyed his internals. At the next instance, the cauldron of myriad demon was activated and it collected his divine soul. The dozen or so shadowy figures abandoned the god hunter's body and flew away like bats. Han Chuo opened his palm and the cauldron of myriad demon returned into his body. The lifeless body was given a gentle push and it collapsed on the ground like a fallen statue. "Congratulations, you are the first," Han Chuo uttered before his figure turned fuzzy and disappeared into the shadow cast by the tree. Over on another side, another god hunter who had also ventured too far from the rest stepped on soft soil. Right when he noticed that something wasn't quite right with the ground, a hand suddenly popped from the earth and grabbed his feet. A burst of terrifying energy rushed into the god hunter's body and restrained his ability to scream. Right after that, a dozen or more shadowy figures flew to the scene and swarmed into the god hunter, completely freezing his body. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out from Han Chuo's palm and into the god hunter's chest. Thud thud! The god hunter's divine body exploded and his divine soul was taken into the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Chuo left noiselessly and went into hiding again, continuing the search for his next victim. He sneered in his mind, "You fuckers take me as prey? Let's see who will be the real prey here." By using demon generals to observe the surroundings, Han Chuo was basically all-seeing. To add to his talent and skills in hiding, in this mountain range where locations suitable to hide in were aplenty, Han Chuo had become the god hunter's worst nightmare. He specifically preyed on those with below-average strength and whom were relatively isolated from other god hunters. And once he got a kill, he would evacuate from the area and wait for the next prey. Within a very short time, he managed to slaughter 7 god hunters. Arg! An ear-piercing shriek sounded from the distance. The god hunters rushed towards the source of the sound, and when they arrived on the scene, they found one of their comrades lying on the ground, completely lifeless. Soon after that, the god hunters discovered even more bodies of their comrades. The god hunters who were originally hunting with confidence started to panic after finding more and more of their fellow god hunters killed, while they remained nowhere closer to finding their stealthy opponent. Chapter 732, Hunting. GDK 732, Hunting. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. 7 bodies laid lifelessly in front of them, but they had not even seen the shadows of their enemy. It was most disconcerting for the god hunters. Andrina. If we don't kill her this time, many more of our people will die, Gallus said while gnashing his teeth in fumes. Of the 7 silently slaughtered, 4 were his subordinates. It was only natural that he would be enraged. Something isn't quite right. Andrina is taking a group of encumbrances with her. How could she be so bold to strike under such conditions? That sinister old woman remarked with a puzzled look on her face. She started to suspect that something was amiss. Talon, I too feel that something isn't quite right. How is it possible that every one of them has escaped from right under our noses every time? She shouldn't be able to conceal all those burdens so well, so perfectly, even if that is Andrina. Isn't it strange that the trail stopped just as we were about to catch up to them? Brovst too was getting suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, Brovst bunched his brows and continued, could it be that the intel provided is not accurate? After keeping silent for a moment, that old woman named Talon took a deep breath and proposed, let's try probing the area again. This time, everyone goes in groups of 3. Do not stray too far from other groups, lest someone gets killed again. Gallus and Brovst nodded in approval. The god hunters proceeded with their search, but as they had to maintain a close distance, the effort was greatly slowed down. With that, it would no longer be possible for Han Chuo to take down the god hunters noiselessly. He would easily be discovered and quickly be surrounded. To avoid falling into that most detrimental situation, Han Chuo chose not to recklessly attack. Instead, he went into hiding once again and observed their movements with his demon generals. The god hunters had to keep on readjusting their positions and stick near each other. Therefore, not only was their pace much slower, their search couldn't cover much ground at all. They had scanned merely a dozen or more miles and of course, their search yielded nothing. Han Chuo watched the god hunters as he racked his brain on how to harm them further. Finally, after spending a long time pondering, the corners of his lips curled into a sinister smirk. With one thought from Han Chuo, those concealed demon generals materialized and took the forms of Andrina, Phoebe, and the others. They appeared all around the perimeter and were running away in every direction. Someone's trying to escape here. Over here too. Andrina is over there. Anxious cries broke out from various directions in the mountain range that had been silent for a long time. Brovst, Gallus, and Talon hurried towards the false image of Andrina after hastily instructing their minions, they are trying to escape by dispersing. Capture those mortals alive so that we can use them as hostages against Andrina. Go get them. In the minds of these god hunters, of the hunted party, only Andrina alone was a sizable threat. They assumed that the rest of the people, including Han Chuo, were merely non-entities who could easily be captured. This plot that Han Chuo came up with worked by specifically exploiting this erroneous assumption of theirs. Those truly powerful experts, including the 3 god hunter leaders, had all gone after Andrina while those meager ones dispersed in every direction, happily pursuing what they thought were heavy baggage to Andrina. Never had they expected that these so-called burdens would lead them to their demise. These god hunters would watch their targets abruptly disappear in the middle of pursuit. Then, before they had even come to their senses, they would be hit by a sneak attack. Their divine soul would be stored into Han Chuo's cauldron of myriad demon a short few seconds after. As the god hunters had been successfully lured far apart from each other, this gave Han Chuo more than enough time to devour their divine energies. 3 mid-stage mid-gods of death and 1 early-stage mid-god of destruction died by losing all their divine energies to Han Chuo. I have got her! Brovst loudly shouted. Gallus and Talon hastily caught up. A thread of light smoke suddenly floated into appearance and enveloped Andrina's figure. The trio of Brovst, Gallus, and Talon quickly rushed to surround Andrina excitedly. They gestured at their minions to get closer. Andrina, you may have managed to escape the last time, but where are you gonna run this time? I reckon you have yet to recover from the injuries sustained that day. Hehe. You should know that this fate of yours is inevitable, for you have chosen to go against us god hunters. Gallus said with a sinister smile. He then nodded at Brovst and Talon, and they approached the lump of smoke step by step. Andrina, please don't think that we are being cruel, "You are just too bothersome," said Talon. All the element of death within 10 miles radius wildly gathered towards her. A gentle breeze blew across them and the cloud of smoke at the center of 3 mid-gods dispersed with the wind. What the Talon was startled and absolutely dumbfounded. "Impossible! How could she vanish into thin air?" shrieked Gallus. Brovst did not utter a word, but he didn't look well. To have Andrina suddenly and somehow slip through their fingers when they thought they had her was an awful experience, to say the least. The trio looked at each other in silence. Their faces turned dark. "Oh no! She's killed more of our men. Over here too. Wait a second, all his divine energy has been sucked clean. What's going on? We have found the same thing too. This is obviously the work of a god hunter. Could it be that we have an enemy within our own ranks?" Piercing gasps of surprise sounded from every direction. Soon enough, 8 additional bodies was placed before the 3 high gods. Among them, 4 of the bodies shared obvious injuries indicating that their divine energies had been devoured. This was clearly the work of a god hunter. When Brovst, Gallus and Talon looked at the 4 bodies, the expressions on each of their faces were uglier than the next. The god hunters standing around them were filled with dread. They had subconsciously spaced out from one another as if the murderer was standing among them. "Everybody, assemble here!" Talon instructed as she gestured with her hand. Those god hunters who were all in fear and on guard against each other, although feeling rather uneasy, nonetheless gathered at Talon's command. "The 3 of us will check each and every one of them. The attacker definitely wouldn't have finished digesting the divine energy within such a short time," Talon suggested in a deep voice. Brovst and Gallus immediately nodded and went on to inspect their respective minions, checking if there was chaotic and impure divine energy present within their bodies. Naturally, there wasn't any. "It wasn't one of our own," Brovst softly exclaimed. He suddenly asked, "Don't you think that the situation has been rather bizarre?" "Yes. For some reason, it feels like we are the prey instead of the predator." At this point in time, even Gallus felt that something wasn't right. After taking a short pause, he continued, "Even though Andrina's strength is remarkable, there's no way she could vanish in front of the 3 of us just like that. We might have been pursuing an illusion. Someone is trying to get us," Talon said in a deep voice, "and it could likely be high-level god hunters. I can't say for sure, but perhaps there are people trying to take our positions. This could be a trap." The faces of the god hunters simultaneously jolted upon hearing those words. Brovst and Gallus looked at each other in the eye. They had grim faces. Brovst said in a deep voice, "We can be certain that the attacker isn't from Andrina. She bitterly detests people of our kind. She would never associate herself with any god hunter. The opponent has obviously laid traps in this mountain range. We have been led by our noses all along. They have obviously prepared this long ago to finish us." Brovst, could Godswamp Pharmacy be a CO conspirator? Godswamp Pharmacy has cooperated with us for many years and logically speaking, wouldn't have stabbed us in the back, though I can't say that for sure. But what's for sure is that when the matter is over, we need to investigate this thoroughly." Brovst took a moment to think before replying to Gallus. "We shall abandon our current mission of killing Andrina. Assemble everyone, stick together, and leave this mountain range at once. Otherwise, with the enemy having planned everything, we might not leave this mountain range alive. Since they dared attack us, their strength likely wouldn't be too far from ours," said Talon. "Those god hunters of mid-god strengths had lost their guts long ago. An enemy that is always hidden is the most fearsome. They were afraid of becoming the next victims to this invisible hunter." Therefore, all the mid-gods hastily nodded their heads after hearing Talon's words. "All right then, we will stick close together and leave this mountain range. Everyone be extra cautious. I doubt that our enemy will let us walk away easily. If we want to leave this place alive, we must work as a team," declared Brovst. And so, this mighty group of god hunters started retreating in paranoia. They all behaved very cautiously and had lost the confidence they came with. Han Shuo, as the person behind the mischief, having seen their reactions using demon generals, couldn't help but laugh. He did not expect that the god hunters would turn out to be such cowards and would immediately assume the worst scenario when the situation did not go exactly as planned. They were like ants who would be startled by the gentlest breeze. All that was in their minds was to escape from this sketchy area. Han Shuo did not know the fear of being a god hunter. As the public enemy of the entire material plane, these people had lots of experiences of being hunted. All kinds of danger followed them wherever they went. In every divine dominion, there would be constant streams of people who would seek them out in order to eliminate them. Living in such circumstances for ages had molded the god hunters to become overly cautious. Even the slightest abnormality would cause them to assume the worst. Discovering their comrades mysteriously died to people of their kind was especially terrifying to these god hunters. And even more frightening was that they couldn't detect a single trail of their attacker. In the end, they could no longer contain their fear and crumbled. These so-called god hunters are but a bunch of cowards, thought Han Shuo. The god hunters were very skilled in escaping from being followed. They would deploy all kinds of obstacles and barriers behind them. Wherever they passed, there would be confounding boundaries to be found. The party of god hunters had left confoundment boundaries on trees, ground, and rivers. They would also have people stay behind and hide to make sure that no one was following them. They were indeed used to being hunted and pursued. After all, as the public enemy of the entire Elysium, they must have a unique set of skills in escaping and avoiding being followed. Otherwise, if the location of their base was to be discovered, it could mean their own demise. Unfortunately for the god hunters, they were messing with the wrong person. Han Shuo's demon generals were not just invisible and incorporeal, but they could also cover an incredibly extensive area when used for surveillance. As Han Shuo saw where they had placed the boundaries, he was able to avoid stepping into them easily. If Han Shuo was able to discover the base of the god hunters and lead to their destruction, it would be an enormous contribution. With that, he should have no trouble forming his own family clan in the City of Shadows, possessing his own territory, and an emblem of his own. He decided to secretly follow the god hunters to their base as it could potentially lead to great rewards in the future. Han Shuo followed the god hunters for 5 days straight. They had walked out from the mountain range. They arrived at a plain. As there were no trees on the flat terrain where demon generals could hide, it had become much more probable for the 3 high gods to discover the demon generals. When they were still inside the mountain range, Han Shuo first had the demon generals take a detour around the 3 high gods, get ahead of them, hide in the trees and remain completely motionless. This was a method of avoiding from his demon generals being detected by high gods that Han Shuo had recently discovered. As long as the demon generals were kept a great distance away and remained motionless, their presences would not be discovered, even by a high god. Whenever a demon general flew around, even in incorporeal state, it would produce waves in the air. Mid-gods might not be able to detect those very minute waves, but high gods could often sense them. This could lead to the discovery of a demon general. It was extremely difficult to have the demon generals take detours and remain stationary in this flat terrain they were in. This was because there was absolutely nowhere to hide. Therefore, Han Shuo only used 1 demon general to follow far behind the party of god hunters while he would follow even further behind the demon general. However, even though Han Shuo had taken precaution, 3 high gods had nonetheless noticed an anomaly. "It feels as though something is following us," Brovst softly exclaimed. The other 2 high gods nodded in agreement. It seemed that they too had noticed it. "You two may proceed. I will stay behind to check," Brovst told the 2 after thinking for a moment. At times like this, it was to be expected that Gallus and Talon would readily agree to such a proposal. They could not wish more to have someone stay behind to make sure they had a safe retreat. They told Brovst to be careful and then proceeded forward with the rest of the god hunters. Brovst stayed behind all by himself. Soon, the demon general discovered that a blurry figure was standing still in the distance. The demon general immediately halted in its path, not proceeding a millimeter forward. Han Shuo, who was far behind the demon general, also remained still. It was a battle of patience with Bravst. An hour later, having discovered no abnormality, Bravst finally continued along the journey. Han Shuo became even more cautious after this standoff. He waited until Bravst had travelled even further in the distance and all that the demon general could see was a faint black dot before he continued following him. Chapter 733, Returning to the City. GDK 733, Returning to the City. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. After the standoff with Bravst, Han Shuo learned to be even more careful in tracking the god hunters. Fortunately for Han Shuo, the plain wasn't particularly vast and it only took them 1 day to cross it. The terrain that followed was filled with rivers, hills, and bottomless cliffs, places most suitable for demon generals to hide. Therefore, Han Shuo was able to keep a close eye on the god hunters again. Han Shuo continued to follow them. Then, on the 13th day, the group of god hunters arrived at a huge valley where the air was filled with mist and the ground covered with swamps and odd-looking stone pillars. Before entering the valley, Han Shuo discovered that there were concealment boundaries deployed everywhere as well as several energy towers that were embedded inside towering trees. An abnormally intense energy fluctuation was filling every corner. Multiple dark silhouettes concealed in the dark were secretly observing the god hunters as they entered. After observing from a great distance away using his demon generals, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that even Bravst, Galas, and Talon humbled in postures after arriving at the valley. When passing through the checkpoints, even though they did not bow or bend their knees, they were cautious and solemn in attitude. Han Shuo was shocked by the scene he witnessed as, to his understanding, Bravst, Galas, and Talon were the leaders among them. They should have behaved like kings after returning to their base. Han Shuo did not expect to see them perform otherwise. After giving it a thought, Han Shuo was jolted by the conclusion he arrived at. There was only one scenario that could explain the phenomenon. Bravst, Galas, and Talon were not the top bosses in the God Hunter Alliance. The trio were all roughly in mid-stage High God realm. If they weren't even the actual leaders of the God Hunter Alliance, then the strength of this alliance was just shocking. There were sentries located all over the valley. The energy fluctuation produced by the energy towers had covered the entire valley, enveloping it under layers upon layers of boundaries. Under such rigid security and defenses, there was no way that Han Shuo could infiltrate the base. Not even his demon general could get a glimpse. It would trigger the outermost barrier right away and invite god hunters to swarm the valley. If that happened, Han Shuo would have a hard time escaping. Besides, if Han Shuo's hypothesis was correct, there could very well be a late-stage high god in the valley. Han Shuo would be in real deep trouble if he angered a being of that class. Han Shuo took time to carefully observe the perimeters of the valley. After realizing that there was no way he could infiltrate the valley silently, out of consideration for his own safety, Han Shuo decided to temporarily give up on scouting the inside of the valley. This valley was no longer within the influence of the City of Shadows, but somewhere between the City of Shadows and Mirage City. As Han Shuo had memorized the precise location of this base, he figured that perhaps someday in the future, he would return here with an army and flatten this base, making a significant contribution, solidifying his position in the City of Shadows. After having come to the decision, Han Shuo stopped hesitating and silently returned on the path he came from. He traveled to a safe distance from the valley, spent a day memorizing the environment, and finally left, flying in the direction of the City of Shadows. It had been nearly 2 months since Han Shuo parted with the Andrina and the others. The god hunters had given up on searching the mountain range. If everything had gone well, they were to be on their way to the City of Shadows in an airship. Han Shuo did not return to that mountain range but headed for the City of Shadows. As Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry, he decided to collect medicinal ingredients on the way home. He had spent nearly 3 months on a journey that required merely 10 days. Nearly all the House of Saint Divine Guards recognized Han Shuo. They greeted him respectfully when he appeared at the city gate of the City of Shadows. "Goth, have you seen people from my Celestial Pearl enter the city recently? Most of them are just demigods and are very weak." Han Shuo smilingly nodded at a divine guard he was acquainted with before immediately asking him about Andrina and the others. "No, there aren't any demigods who entered the city recently. You should know that demigods aren't allowed to enter the city unless they are under the custody of certain special characters, for example, Mr. Brian, that they would be allowed to enter and live in the City of Shadows." Goth took the opportunity to flatter Han Shuo indirectly. There was indeed such a policy in the City of Shadows. Any regular outsider who had not even reached base god strength wouldn't be qualified to enter the City of Shadows. Only the towns around it would take in this type of people. Before they reached base god strength, they could not get their own divine tablet and would, therefore, be a hassle after entering the city. If they were killed, nobody would even know who the body belonged to. But, as always, there were exceptions to the rules. If the outsiders were important relatives to large family clans in the city, or under the guardianship of respected characters, they would be granted entry. Han Shuo's heart sank after hearing the reply. He handed Goth a bottle of rejuvenation pills and smilingly asked, "Can I bother you to check with the other city gates if any demigods have tried to enter?" Goth's eyes shone. He received the bottle excitedly and immediately replied, "One moment please, I will ask around for you." Goth left hastily upon finishing those words. A few minutes later, Goth walked down from an energy tower, shook his head, and said to Han Shuo, "I'm sorry, I've checked but nothing like that has happened in the last 6 months. "Thanks." Han Shuo felt rather worried, but still, he decided to enter the City of Shadows. If everything went as planned, Andrina and her party should have arrived at the City of Shadows around 2 months ago. Although Andrina's power was extraordinary and they should be safe without god hunters obstructing their way, Han Shuo's heart could not be at ease. Han Shuo returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with a rattled mind. Akeley and Guli updated Han Shuo with the recent happenings in the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy continued its upward momentum, raking in crystal coins day after day. They managed to recruit more pharmacists and various talents, allowing 3 more branches to open for business. The top position of the 5th Corps remained vacant. Although every family clan in the city drooled for this post, no one could locate Avery. It appeared that the post would remain unoccupied until someone chopped off Avery's head and presented it to the city lord. The House of Lavers grew even more low profile. They had avoided participating in most activities in the City of Shadows. Besides Felder, the Patriarch, most members of the Lavers family had left the City of Shadows. The House of Lavers continued its rapid decline. Carmelita had been to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice while Han Shuo was away. She asked Akeley to have Han Shuo look for her at the Saint residence as soon as he returned. The House of Saint had been busy cracking down on god hunters within their territories. The god hunters had been rampant and causing havoc in the City of Shadows, greatly enraging Wallace. He felt that the presence of the god hunters had severely threatened the business activities of his city and dispatched divine guards from the 1st and 2nd Corps to hunt down the god hunters. Members of the other 3 large family clans had frequently visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, asking when Han Shuo would produce new medicines. Rugerzi, who had once had a misunderstanding with Han Shuo, would purchase a ton of medicines every time he visited. Rugerzi never haggled, in fact, he was in the habit of giving large tips every time. His intention was obvious to everyone. Has Andrina returned? Any news from her? Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked after listening to Akeley narrate the recent occurrences. Nope, no news at all. Akeley then looked at Han Shuo puzzlingly and asked, "Didn't you leave with her? Why have you returned alone?" "We came across some trouble on our way back and had to return to the city separately." Han Shuo began to feel uneasy and therefore skipped the explanation to Akeley. Akeley did not ask about the details, instead consoling Han Shuo with a smile, "Don't you worry. With her strength, what could possibly happen to her? If Andrina was traveling alone, how could Han Shuo not be worried? He was worried about the group of people under her care. Those characters who used to dictate the rise and fall of empires back on Profound Continent were as powerless as babies on Elysium. Even an average youth living in an average village had enough strength to kill them all. Forget about it. I'll go look for Carmelita. Perhaps she knows something, Han Shuo said, promptly heading out to the saint residence without further explaining the situation to Akeley. Han Shuo could be considered a regular visitor of the saint family. The divine guards at the saint residence would humbly bow and greet when they saw Han Shuo. They promptly led Han Shuo into the gymnasium after learning that he was looking for Carmelita. Haha, the City of Shadows has welcomed a few guests. Miss Carmelita is having a friendly match with them at the gymnasium, the divine guard explained to Han Shuo as he led Han Shuo towards the gymnasium. Who are they? Why would Carmelita personally keep them company? Asked Han Shuo. He had temporarily cast his worries aside. They are from the other two divine dominions. As you know, our darkness, death, and destruction dominions have joined hands in the form of Calamity Church. However, as our darkness dominion only joined the church later in time, these guests, members of large family clans from the death and destruction dominions, hold a slightly higher position in the church compared to the House of Saint, the divine guard explained in a low voice. Han Shuo was a little surprised to learn that. He did not expect that members of large family clans in the two divine dominions would come to the City of Shadows. He wondered what business they had in the city. The gymnasium facility in the saint residence was very well built. There was a total of 8 energy towers at every corner, forming 5 layers of powerful barriers around the gymnasium, allowing the gymnasium to support tremendous shockwaves and bursts of energies from its users. Han Shuo saw Carmelita as soon as he stepped inside. He saw impatience written on her face as she sat and watched 2 people having a duel. They were a male and a female. Both of them looked young. The male had long, ash-grey hair that would flow elegantly as he moved. He wore a greyish-green armor that had a design of 3 bones. It was likely the emblem of his family clan. Like Carmelita, he too possessed early-stage high god strength. But unlike Carmelita, he cultivated in the energy of death. The female had long brown hair tucked into a bun. She looked rather average and appeared to be married. She had a graceful and poised quality, clearly the product of an extraordinary background. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also an early-stage high god. Although she had employed defensive measures all throughout the battle, she did not seem to be on the back foot and had handled the young man's attacks calmly. "Oh please, Charlotte is obviously going easy on you. Portlam, are you done yet?" Carmelita, who had been watching the duel, finally lost her cool and reproached. The young man forced a chuckle and immediately ceased attacking. He bowed slightly at the woman and remarked, "Elder sister Charlotte, I'm truly impressed that you could stay in this condition even after marrying. What does my marital status have to do with my strength declining?" Charlotte softly chuckled and praised, "You have been making quite some improvements during these years, haven't you? I'm starting to have trouble dealing with your attacks. This is the result of me putting a ton of work into cultivation," the young man named Portlam replied with a smirk. He shot a glance at the irritated Carmelita, shook his head, and clicked his tongue in wonder. "I truly did not expect that such an enormous transformation would befall you, Carmelita. So much so that now, I'm no longer as frightened when I see you. I still remember when I first met you, I thought that you were of an alien race." "Shut your pie hole, Portlam. You have no idea how hard I have to fight the urge to tear a second mouth into your face every time I see you." Carmelita cursed angrily and continued coldly, "Don't think that because you are now a high god that I cannot give you a beating. I'm your guest. I don't believe you would act as impulsively as before, would you?" Portlam chuckled. He didn't appear at all afraid of Carmelita. Perhaps he felt that he could deal with Carmelita's attacks after advancing to high godhood. "Miss Carmelita, Mr. Brian is looking for you." It was then that the divine guard who led Han Shuo to the gymnasium politely cried out from the doorway. Carmelita, who was about to strike Portlam, immediately turned her gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing Han Shuo's figure, she waved her hand smilingly and said, "Hey Brian! Come over here, let me introduce you to two people." Han Shuo nodded. Wearing a faint smile, he walked towards the party in an unruffled manner. Portlam and Charlotte ceased their conversation and placed all their attention on Han Shuo, who was walking over. They were wearing amicable smiles and nodded at Han Shuo from a distance. Han Shuo responded in kind. "This is Portlam. He is from the house of Bachelor of the Death Dominion. This is Charlotte. She is from the house of Bruckner of the Destruction Dominion. Charlotte originates from Mirage City of the Darkness Dominion, but she is now married to the Bruckner family. They are very interested in your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One of the goals they and their envoys have come to the City of Shadows with is to buy some of the medicines you personally refined." Carmelita explained to Han Shuo smilingly. "Greetings." Han Shuo nodded at each of them cordially before he continued, "You have indeed visited at the right time. I happen to have acquired a new batch of medicinal ingredients and will have a new batch of medicines ready in 2 months. If you will still be in the City of Shadows at that time, I will make sure to save both of you a portion of it." Although the medicines that Han Shuo personally refined were infamous in the City of Shadows for their exorbitant prices, nonetheless, they remained in great demand. More often than not, all those medicines would be sold out the very day they were put on sale. The two had stayed in the City of Shadows for a period of time and had learned about how highly demanded they were. They immediately thanked Han Shuo gladly after hearing those words. Just like the House of Saint, the House of Bachelor and the House of Bruckner from the Death and Destruction Dominions were all exceedingly ancient family clans. As they were located in the Death and Destruction Dominions, their influences in the Calamity Church were slightly above that of the House of Saint. Having members of these two family clans purchase his medicines would be the most fantastic promotion for his business. After acquiring the medicines and experiencing their remarkable effects, even more family clans from the two divine dominions would surely travel to the City of Shadows to purchase his medicines. By then, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become even more reputable, and perhaps, they could come to own branches in various cities just as the God Swamp Pharmacy had. It was for this long-term plan that Han Shuo promised them so without hesitation. "Well, thank you very much, then. We will stay in the City of Shadows for at least half a year. We will definitely be there at your pharmacy when your medicines are ready." Charlotte immediately thanked Han Shuo smilingly. "Indeed, price is no issue," Portlam immediately assured. However, his gazes at Han Shuo seemed rather dodgy. It was as though he had something to hide. "Okay, that's enough. Both of you get on with whatever you are doing. There are some things that I need to speak to Brian about alone." Carmelita dragged Han Shuo away. Both Portlam and Charlotte noticed how relaxed and straightforward Carmelita was towards Han Shuo. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they seemed to realize something. Portlam grinned and remarked disdainfully, "No wonder. I was wondering how he managed to rise so rapidly in the City of Shadows." Carmelita looked like a monster, yet this youngster soldiered on and got close to her in achieving his goals. His willpower must be quite something. Charlotte bunched her brows and looked at Portlam with displeased eyes. "What are you talking about? We should be happy for Carmelita that she managed to find a companion. Besides, this guy refines miraculous medicines. He will be very popular in any city he goes to. Not everyone is as deprived as you imagine. The way I see it, he's the kind of guy who leeches off women," ridiculed Portlam. "But still, he's quite extraordinary to be able to stomach someone like Carmelita. Truly, I can admire him. He really knows his priorities. You better behave yourself. Don't think that I have no idea about what you did on the journey. Those people said that they are from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, and yet, you attacked. Worst of all, you failed to capture them and let them escape. You are gonna get it if they return to the City of Shadows," Charlotte nagged. How would I have known that the little girl would be such a freak? Portlam reviled after being chided by Charlotte. His face reddened when reminded of the incident. It sounded as though he had been beaten by that little girl. Chapter 734, A Grand Occasion. GDK 734, A Grand Occasion. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. There were many small rooms built on the top of the gymnasium. Carmelita pulled Han Shuo to a secluded corner and softly asked, "What took you so long to come back?" "I ran into some issues along the way and was held back," Han Shuo casually explained before he asked, "Speaking of which, you came to the Celestial Pearl twice to look for me. Is there anything you want to tell me?" "Of course there is," Carmelita replied. "The first time I looked for you was to tell you to save some of your medicines for those two. The second time was to tell you about Andrina. You separated from her on your way back, didn't you?" Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat when Carmelita mentioned Andrina. He nodded and replied, "How did you know that?" "Andrina contacted the Divine Guards at Fort Verka and asked them to deliver news to me. She said that after you drew the God Hunters away, while taking your friends to the City of Shadows, she ran into some trouble and suffered slight injuries. She also said that you need not worry and that your friends will arrive in the city safely. Andrina is injured." Han Shuo was almost frantic. Did she say anything else? Did she mention who injured her? She did not. Carmelita continued, "She just wanted you to know that you don't have to worry and that your friends are all doing fine." Han Shuo's face turned dark. I had clearly drawn those God Hunters away from them. How could Andrina even get injured near the City of Shadows? Who did she come across? In the city, all the members of large family clans would know that Andrina is a member of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and logically speaking, would certainly not attack her. But other than the large family clans, who in the city could possibly injure Andrina? I'm baffled. "Don't you worry," Andrina said that everything will be fine. "I reckon they will safely return to the city soon," consoled Carmelita. Han Shuo nodded. He then said to Carmelita, "Thank you. If you receive any news about Andrina, please let me know as soon as possible." "Got it," promised Carmelita. "All right. I'm going back to refine medicines." "This will take some time," Han Shuo replied and immediately headed back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Andrina had delivered the message to Carmelita because she was aware of Carmelita's influence in the City of Shadows. In addition, she trusted Carmelita. Most of the people in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were merely pharmacists. The only expert there who could fight was Akeley. She had delivered the message to Carmelita instead of Akeley because he was too weak and he did not possess much of an influence in the city. On the way back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo weighed in on whether he should go searching for Andrina or not. But in the end, after much hesitation, he decided to stay in the city. The territories under the influence of the City of Shadows was vast. It was extremely difficult to locate someone among the expansive mountain ranges and valleys, especially when Han Shuo couldn't be sure specifically which region Andrina was in. The chances of him finding Andrina by mere luck was minute. But above all, Han Shuo had confidence in Andrina. He was certain that if Andrina claimed that she could take his friends and girlfriends safely to the city, then she would. He planned on asking Andrina about what mishap she met after she returned. The large family clans soon learned about Han Shuo's return to the city. They sent men to book his medicines in advance when they heard that Han Shuo would be making a new batch of medicines. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was therefore filled with people. This even drove up the sale of regular medicines made by regular pharmacists. At this point in time, Han Shuo had a private room inside his living quarters specially for him to refine medicines. Inside were large cabinets mounted to the walls, where all sort of medical ingredients could be stored. There was also a myriad of medical containers in the room, mostly for decoration purposes. Han Shuo instructed his staff that he was not to be disturbed while he was refining medicine in that room. The two avatars inside his cauldron of myriad demon did not stay idle while his main body was occupied with pellet-producing work. Both his avatars had made significant progress after absorbing divine energies from those god hunters. His avatar of destruction was on the verge of a breakthrough to mid-god realm. It had enough divine energy in its body and all it needed was a flash of enlightenment. The avatar of death appeared to be able to reach mid-stage mid-god realm very soon. Han Shuo was elated by their progress. He thought that if he ever needed more divine energy in the future, he shall use this speedy shortcut that allowed rapid improvement to venture around the vast mountain ranges, to hunt and consume the divine energies of the god hunters. Time flew. 2 months had passed. After having produced a new batch of pelleted medicines, Han Shuo finally exited from the seclusion. During the 2 months, his avatar of death finally broke through to mid-stage mid-god realm. His avatar of destruction, however, was still stuck in late-stage low-god realm. Han Shuo internally remarked that if there was a pure divine soul of a mid-god of destruction that he could fuse with, the process of advancing to mid-godhood would be much faster. Han Shuo's avatar of death used to fuse with a mid-god divine soul in the void. Therefore, making breakthroughs was relatively easy as long as he accumulated sufficient divine energies. It was crucial to have sufficient knowledge and understanding of the energy one cultivated in. Without having the corresponding comprehension towards the energy, no amount of divine energy would allow a breakthrough. This also signaled the end of Han Shuo's level-up bonanza. The divine soul his avatar of death had fused with was merely a mid-stage mid-god. This meant that from this point onwards, to make any improvement, Han Shuo's avatar of death had to rely on his own effort and ability to gain a deeper understanding into the energy of death. He had reaped all the knowledge the conscious less divine soul had to offer. Soon after exiting from his private pharmaceutical lab, Han Shuo discovered that divine guards from various family clans were lingering around the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Some would enter and walk around his pharmacy, and perhaps buy some ordinary medicines. Those divine guards were excited to catch Han Shuo. They ran to greet him and expressed the immense interests their respective family clans had in his medicines. After 3 days, the medicines I personally refine will be up for sale here at the Celestial Pearl. Tell them to come at that time, Han Shuo loudly announced to the dozens of divine guards who suddenly surrounded him. The divine guards thanked him and hastily left, disappearing from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in no time. It appeared that they had gone to inform their masters of the news. After those people left, Han Shuo went to speak with Anato, asking him to announce to everyone that after 3 days, other than the large family clans, any gods, with enough crystal coins in hand, could purchase the medicines he had personally refined, that is, before the stocks ran out. Han Shuo's plan was to grow his pharmacy's reputation even further and overwhelm all his competitors in the city in one shot. Those foreigners and non-aligned gods who purchased Han Shuo's medicines would surely promote and spread the good name of his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as they traveled around various divine dominions. This would be greatly beneficial to the sales of his pharmacy. Although Anato was of ordinary strength, he was a very good helper. Thanks to his hard work, promotional scrolls were put up on every region of the City of Shadows. Many of the gods in secluded cultivation learned of this news. The sale of Han Shuo's medicines suddenly became the most widely discussed and anticipated event in the City of Shadows. It wasn't just the inhabitants of the city who showed immense interest, even the gods from foreign lands who came to conduct trade grew excited about the sale at Celestial Pearl. 3 days later, a seething mass of people had gathered at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It was as though the entire population of the city was packed like sardines in the small area around the building. Some came alone, some in groups of 3 to 5, while some came as representatives of their family clans. Before Han Shuo's medicines were up for sale, the regular medicines in the pharmacy had raked in 50 to 60,000 black crystal coins. The employees of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy could not be busier. They would hastily help the customers check out and restock the shelves with medicines. Han Shuo was standing on top of the highest building of the Celestial Pearl, gazing at the crowd underneath him. He internally remarked that it would be an achievement to be proud of if he could attract such a crowd every time his medicines were up for sale. Han Shuo did not hurry in releasing those medicines he personally refined to the public, instead patiently waiting. Finally, when it was noon, he instructed Gu Li, "It's about time. Put the medicines I made for sale. What about the members and representatives of large family clans? Do they have to stand and wait in line with the average Joes?" Gu Li hesitated for a moment before she asked. "Of course not. Arrange for them to gather at the banquet hall where that pharmaceutical conference was held. We ought to provide special treatment to these notable characters of large family clans. After all, not only will they be buying most of my medicines, but they will also be my long-term buyers." Han Chuo replied smilingly. Gu Li nodded, "Of course." Gu Li then went on to carry out his instructions. The staff filled the empty shelves with Han Chuo's pelleted medicines that were long ready. The crowd, who had been waiting for this moment, cheered loudly when they saw the medicines Han Chuo had personally refined were finally up for purchase. The crowd was not lacking people with deep pockets. After having heard the rumors about how great of a pharmacist Han Chuo was, these people were all willing to pay big money to acquire his medicines. The shop was gem-packed in a second. The area selling Han Chuo's personally refined medicines was particularly chaotic. At the center of the banquet hall was a large, long, oval table where delicacies and fine wines were placed. Nearly all the powerful and prestigious characters of the City of Shadows had gathered in the hall. Portlam and Charlotte were among the party. It was at this moment that Rugerzi, who had been awkwardly standing at the entrance, looked to Han Chuo and asked, Mr. Brian, are you still holding grudges against me?" As of late, to salvage his relationship with Han Chuo, Rugerzi had been throwing a ton of money at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He would even deliver small gifts every now and then to apologize for the blunder he made the last time. It had been a long time since the incident, and Rugerzi had been excessively humble and apologetic to Han Chuo since, so much so that even Andre decided to speak for him. "Brian, just let it go already. Rugerzi has done more than enough to atone for his mistakes. On the account that this is an auspicious day for the Celestial Pearl, and for my sake, let it pass, all right." Han Chuo had, in fact, felt no resentment since long ago, and therefore, after Andre spoke, he nodded his head. Rugerzi immediately put on a big bright smile on his face. He walked into the hall, found himself a seat, grabbed a glass of wine and toasted to Han Chuo, "To your good health." Rugerzi had shown more than enough of his sincerity. Han Chuo could not give him a cold shoulder before the public, and therefore, he too raised his cup and drank to the toast. After that, he announced to the crowd smilingly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that I will personally refine medicines once every 5 years. Of the batch of medicines I have produced this time around, 30% will be sold to the public, while the rest are reserved for every one of you in this room." Upon finishing those words, Han Chuo clapped his hands twice. An enormous glass container was pushed into the hall. Inside the enormous container were neatly arranged medicine bottles of all colors. The prices were clearly marked. The members and representatives of large family clans stood up excitedly and rushed to surround the container. A group of people arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They were momentarily stunned by the scene of the pharmacy overflowing with customers. "Andrina, is this the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that Brian operates?" Emily, wearing an astonished expression, asked the little girl standing beside her. Andrina nodded. She gently smiled and replied, "It is. Terrific, isn't it? It's so crowded. It's as though everyone in the city has gathered here. How did Brian accomplish this? How could he attract so many people here?" Phoebe softly cried out. "I don't remember Brian ever excelling in business. But how could he be so remarkable at it on Elysium? It's the medicines he produces that are remarkable." Andrina explained, "In the City of Shadows, Brian is known as a gifted pharmacist. Every large family clan in the city scrambles to get their hands on the medicines he personally refines. From the looks of it, I reckon he is putting his medicines on sale again. Having been around Han Chuo for some time, Andrina was able to deduce the fact after making a quick observation. Anato, who had been guarding at the entrance, immediately invited Andrina inside upon sighting her. "Follow me, we will look for Brian." Andrina nodded and led the party into the campus. The mortals from Profound Continent gasped and exclaimed in astonishment at the scenes they saw along the way. They did not expect that Han Chuo would actually be in possession of such an enormous business on Elysium. Chapter 735, Fallout. GDK 735, Fallout. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Andrina could be considered half the boss of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Everyone who worked there recognized her. Anato forcibly shoved the densely packed crowd to make a clear path straight to the center building for Andrina and her party. Anato sized up the group of people following behind Andrina with puzzled gazes. As a mid-god, Anato could tell that these people were incredibly weak with just one glance. He had no idea why would Andrina, whose strength was immense beyond fathom, would be taking these weaklings to Celestial Pearl. "Hey! Andrina, you are back!" Akeley, who was looking at the doorway, lazily shouted upon sighting Andrina from a distance. Andrina gestured at the people behind her and headed towards Akeley. As soon as she arrived beside him, she asked, "Where is Brian?" "Brian is in the banquet hall with the members of large family clans. He should be dividing the medicines among them at this moment." "Do you have anything urgent for him?" replied Akeley. "Got it." Andrina pointed at the group of people behind her as she instructed Akeley, "Get them a place to live in. They are all Brian's friends. Make sure they are treated well." After instructing Akeley in an arrogant manner, Andrina turned around and told Fanny and the ladies, "My sisters, be at ease and rest well. We are in the City of Shadows, you will all be very safe here." The party was scared and on edge throughout the journey. They heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Andrina's consoling words. Stratholm had a face filled with revere as he gazed at the lively congregation. He whispered to Ermike, "Look at them, every one of them gives off an immensely mighty aura. They should all at least be in low god realm. We must increase our strength at the fastest rate here. Otherwise, even with Brian sheltering us, without strength, it's unlikely that we could make much accomplishment in this world." Ermike nodded in agreement. He replied, "That's true. We are not like the ladies and do not have deep, romantic relationships with Brian. If I became a burden to him, even if he doesn't chase me away, I would be too embarrassed to stay." These characters, who used to immensely powerful and influential back on the Profound Continent, were thoroughly awed and motivated by the countless powerful experts they met along the way. Never before had they experienced such a scene where countless experts gathered. When they realized that everyone around them could kill them just by moving a finger, with effort no greater than pinching an ant, their hearts were filled with an intense sullen feeling. "So it's Brian's friends. Come, follow me, I will arrange your lodgings." "Haha, our Celestial Pearl has a lot of empty rooms," Akeley said laughingly as he led Stratholm, Emily and the others away. The demigods and base god did not waste a moment. As soon as Akeley helped them settled in their rooms, they began accumulating the elements, cultivating to raise their strength. Andrina did not go with them but headed to the banquet hall alone. "I hope everyone is happy with your purchases?" Han Chuo asked smilingly after delivering the medicines allocated based on the respective strengths of the family clans they represented. There would be a big pile of medicines stacked before the representatives of each family clan. They all had big smiles on their faces and would nod to express that they were satisfied. Bags after bags of crystal coins were happily tossed before Han Chuo and they piled up to the size of a small hill. After the crowd expressed that they were satisfied with the goods, Han Chuo kept away the crystal coins smilingly. He had refined a lot more pelleted medicines than the previous rounds. After a quick guesstimation, Han Chuo learned that he had obtained nearly 300,000 black crystal coins. It was no small sum. "Folks, since everyone is happy with your purchases, I would like to propose a toast to the pharmacy we keep profitable. André raised his glass smilingly. His gentle voice spread throughout the hall. The crowd smilingly raised their cups at André and Hanchuo and drank to the toast. Cough, cough. Suddenly, an ill-timed coughing sounded in the hall. It was as though someone choked on their wine. The crowd who was downing their wine smilingly immediately gathered their attention on the source of the noise. They saw that a blushing Portlam was coughing repeatedly. It appeared that he had indeed been choking on his own glass of wine. He was patting his chest as he looked towards the entrance in a grimace. The crowd found his performance strange. Following the direction of his sight, they suddenly discovered that there was a little girl with ice-cold appearance standing at the doorway. Andrina! Han Chuo cried out excitedly. He shouted, "It's great that you are all right. I have been worrying about you. I heard from Carmelita that you ran into trouble on your way back. What happened?" Andrina did not immediately reply to Han Chuo's question but stared at Portlam coldly. She slowly stepped towards Portlam without moving her eyes. She appeared murderous. Anyone could tell what she was about to do. Those in the room were no fools. From the expressions on Andrina and Portlam, the crowd could immediately tell that there were grudges between the two. Hanchuo, who also realized this fact, immediately put on a dark face. He swept his chilling and sinister gazes on Portlam. "I don't know his name, but on my way back to the City of Shadows, it is this guy who lusted over my elder sisters. He thought that we are too weak to defend ourselves and therefore tried to abduct us with his divine guards and an uncle of his. We almost fell to his vicious hands." Andrina answered in a chilling voice after stopping beside Hanchuo. Hanchuo had a baleful look. His pair of eyes looking at Portlam was as piercing as swords. He asked in a deep voice, "Young Master Portlam, is that so?" "Brian, there are some misunderstandings. I didn't know that they are members of your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Only a few of them have reached demigod and base god strengths. There are people of young and old and a few women. How would I know that they are people of your Celestial Pearl?" Portlam put on a grimace and hastily explained. "I have clearly mentioned we are from Celestial Pearl soon after we met. Don't tell me that you, as a high god, had failed to hear it." Andrina coldly shouted. As soon as she finished those words, Andrina suddenly attacked. A dazzling screen made of light shot out from her body and towards Portlam. Portlam was about to try giving more excuses when he saw that Andrina had suddenly attacked. His face jolted. The dinner suit suddenly shattered from his chest, revealing the divine armor underneath printed with 3 bones. Obviously, Portlam was aware just how extraordinary Andrina's strength was and he had therefore immediately deployed all his defenses with all his strength. He filled the divine armor with his divine energy of death. The divine armor glistened with bright wild radiance and formed several layers of defensive energy fields. Simultaneously, Portlam waved his 2 hands and using his divine energy, congealed a white bone shield in the space before him. Pow! The screen made of splendid radiances stuck on the bone shield. Andrina's strength was more than a level above that of Portlam's. Creak! The white bone shield completely broke into pieces. Andrina seized this opportunity to place her tender small hand on Portlam's chest. Pow! Portlam was thrown staggering backward. His face started to turn pale. Ka! While Portlam was stumbling backward, Hanchuo got behind him and stabbed at Portlam's back with the wine glass in his hand. His sneak attack caused Portlam to stumble forward. Andrina's sudden attack and Hanchuo's sneak attack all happened in a flash. There were several high gods also in the hall but none of them had expected Andrina and Hanchuo to be so impulsive and reckless. Not only that they struck with no misgivings, but they also do not shy from doing sneak attacks. Seize! Andrina and Hanchuo had both made their first strikes when Andre's cry sounded. Portlam took the opportunity to retreat towards Charlotte. A strand of blood was flowing from a corner of his mouth. His face was unsightly pale. The calmness he displayed a few moments ago had completely vanished. His eyes were filled with sinister lights. Whoosh! Andrina charged to the space between Portlam and Charlotte and continued attacking him. Han Shuo wore a callous face. His figure blurred and he turned into a trail of fuzzy shadow. He attacked Portlam from the side as though he had not heard Andre at all. "Brian, calm down. At least get the whole thing clear first," Andre shouted in a deep voice and rushed towards the fight. Andrina and Han Shuo continued with attacking Portlam non-stop. However, Charlotte, who was standing near them, suddenly stepped forward to help Portlam in resisting Andrina's attack. The two focused on dealing with Andrina's attacks but completely ignored Han Shuo's attacks. In the eyes of Charlotte and Portlam, Andrina was the character that was truly terrifying. As to Han Shuo, well, he could basically be completely ignored. Han Shuo's sneak attack just then may have succeeded, but it did not leave any severe injuries on Portlam. Even the strand of blood flowing from his mouth was caused by Andrina. Both Charlotte and Portlam concentrated with defending against Andrina's attacks. His back was fully exposed, completely ignoring any potential threat from Han Shuo. Andre, who was rushing to the fight, obviously has his sight set on Andrina. He too wasn't minding Han Shuo. The corners of his lips curled to make an evil grin. His big palm shot forward at lightning speed and pressed on Portlam's back. Cauldron Spirit's energy flooded Han Shuo's body in an instant and a gush of terrifying energy violently erupted at Portlam's back. It was the same spot Han Shuo had struck the last time, but this attack has the addition of Cauldron Spirit's energy. Pow! Portlam was sent flying into the air as he spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. Rugerzi, over on the other side, hastily reached out to catch Portlam when he saw Portlam was flying to him. He was startled to sense an enormous force when he caught Portlam. He had to fall multiple steps backward before managing to stop. "Br Brian." Rugerzi looked at Han Shuo as though he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. When he caught Portlam, he had directly experienced just how terrifying the burst of power was. It was clear to him that the energy did not originate from Portlam. When he realized that it was actually Han Shuo who had released this unfamiliar energy that severely injured Portlam, the fear that filled his heart was simply indescribable. To every person in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo was an extraordinarily talented pharmacist. No one had ever thought of him as an expert because all along, Han Shuo had only displayed the strength of a low god of death. This was also the reason that Rugerzi dared attack Han Shuo back then at the Kisa residence. A low god was just all too ordinary in the City of Shadows. No one would notice a mere low god. Therefore, when Han Shuo, who, to everyone's impression, a low god good at refining medicine, suddenly displayed strength comparable to that of a high god, every person in the hall was utterly stunned and shocked. The hall was filled with powerful experts. Although they could not directly perceive the terrifying energy behind Han Shuo's strike as Rugerzi could, it was clear to them that it wasn't Andrina who sent Portlam flying and caused him to spurt a stream of blood, but Han Shuo. This was because, with Andre's and Charlotte's intervention, Andrina had not been able to land any attack on Portlam. The hall suddenly sank into absolute silence. Everyone in the room felt as though they had been introduced to Han Shuo again. They stared foolishly at Han Shuo, who was wearing a cold, callous face. He wasn't affected by the crowd's reaction at all and was still charging at Portlam. The Han Shuo at this moment lacked the usual approachable and cordial smile. All that was on his face was an ice-cold, apathetic attitude towards life, a demeanor forged through bloodsheds and massacres. This guy sure had killed many. The crowd inwardly remarked. It was also at this moment that they suddenly realized that the mild and friendly attitude Han Shuo always wore was just a disguise. His grim, bloodthirsty performance at this moment was his true colors. Rugerzi wore a grimace. He secretly felt glad that back then in the Kisa residence, Erebus and Andre had arrived in his aid just in time. Otherwise, against this little monster with unfathomable strength called Andrina and a character even more treacherous and well-hidden strength, he might have ended up dead for his provocation. It wasn't just Rugerzi, but everyone in the hall consider Han Shuo as a character more formidable than Andrina. A person who could conceal his true strength so well that no one noticed it, who would then suddenly launch such a deadly blow, and wouldn't cease his attacks for any person. This patience, tenacity, perseverance, and sinisterness, would send shivers down the spine of anyone who thought of it. "Brian, for my sake, don't kill him!" Andrei loudly shouted. He had managed to stop Andrina but wasn't able to simultaneously stop Han Chuo and therefore tried using persuasion on him. Han Chuo kept silent. He continued charging at Portlam, who was still leaking blood from his mouth. Obviously, he wasn't going to do Andrei this favor. "If worst comes to worst, I will leave the City of Shadows and re-establish myself all over again. And if I can't stay in the Calamity Church any longer, I'll just head to the Space Dominion or the Destiny Dominion." Han Chuo came to such resolution when he struck. "Everyone stop him! If Portlam dies in the City of Shadows, we will have no way of explaining ourselves." Andrei hastily shouted when he saw that Han Chuo remained determined. He truly did not expect that Han Chuo, who was urbane and courteous in ordinary days, would have absolutely no misgivings when he strikes, and wouldn't stop for anyone. "This guy is truly even more dangerous than Andrina. I have been in contact with him for so long and have failed to notice this for all these while. Truly terrifying. No wonder Avery had failed both times. This youngster is even more ferocious than Avery." Andrei thought to himself. Everyone in the hall was roused by Andrei's cry. Portlam's family clan was powerful and influential in the Death Dominion. If he was to lose his life in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint would have a really hard time dealing with the repercussions. Therefore, the stupefied crowd in the hall, upon coming to themselves, hastily obstructed Han Chuo. "Brian, calm down for a moment. Brian. Let's talk, all right? There's no need to resort to violence." The crowd shouted and advised Han Chuo. Rugerzi tossed Portlam to another person in the hall, who, in turn, tossed him to yet another person when they saw that Han Chuo charging at them murderously. Fresh blood gushed out from Portlam's mouth as he was tossed around the room. His head was giddy from being thrown around. When he saw that Han Chuo nonetheless relentlessly pursued him in a callous face, the fear in his heart grew more and more. "Fucking hell, is this fella nuts? He obviously knows my identity and yet, he keeps on attacking so relentlessly. This wretched thing is really treacherous. I wouldn't have been caught surprised if he used all his strength in the first attack. Why is Celestial Pearl filled with so many maniacs?" Portlam thought to himself while being tossed around. Han Chuo internally sighed and suddenly stopped attacking. He shouted, "Andrina, stop!" "Why?" Andrina responded while her glowering eyes remained fixed at Andrei and Charlotte. "We do not have enough strength to kill him," replied Han Chuo. Andrina coldly groaned and retreated to Han Chuo's side. She shot her pair of ice-cold gazes towards Portlam, who had just been tossed back to Rugerzi, and shouted, "I will remember you. Lord Andrei, how would you like to proceed next?" Han Chuo took a deep breath before he turned to Andrei and asked. You are such a sigh. "I don't know what to say about you," remarked Andrei. He wore an expression of indecision. Then, he instructed, "Rugerzi, send Portlam to the Saint residence immediately." "Hold on, my medicines will stay. I'm not doing business with him." Han Chuo casually tossed a bag of crystal coins at Rugerzi, who was holding Portlam. Rugerzi looked at Andrei indecisively, asking for his opinion. "This ERM. And you too." Yet another bag of crystal coins was tossed. It landed right before Charlotte's feet. Charlotte wore a defeated expression as she cursed Portlam in her mind. She originally intended to persuade Han Chuo otherwise, but when she recalled that Portlam's deeds were indeed very shameless, she did not utter a word but sighed. She took out her medicines and placed them on the table silently. She took the bag of crystal coins, went to Portlam, and had him take out his medicines. After that, she left with Portlam and Rugerzi. "Consider yourself lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that I could persist for too long, you wouldn't have left this place alive. Han Shuo coldly remarked in his mind as he watched Portlam left. Brian, I believe we need to have a word. Andre said in a grimace. Chapter 736, Strength Unveiled. GDK 736, Strength Unveiled. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The members and representatives of various family clans left the hall with their medicines. While walking out, they would discuss with each other in whispers about the incident they had just witnessed. Among them, Jia had beautiful radiance sparkling in her eyes when she looked at Han Shuo. She felt as though she had been introduced to Han Shuo again. Han Shuo's sudden eruption had shocked everyone in the hall. It was after the incident that they realized that this person who seemed inconspicuous in ordinary days was actually an extremely patient and savage man. Han Shuo's status in their hearts was significantly raised. No one will again think of Han Shuo as merely a pharmacist. Although it was true that pharmacists were well-respected professions on Elysium, they could never strike awe as a high god could. The respect they have towards pharmacists originated out of necessity. The respect they have towards high gods, however, certainly originated from their hearts. That's truly surprising that the youngster would possess such strength at such a young age. What's formidable is not just his current strength, but his patience in keeping low profile all these while. Had Portlam not made such outrageous act, I'm afraid that all of us would remain oblivious to his actual strength for much longer, remarked Beth of the House of Kinson after exiting the hall. She then shot a glance at Jia and asked in a low, teasing voice, "Uh-oh, has my little Jia just fell for someone?" "What? No," refuted Jia, her charming face blushing, "I just thought that he seems pretty interesting. I have never met any character remotely like him in the City of Shadows." In the usual days, he would bow and fawn over Andre. But just now, when he tried to kill Portlam, he did not even bat an eye no matter how much Andre yelled. "I'm really amazed by that. I heard that Brian went ballistic because Portlam tried to abduct his women." "Jia, don't you forget that he already has women, and it's in the plural, not singular, mind you," said Beth in a low voice. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Jia lightly groaned and left in hasty steps. Beth watched as Jia left. She let out a soft sigh and murmured, "I have never seen you show so much interest in any person for all these years I have raised you." Inside a secret chamber, Han Shuo and Andre were sitting face to face. Han Shuo remained silent and he looked dark. Andre looked at Han Shuo in a grimace. He sighed and said, "Brian, oh, Brian, what more are you still hiding from us? Last time it was Andrina who flipped out, and now it's your turn. Who from your celestial pearl will be the next to erupt?" After keeping silent for a long while, Han Shuo finally said, "Lord Andre, if the City of Shadows could no longer fit us, I will take my people and leave the city right away. That is not my desire. Although you have kept us in the dark for a long time, you meant no harm to our House of Saint. You have saved Carmelita twice and even helped us in exposing Godswamp Pharmacy's deeds. No matter from any aspect, we House of Saint owes you a favor," Andre hastily explained, "but, it's just that the influences Portlam's family possessed are substantial. His uncle came to the City of Shadows to discuss certain things about the church. If any mishap were to happen to Portlam in the City of Shadows, our House of Saint will be deemed responsible." "Lord Andre, I understand your position," replied Han Shuo. He turned to a deep voice and continued, "But truly, learning that Portlam had attempted to abduct my women, despite having been informed they are from the Celestial Pearl, boiled my blood." "Sigh, let's not talk about that for now," Andre said in a vexed face. After taking a short pause, he asked, "Brian, what energy is it that you used just now? Why is it that I have never seen anything like that before?" Han Shuo kept silent. Andre seemed rather awkward and added, "Both you and Andrina are very queer. The energies you two used are very unusual. I'm just curious about it, that's all." It's a type of energy similar to fighting aura. I have practiced it since young, Han Shuo explained after thinking for a bit. As to precisely what type of energy it is, I'm not too sure either. My master who taught me the art did not explain it in detail. All that he mentioned was that only certain people with a specific body type could cultivate in the energy. An average person cannot understand or practice it, lied Han Shuo. That is truly strange, exclaimed Andre. Master, what you did today is imprudent. If the exalted demon lord's enemy discovered that you are cultivating in demonic arts, it will try to kill you before you have grown strong enough to be its rival, Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo's consciousness. I know. But I really want to kill Portlam, Han Shuo said to Cauldron Spirit, this universe is vast. The chances of running into that person are very minute, especially when my strength now is still so meager. It is unlikely that a character of that level would notice me. I don't think this would be an issue for now. Still, you better be careful the next time. Avoid using demonic arts unless it's necessary. If used too frequently, it will, sooner or later, attract unwanted attention. Cauldron Spirit remained silent for a moment and said to Han Shuo, the exalted demon lord had severely injured the enemy before his death. By my estimation, the enemy would have yet to recover from its injuries at this point in time. But still, we had better be more cautious. Got it, answered Han Shuo. In their original understanding, Han Shuo should avoid using demonic arts, and if he were to use it, he will make sure none who witnessed it stays alive. However, the circumstances on that day were unique. Han Shuo had momentarily failed to contain himself after hearing that Portlam nearly abducted his women, and he had therefore rashly deployed demonic arts. Although he knew that doing so might invite some troubles, in the heat of the moment, the only thought in his mind was to kill Portlam and nothing else. Now that the event had happened, all Han Shuo could do was to draw a lesson from it and minimize the damage. Han Shuo took a slight relief from learning that the enemy had yet to recover from its injuries. Forget about it. I won't force you if you are unwilling to speak about it, Andre remarked and sighed when he saw that Han Shuo remained silent. He then stood up and continued, but you don't have to worry about the matter too much. As long as Portlam remains alive, things are still salvageable. In fact, it is actually beneficial for you to display your powerful strength. Han Shuo was stunned. In confusion, he asked, what benefit do you mean? After this incident, my elder brother will regard you higher. If you did not possess this kind of strength, to resolve the matter, in consideration of the bigger picture, my elder brother might choose to sacrifice you. After all, to my elder brother, a pharmacist will never be as important as a high god. But given the situation now, given the importance of both you and Andrina to him, even without considering the favors you did for Carmelita, my elder brother will defend you at all costs, assured Andre. Therefore, you don't have to leave the City of Shadows. In fact, you need not worry about the repercussions. Our House of Saint will handle it all for you. After taking a short pause, Andre looked solemnly at Han Shuo and added, but, you must promise me that you will not do a thing to Portlam inside the City of Shadows. It's fortunate that Portlam's uncle isn't around today, or else, it would have been messy. If you really cannot forgive Portlam, wait until he has left the city before doing anything to him. Han Shuo's anger had partially subsided after having seriously injured Portlam. Seeing the serious look on Andre, Han Shuo calmed his mind and thought about it for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said sincerely, Lord Andre, I apologize for my actions. I have lost my rationality at that time. I understand, Andre said with a faint smile, but in his mind, he thought, you looked completely calm when trying to murder him. It didn't seem like you have lost much rationality. I won't be seeing your lordship out. Farewell, Lord Andre, Han Shuo bowed. Andre nodded smilingly. He left a few pieces of advice at the last minute and left Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Andre left, Andrina entered the chamber. She asked, Brian, do we have to leave the City of Shadows? Han Shuo shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "We will stay for now and see what happens. But if we don't leave now, it will be too late if the House of Saint decides to capture us and deliver us to Portlam to resolve the matter." Andrina creased her brows and said, "If the House of Saint really wants to do so, now is already too late for us to leave." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo asked, "What exactly happened?" 20 days after we separated, I kept them inside a boundary and went out alone to scout out the surroundings. After making sure that you have successfully drawn all the god hunters away, we continued with our journey to the City of Shadows. We spent 20,000 black crystal coins to buy an airship in the first town we entered. From that point on, we continued the journey on the airship. Then, when traveling through a valley, we came across that asshole on his airship, also heading for the City of Shadows. Although Fanny and my elder sisters are weak in strength, they are all outstanding in appearances. Even on Elysium, they are hard to come by beauties. That scum decided to act on his evil thoughts when he saw that our strengths are weak. Fortunately, they did not discover my actual strength. I caught them by surprise by destroying their airship. Then, after putting up a fight, we barely managed to escape. As I have received injuries, fearing that we might run into more trouble in the rest of the journey, I rested for a period of time before continuing with traveling on the airship. That's about it, narrated Andrina. I'll go see how they are doing. Here, take it, use these crystal coins to heal your injuries. Han Shuo tossed Andrina a bag of black crystal coins and walked towards his lady's room. Han Shuo knew which room Akeley had placed his women as he had been watching using his demon general. Upon arrival, Han Shuo relieved them with his warm voice before soothing them physically. He made sure that they were fully contented before leaving. After resting for the night, on the second day, Han Shuo introduced the ladies to Guli, Akeley, and others. He also briefly informed them about the situation in Celestial Pearl. Phoebe had plenty of experiences with running a business back on Profound Continent. She was greatly interested in solving the issues faced by Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo, knowing that Phoebe was capable in this aspect, recommended her to Guli to take part in the business and personnel management aspects of Celestial Pearl. Although Emily wasn't as good Phoebe in management, she was skilled in recognizing and recruiting talents, a skill that allowed her to climb to a high position in the Dark Mantle. She too volunteered to help with running Han Shuo's business. These things were not of Han Shuo's fortes. Seeing how excited the two were in helping him in the business and knowing their capabilities, Han Shuo assigned them some of the relevant duties. As Fanny had no experience in running a business and did not show interest in it, Han Shuo did not arrange for her to work in his pharmacy. Han Shuo left the excited Phoebe and Emily to learn from Guli about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and departed for one of the nearest divine weapon stores with Fanny. The origin crystals and scrolls detailing how to ascend to godhood Han Shuo purchased before the journey was given to Trunks and other friends remaining on Profound Continent. Now that Fanny, Stratholm, and the others had arrived in the City of Shadows, the most important thing they must do now is to rapidly improve their strengths. These mortals were all talented in cultivation. They will surely soar in strength in Elysium, where elemental energies were most intense and resources were most abundant. After spending just 3,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo bought all the materials they needed from the store. Those goods Han Shuo purchased were considered ordinary and low-level on Elysium. They were nothing precious. When Fanny saw that goods which would be invaluable on Profound Continent being displayed on a corner of the shop like it was nothing remarkable, and seeing that the prices were merely several dozens purple crystal coins to 3 black crystal coins, her mind was yet again blown. Those on Elysium could make rapid progress in their cultivation because this world has all the resources. In addition to the superior environment, it's not surprising that gods are common. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many who would travel across the universe just to live here. Han Shuo conversed with Fanny smilingly. After putting the items into his space ring, they returned to Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo assembled all those who came from Profound Continent, placed all the items he just purchased on a table in front of them, and smilingly instructed, take what is most useful for yourselves. There were origin crystals, green crystals for forming a body of element, scrolls detailing how to break through from demigod to base god, and even the methods of ascending from base god to low god. After inquiring and learning the functions of the items, they selected and carefully put away these treasures which would be coveted by every person on Profound Continent. After thanking Hanchuo, they rushed back to their own rooms to cultivate. It was after arriving on Elysium that they realized just how weak they were. They were unwilling to waste a second on anything but cultivation in order to close their differences in strengths with an average person on Elysium. Chapter 737, Justice. GDK 737, Justice. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Saint Residence. Wallace was keeping Doyle Low company when Rugersey carried the bloody Portlam into the room. Doyle Low was Portlam's uncle, the most important character in their envoy. Portlam's chest was covered with his blood. A small chunk of the cracked divine armor on his back was gone. Pieces of shattered wine glass were still sticking out from his flesh, spilling fresh blood. Doyle Low wore a dark face. As soon as he saw Portlam being carried inside, he flew to Portlam to hold him. In a deep voice, he asked, "What happened? Who dared harm you in the City of Shadows?" The expression on Wallace's face didn't look good either. Doyle Low and Portlam were some of the most important guests in the House of Saint. Portlam being injured so badly wouldn't look good on them. "It's those from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy," Charlotte replied softly. Wallace bunched his brows. He turned to Rugersey and asked, "What happened?" Rugersey handed Portlam to Doyle Low and put on a solemn expression before answering, "There was a minor incident at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. There seemed to be grudges between Andrina and Portlam. They started fighting in the banquet hall just like that. So it was Andrina who injured Portlam." Wallace's heart sank and he immediately asked. He had learned a little about Andrina from Andre. He had been mindful of this powerful little girl who would hang around Hanchuo. Knowing how powerful the little girl was, it wasn't surprising that Wallace would have thought it was Andrina who did it. "No," Rugersey shook his head with a frown. "It was Brian who severely injured young Master Portlam." "What?" Wallace's eyes widened. He said gravely, "Are you sure about that? Brian is only a low god. How could he injure Portlam so severely?" "It is true." Charlotte wore an astonished look as she explained, "Everyone had underestimated his strength. He is even more vicious than Andrina. He did not use all his strength in his first strike when Portlam's defenses were up, which caused Portlam to lower his guard. Brian then took advantage of the situation, catching Portlam by surprise by suddenly attacking with his full strength." "How is that possible?" Wallace was astonished. He turned to Rugersey and asked, "Is that so?" Rugersey nodded and said, "It is indeed so. I reckon Lord Andre will be back soon. He was there when it happened. Your lordship may verify the details with him. That youngster actually possesses high god strength." Wallace exclaimed in his mind. His eyes started to dazzle brightly. Andre indeed knew his elder brother well. When Wallace heard that Portlam was injured in the City of Shadows, his first thought was to punish the attacker to appease his important guests. However, after learning that Hanchuo was the perpetrator and that he had displayed high god strength, Wallace started running a cost-benefit analysis in his mind. One of the reasons Wallace could command the enormous power and influence he did was that he valued talents highly. Wallace had been mindful about the presence of Andrina, a high god, in the Celestial Pearl for a long time. When he learned that Hanchuo too possessed high god strength, he knew he had to consider his potential wins and losses carefully. Doyle Low examined Portlam's condition. After making sure that the injuries did not threaten Portlam's life, he raised his head, looked straight at Wallace, and asked, "I believe you will uphold justice for us, won't you?" "Don't worry. I will do you justice as soon as I understand the whole sequence of events." Wallace nodded and promised Doyle Low. He then turned to Rugersey and questioned, "I know a little about Brian's character. He isn't one who would do something like this out of the blue. What actually happened? This. Rugerzy's gaze turned to Portlam and Doyleau. He seemed rather hesitant. Wallace's expression turned dark. He shouted, "Rugerzy, did you not hear my question?" Rugerzy hastily replied, "Yes, my lord." Andrina claimed that while returning to the City of Shadows, she ran into young Master Portlam. She alleged that young Master Portlam tried to abduct Brian's women. He added, "This is all I have heard from Andrina. I do not know about the specifics." Wallace had an idea of what happened after listening to Rugerzy's explanation. He had heard rumors about Portlam's lascivious tendencies. It wasn't at all surprising to Wallace that Portlam was accused of such acts. "Mr. Doyleau, if it was your side that instigated it, then it'll be quite troublesome to deal with." Wallace let out a sigh and said, "The rules of the City of Shadows apply to everyone in the City of Shadows. If I favor your side just because you are our guests, then I, the City Lord, will surely be criticized by all the large family clans." Doyleau's expression turned somewhat sour as he could tell from those words that Wallace was leaning towards the Celestial Pearl's side. Although the influences of Doyleau's family clan was immense, they were inside the City of Shadows, outside their sphere of influence. If Wallace, the City Lord, decided not to help them, there wasn't much that they could do. "What exactly do you mean by that?" asked Doyleau. "I will investigate the matter thoroughly and handle the case justly, impartial and without prejudice," Wallace said righteously. Soon enough, André returned from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The first thing he did was wink at André. Wallace nodded at André, excused himself from the party, went to a corner with André and started discussing in a low voice. A moment later, Wallace returned with a faint smile on his face and said to Doyleau, "The most important thing now is to treat and stabilize Portlam's injuries. I will do an in-depth investigation of the incident. I only hope that you will uphold justice for us. I have come to this city in representing the Church to discuss some issues with you. If you can't even ensure the safety of my envoy, then your House of Saint is really quite disappointing," Doyleau said in a deep voice before leaving with Portlam. After Doyleau, Portlam, and Charlotte had left, Wallace sneered and remarked, "Trying to pressure me with the Church? Dream on. Hee, your House of Bachelor is just a tad stronger than my House of Saint. And you have no power here. Brother, Brian the youngster is not to be looked down upon," André said smilingly. "Youth breeds heroism. The stronger he is, the happier I am." Wallace laughed heartily. "If he was just an ordinary pharmacist, I might actually be unwilling to offend the House of Bachelor. But as things stand now, sorry Portlam, consider yourself unlucky." "But, my lord, Doyleau came here representing the Church," reminded Rugerzy. "He merely represents the Church, it's not like his House of Bachelor is the Church. I have nothing to be afraid of with him," Wallace said disdainfully. "Besides, he came here to seek my assistance, not the other way round. My House of Saint serves the overgod of darkness. This little issue isn't nearly enough to jeopardize the position of my house." "Rugerzy, you may leave," André smiled. Rugerzy nodded and tactfully left the Saint residence. As soon as the brothers were left to themselves, Wallace asked André in an excited and elated manner, "Are you really sure that the youngster has high god strength?" "I have seen it with my own eyes," affirmed André. "On top of that, the energy he uses is unconventional and very queer, even queerer than that of Andrina's. This chap is truly unbelievable." "Fantastic," cheered Wallace. He continued smilingly, "I don't think that the House of Lavers has interest in staying in the City of Shadows. Eventually, someone's gotta fill the empty spot they left. If I were to let the other three major family clans share those privileges, they may grow too big, and perhaps even threaten the position of my House of Saints someday in the future. Brian has only arrived on Elysium recently and doesn't have many foundations here. His relationship with Carmelita is good. I think it will be a decent choice to hand it to him instead." I did not take him as a candidate in the past because of his seemingly poor strength. But now, it appears that he is more suitable than Avery in taking this position. Brother, you mean you want to hand him the fifth corps? Andrei cried out in surprise. That's right. The fifth corps has been left vacant for a long while. It's about time someone takes the seat. Wallace nodded and replied. But we have put out word that anyone who wants to take the seat must exchange it with Avery's head. How do we get past that? Andrei said with his brows bunched. This is a non-issue, we can alter the terms. If Brian performed a great contribution to the City of Shadows, we can use that as a reason to hand the fifth corps to him. But this is not final yet and we are not in a hurry. I'm just saying that he could be a great candidate for the job, said Wallace. Understood. Andrei then lamented, this youngster could be said as having reached overnight success if he takes over the fifth corps. Half a month had passed with the snap of a finger. During this period, Han Shuo was on high alert, fearing that Portlam's uncle would come to him to seek retribution. However, Doyle did not take a step into the Celestial Pearl. Not only that, but under the coercion of the House of Saint Doyle and Portlam seemed to have accepted it as a loss, although they certainly still felt animosity towards Han Shuo. The mortals from Profound Continent were incredibly diligent in their cultivation. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who needed to handle the daily business operations of the Celestial Pearl, none of them had taken a step out from their rooms. Phoebe had again proven herself to be an extraordinary business manager. Under her guidance, most of the work in the Celestial Pearl became smoother and more efficient. Her insights and experience related to business operations and management were far superior to that of Guli's. From having zero knowledge about medicine refinement, she managed to fully understand all the operations required to run a pharmacy within a short time. The suggestions she introduced to improve those operations were very practical and effective. Emily had been working on recruiting certain rare talents. She managed to obtain new human resources to work at the branches of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the help of his two extremely capable women, Han Shuo had almost no work to do in his business. He would calculate the earnings every once in a while and left the rest of the business fully to their control. During the time, Wallace, the City Lord of the City of Shadows, had personally come to visit the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although he claimed that he was there to investigate the incident about Portlam, during the visit, he had made it clear to Han Shuo that he admired him. He even told Han Shuo to be at ease and not let the incident affect his mood. Although Han Shuo had been doing business in the City of Shadows for a long time, for all this while, if Wallace had any business for Han Shuo, he would have Andrei discuss with Han Shuo on his behalf. Wallace had never been to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy even on its opening day. However, just a few days after the havoc in the banquet hall, the esteemed Wallace came to visit the Celestial Pearl in person. It was obvious that his attitude had changed. Soon after Wallace, the patriarchs of the other three major family clans visited the pharmacy one after another. Not only did they heavily condemn Portlam for his depraved deeds, they even praised Han Shuo for his acts in the hall. As Wallace had been pressuring Carmelita to cultivate, during the period, she had not taken a step out from her private gymnasium. Therefore, she had no clue about the recent happenings in the City of Shadows. Erebus, on the very day he returned from a trip, went to look for Han Shuo. He was extremely astonished to learn about the might Han Shuo displayed on that day. He would reassure Han Shuo that given his understanding of Wallace, nothing would happen to him. After having made much observation during this time, Han Shuo had long come to be aware that Wallace intended to defend him. Erebus' words had further confirmed his conclusion. Erebus had also invited Han Shuo to a friendly match, which Han Shuo had to decline as he could not use Cauldron Spirit's energy for too long. If he was to accept the friendly match, it wouldn't take long before his exaggerated image as a powerful expert as believed by all large family clans was shattered. Fortunately, Erebus did not insist on it. He did not press on further after seeing that Han Shuo wasn't interested in a friendly match with him. Before he left, he indirectly indicated to Han Chuo that his celestial pearl would have an even more solid position in the City of Shadows with him possessing mighty strength. Han Chuo had recognized this fact from the sudden change of attitude among the family clans. Compared to in the past, the members of large family clans who came to the Celestial Pearl to purchase medicines nowadays showed much more sincerity and respect. After learning that the Celestial Pearl had two high gods of unfathomable strengths and they were absolutely ruthless when it came to killing people, they no longer dared consider the Celestial Pearl as merely a larger-than-average pharmacy business. With everything going on the perfect trajectory, Han Chuo had much more free time to spend on cultivating. Inside the Celestial Pearl's gymnasium, Han Chuo and Akely were fighting each other under a gravity-intensifying field. Akely, a man thirsty for battle, believed that he could build his strength at the fastest rate by constantly putting himself in fierce battles. During recent times, he had often fought with Han Chuo in the gymnasium. While fighting Akely, Han Chuo would utilize the energy of his avatar of destruction. He would congeal multiple orbs of destruction with his two hands and bombard Akely with the orbs traveling in orbits conforming to the edicts of destruction. The orb of destruction was made by condensing destruction divine energy. They could hold an astonishing amount of power. Akely was strained in handling the attacks. He was traveling at such a high speed in the gymnasium that his figure became a blurry shadow. As soon as he escaped from being confined by the orbs, he would immediately launch his powerful counterattack. Boom! 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 Sounded the noise of fierce battles. It did not take long before Akely became utterly exhausted and was defeated. Dude, you really are such a freak. You cultivate in so many different energies at once, but for whatever reason, you actually managed to cultivate every one of them to such an advanced level, praised Akely. Han Chuo's demonic body was much tougher than Akely's divine body. On top of that, after absorbing the God Hunter's divine energies, his avatar of destruction was on the verge of advancing to a mid-god. Also, Han Chuo had more divine energy than Akely. Therefore, it wasn't all that surprising that Akely would lose in a battle against Han Chuo. Alright, now move aside, Akely. It's my turn. Andrina immediately walked over with a giggle when she saw Akely defeated. She brandished her two little fists before Han Chuo as she asked, "What's the rule for today?" "The same old rule, we will fight for precisely 3 minutes, not a second longer," replied Han Chuo. He could only last around 3 minutes boosting his strength using Cauldron Spirit's energy. If he exceeds this time limit, his demonic infant, the very core for his cultivation of demonic arts, would be injured. Han Chuo had been having friendly matches with Andrina during recent times too. He discovered that flooding his body with Cauldron Spirit's immense energy, although painful, was a good way to temper his body. He had a vague feeling that he was on the verge of making a breakthrough in his practice of Invincible Omen Body. At the present time, Han Chuo was able to deploy Invincible Omen Body through conscious thought. The next progression of this demonic skill was to have Invincible Omen Body automatically deployed when the body was attacked. Han Chuo had been trying to achieve this for a long time but haven't been able to. Every time he battled with Andrina, his body would be stressed by Cauldron Spirit's energy. Although this was incredibly painful, his body would be strengthened each time. He knew this from the fact that he could endure Cauldron Spirit's energy longer with each battle. Although it would extend by merely a few seconds every time, it was clear to Han Chuo that this practice was very beneficial to his cultivation. "I really can't make sense of you. Not once have you been able to last longer than a few minutes." Andrina pouted her tiny mouth. As soon as she finished those words, she started attacking Han Chuo without warning. Dazzling radiance would shoot out from her body and fly towards Han Chuo in the shape of a vortex. After having battled against Andrina in the gymnasium many times, Han Chuo had grown familiar to her attack methods. As soon as he saw the dazzling vortex approaching, he deployed the demonic blades in his two hands. Streams of dark, dense gases flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. The dark gas was formed using the energy of demon generals. It looked as though dark ribbons had grown out from his hands. The ribbons of dark, dense gases interwove, forming a giant net before Han Shuo. The giant net would creak and vaporize when the dazzling radiance fell into it. At this moment, Han Shuo and Andrina, separated by the glowing vortex and giant dark net, launched attacks at each other. Shimmering lights would shoot out from their hands. Pow! One of Andrina's attacks landed on Han Shuo. His imposing being took a hit. Andrina, as she usually would, took this opportunity to push forward. Han Shuo had no choice but to be on the defense. Andrina was much stronger than Portlam, a fact which Han Shuo learned from having fought against her many times. As the energy she cultivated in was unique, Han Shuo couldn't figure out the actual strength Andrina possessed even till now. However, Han Shuo estimated it to be around mid to late stage high god realm. Pow! Andrina gently pressed her tender, little hand on Han Shuo's chest and delivered him a blow. Han Shuo was sent retreating 3 steps backward, but he appeared to be delighted by it. Chapter 738, Lucrative Post. GDK 738, Lucrative Post. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo had not deployed Invincible Omen Body over his entire body, as he knew that Andrina had practiced restraint in her attacks. Even if he was stuck, the attack wouldn't have killed him. Han Shuo was overjoyed because the demonic yuan in his body automatically activated to form Invincible Omen Body when Andrina's attack struck on his chest, firmly defending his body against the attack. With a big smile, he asked, "Hit me again, but don't use too much power." At this point, Han Shuo's body had been stressed to its limits and he could no longer use Cauldron Spirit's energy without injuring the demonic infant. Therefore, Han Shuo asked Andrina to use less power. Pow! Yet another hit landed on Han Shuo's chest. An enormous force overcame him. It was as though a mountain had struck him in the chest. He was forced to take multiple steps backward. A mild salty sweet flavor filled his mouth before a line of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Hey! Andrina was shocked. Her figure turned fuzzy and at the next instance, she was beside Han Shuo, holding him from falling further. She asked in a condemning voice, "Why didn't you block the attack?" Han Shuo wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and explained, "I'm all right. I'm just testing the endurance level of my body." Strangely enough, this time, when Andrina's attack landed on his body, the Invincible Omen Body did not automatically deploy. That was why he suffered slight injuries. What's going on? It worked just now. Why isn't it working now? Han Shuo was dumbfounded. "Akeley, come here and hit me for a while. Don't use too much power." Although Andrina had used merely a small fraction of her power in the attack, as her strength was immense, Han Shuo had nonetheless suffered a little bit from it. Akeley's strength was nowhere near that of Andrina's and he couldn't do any real harm to Han Shuo. It would be much safer to have Akeley do the test instead. "Are you a masochist now?" asked Akeley. He arrived beside Han Shuo somewhat unwillingly before suddenly launching pitter-pattered attacks on Han Shuo. Although the attacks seemed ferocious, Akeley had deliberately reduced the power and it wasn't all that damaging. "Stop!" Han Shuo softly cried out. "Dang it, not working still." He was puzzled. The Invincible Omen Body did not automatically deploy when Akeley bombarded him with attacks as packed as raindrops in a rainstorm. What the hell is he doing? Has Brian turned into a wacko? Akeley mumbled to himself before he waved his hand unenthusiastically and said, "I'm leaving. You play with yourselves." "Brian, what exactly are you doing?" Andrina asked Han Shuo in a baffled manner after seeing that Han Shuo was pondering about some issues. Given his bizarre performance, Andrina felt that Han Shuo hadn't been acting quite right. "Nothing, it's just that I ran into some trouble related to the energy I cultivate in," Han Shuo casually answered before he said smilingly, "All right, Andrina, go do whatever you want and let me be alone." "All right then, I'll go play with Sister Fanny. She has now reached demigod strength with the help of an origin crystal. From the looks of it, she will become a base god in just a few years. Andrina remarked before leaving the gymnasium. Those mortals from Profound Continent were all unusually talented. Using the enormous resources provided by Hanchuo, being on this outstanding place called Elysium, and having been extremely hard-working in their cultivation, they had been advancing their strengths at lightning speed. For example, Candide, previously a dark Grand Magus, took little time in advancing to a sacred Magus. He was close to reaching demigod realm. Hanchuo was very proud of the effort they put into cultivation and their achievements. Valens and Sanguis, who cultivated in demonic arts, had not stopped advancing their strength during the time Hanchuo was away from Profound Continent. This was especially the case for Sanguis. Thanks to his unique body, he managed to advance in the cultivation of Blood God Mantra at an astonishing rate. At this point in time, Sanguis had learned to control the blood inside his enemy's body as well as to transform his blood into bloody shadows that could attack others. Hanchuo had placed most of his attention on Valens and Sanguis. He would answer and explain the difficulties they met in their cultivations and even refine several types of special medicinal pellets for them, allowing their strengths to increase substantially within a short time. After Andrina left the gymnasium, Hanchuo continued turning over his mind about why the invincible Omen body did not automatically deploy. After thinking for some time and practicing invincible Omen body for a moment, he still couldn't find where the problem lied. He then decided not to occupy his mind with this issue any longer. He also decided that later in time, he would test it again while his strength was boosted using Cauldron Spirit's energy. Carmelita came looking for you. Soon after walking out from the gymnasium, Hanchuo saw that Akeley was leading Carmelita over to him. Carmelita had finally come out from secluded cultivation. Her eyes glistened as soon as she saw Hanchuo and she shouted excitedly, "You rascal, so it turns out that you are actually a powerful expert. Come, come, let's have a friendly battle. I have heard about how you kicked Portlam's ass. Very well done. I have wanted to do so myself long ago. That asshole did a lot of sordid deeds before he was a high god. It only got worse after he cultivated to high godhood. Again, nice work. I have just trained with Andrina and I'm exhausted now. Maybe next time." Hanchuo declined Carmelita's invitation before his face turned dark and he asked, "That asshole, has he left the saint residence?" "No, but he will be returning to his home soon." Carmelita seemed to know what Hanchuo was thinking and so she hastily advised, "But you must not attempt to do anything to Portlam at my saint residence. He is always around his uncle Doyolo. Charlotte would be nearby as well. You and Andrina wouldn't be able to defeat them. Besides, they are inside the House of Saint. We cannot just sit and watch if you attack them. You better give up on this thought and find another way." Hanchuo knew that it wasn't realistic to attack Portlam within the City of Shadows. After hearing her advice, he put on a faint smile and nodded, saying, "I know your House of Saints stance. I will not make things any more difficult for you all. Brian, I have come here to deliver you a piece of very, very good news," said Carmelita. Hanchuo raised his brows and asked, "Very good news? What is it?" "My father has found you rather admirable after learning that you possess high god strength. Although it hasn't been long since you first came to live in the city, you have been most helpful to us, not to mention being close to our House of Saint. So, my father wishes to have you assume control of the Fifth Corps." Carmelita broke the news excitedly. What? Hanchuo cried out in surprise. In disbelief, he asked, "Me assume control of the Fifth Corps? Are you sure?" Carmelita gave a big nod and affirmed, "It is indeed true. You should know that in the City of Shadows, following the rules, only certain large family clans have the rights to possess their own divine guards. Other than them, only the 7 chiefs of divine guards could set up and assemble their troops. If you become the chief of Fifth Corps, you will come to hold real powers in the City of Shadows. This will also be greatly beneficial for your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the powers you hold as the chief of 5th Corps and with the wealth you amassed from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, you could easily replace the House of Lavers and become a new family clan in the city. A family clan could enjoy many conveniences in the city. Patriarchs of large family clans would even have the qualifications to learn about certain matters of the church. Han Shuo did not expect that he would gain such benefits just by revealing his strength. Had he known that displaying powerful strength would provide him such conveniences, Han Shuo might have acted on Avery long ago. Han Shuo knew just how big of a deal taking over the 5th Corps would be for him. It was the most lucrative post that every big and small family clan in the city had been craving for. Possessing the 5th Corps would mean he could legally possess military force. Every chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows possessed special privileges and was respected by all. Generally speaking, only powerful experts from large family clans who made a significant contribution to the city would have the qualifications to take the seat. Just how long had it been since Han Shuo arrived in the City of Shadows? But am I qualified enough? Every person covets this position. I couldn't just simply step in and take the seat, right? Besides, your father has put out word that to become the chief of the 5th Corps, one must turn in Avery's head. Not only do I currently have no idea where Avery is, even if I did, I would have difficulty in getting rid of him. Han Shuo said with a frown. It's not that Han Shuo didn't want the position, it's just that as an outsider who had only arrived in the City of Shadows recently, coming to possess this enormous gift didn't seem sound. Some rules can be bent. Carmelita replied, although this is my father's intention, still, there is much work you must do before you can take this seat. You must prove your capabilities to everyone before my father can give you a hand. Han Shuo nodded and replied smilingly, understood. That's the most important news I have for you. Other than that, Erebus wants you to know that you may go to the 3rd Corps and learn about their work. He can make relevant arrangements for you. There, you can accumulate sufficient contribution and prestige, significantly increasing your chances of taking the 5th Corps. If Han Shuo could learn about the conditions at Erebus 3rd Corps by working there, all while accumulating contributions by joining in their operations, in addition to having Wallace's assistance, then it did seem promising that Han Shuo could take the position as the chief of the 5th Corps, this post highly coveted by everyone. What has Erebus been up to lately? Han Shuo thought for a moment before he suddenly asked. Erebus had not been in the City of Shadows during recent times. None other than hunting those god hunters. Erebus and Brovst have some private grudges. He never ceases pursuing Brovst, answered Carmelita. Awesome! Han Shuo cried out softly. Carmelita, I will have to trouble you to arrange that for me. I will go to the 3rd Corps to learn about their work. I do have some insights I could provide when it comes to hunting the god hunters. No problem, I will send Erebus a message when I'm home. I will let you know when he has completed the arrangement. Carmelita said happily. Indeed, it's good to have powerful friends, thought the elated Han Shuo. He knew that if it wasn't for the fact that he had saved Carmelita's life twice and for building a good relationship with the House of Saint, there wasn't a chance that he could take that post, not even in 100 years. Brian, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Carmelita seemed rather embarrassed and awkward. What is it? Asked Han Shuo. Sister Charlotte and I are on good terms. She wants you to know that she had helped Portlam in obstructing your attacks at the hall because she did not have another choice. She hopes that you will not hold grudges against her. Carmelita hesitated for a moment before she continued, Brian, Charlotte was originally from our Darkness Dominion. She has now married and moved to the Destruction Dominion. Although she is here in the city with Portlam, they did not travel on the same route. She had not participated in Portlam's vices. Han Shuo nodded and said, as long as Charlotte doesn't do anything to harm our Celestial Pearl, I will hold no grudges against her, Han Shuo said and continued in his mind, but if she harms any of my people, I'm gonna make her pay. That's great. Well, that's all I have come here to tell you. Ciao. Carmelita hastily left. She felt that she did a favor for Charlotte. Soon after Carmelita left, Han Chuo took out the Holy Grail and transmitted to McKinley, "I have returned to Elysium, but there are some urgent matters I need to attend to. After some time, I will personally take you to the Space Dominion." "Where on Elysium are you located?" asked McKinley. "The City of Shadows of the Darkness Dominion," answered Han Chuo. "Oh, this place is indeed quite some distance from the Space Dominion. Well, if you have pressing matters, I shall wait. After all, I have stayed inside the Grail for so long. Waiting for a little longer won't make that much of a difference," said McKinley. As long as Portlam and his party were in the City of Shadows, Han Chuo wouldn't feel at ease about the safety of his celestial pearl. Although Han Chuo believed that they wouldn't do anything reckless in the city, as the saying goes, it's difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. If they were to conduct a stealthy assassination as Avery did, without clear evidence, there wouldn't be much that the House of Saint could do in holding them responsible. Other than that, there was this matter about this lucrative post which Han Chuo was after. He had learned about the location of the God Hunter's base. As long as he put in some effort, he might gain name and contribution for cracking down on the God Hunters. Then, with Wallace's assistance, he would have a clear path to becoming the chief of 5th Corps. "Don't worry, it won't take too long. Besides, even if not for you, I will still be heading to the Space Dominion after some time." Han Chuo had arranged with Little Skeleton and the 5 elite zombies to meet at the Space Dominion every interval of 50 years. It was just a matter of time before Han Chuo would be there. Chapter 739, Puzzle Solved. GDK 739, Puzzle Solved. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo and Andrina were in the gymnasium. Their figures were blurry. Their figures intersected with sharp tinkling sounds. Whoosh whoosh. Han Chuo quickly deployed and retracted the demonic blades. 10 speckles of dark radiance shot out and swarmed at Andrina like 10 little meandering serpents. Andrina responded by forming multiple dazzling vortexes that would orbit around her, blocking the 10 dark radiances from reaching her. However, the dark radiances started maneuvering at lightning speed as though they were alive. They evaded the vortexes and continued slithering towards Andrina. Andrina let out a gentle cry of surprise. More vortexes appeared around her as the vortexes orbiting her moved towards her. The boundary towers around the gymnasium suddenly started glowing brightly as the energy contained in those towers rushed towards the boundaries. The 10 dark radiances were shredded by the vortexes. They were no longer a threat to Andrina. Andrina's petite figure gently hovered towards Han Chuo. With her 2 little hands, she wove a screen of light and trapped Han Chuo in it. Han Chuo immediately felt pricking pain all over his body. He hastily tried to block her attacks. Pow! Andrina's small hand pierced through the barrier and pushed Han Chuo in the chest. Han Chuo stumbled. He immediately sensed that the invincible Omen body had automatically deployed. The strike did not cause much harm to his physical body. After saving himself from a fall, Han Chuo immediately pushed forward. His left hand became bone-chillingly cold while his right hand turned blazing hot. He launched attacks that harmoniously combined the 2 extreme temperatures. They were so fierce that even Andrina was forced to take defensive measures. But it was such a pity that soon after that, the 3-minute mark had passed. Han Chuo held on for another few seconds before he retreated. All the energy of Cauldron Spirit withdrew from his body. It took several deep breaths for Han Chuo to restore his blushing face to normal. From the many days of friendly matches against Andrina, Han Chuo discovered that while his strength was boosted using Cauldron Spirit's energy, his body would automatically deploy Invincible Omen body when attacked. But after he returned the energy to Cauldron Spirit, his body would not deploy Invincible Omen body when attacked. After conducting many tests, long contemplation and lengthy discussion with Cauldron Spirit, Han Chuo had finally pinned down on the cause. They identified 2 major factors: his body strengthened by the demon generals that had entered his body and the enormous power in Andrina's attacks. Invincible Omen body had automatically formed under the enormous external stress, and his body was in a strengthened state. With this knowledge, Han Shuo gained a clear sense of how he should proceed in his cultivation. By further strengthening his body, not only could he use Cauldron Spirit's energy for a longer duration, but he would also make progress in mastering the Invincible Omen body. Han Shuo was destined to face a great calamity while advancing to Skybreak Realm. If his physical body wasn't mighty enough, he would certainly die while facing the calamity. Therefore, at this stage, he could not go wrong with focusing on tempering his body. It was on his body that he had to spend the most thought and effort on in order to advance in Omen Realm. Now that Han Shuo knew his direction, he decided to build his body by boosting his strength with Cauldron Spirit's energy, fight Andrina, rest, and repeat. After doing so for a month, Han Shuo could hold Cauldron Spirit's energy for around 4 minutes. Invincible Omen body would instantly form when his body flooded with Demon General energy was met with powerful attacks. While in that state, Han Shuo stood still and let Akli attack him. However, the Invincible Omen body did not automatically activate. Akli's strength was classes below that of Andrina's. His attacks simply couldn't pose Han Shuo any harm. After having done this test, Han Shuo realized that at that state, only when there was an external force mighty enough to cause his physical body harm would the Invincible Omen body automatically deploy. Akli's attacks, too weak to damage Han Shuo's body, were not powerful enough to trigger the demonic skill. Han Shuo had been assiduously cultivating in the gymnasium. He would be in intense agony while Cauldron Spirit's energy flooded his body. He felt as though every cell from his head to toe was being stabbed with needles. But Han Shuo's body grew tougher the more he endured this kind of inhuman pain. He was constantly tempering his own body like a blacksmith tempering a sword. During these times, Han Shuo did not partake in running the Celestial Pearl. Phoebe and Emily had proven themselves to be more than capable of running and managing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although the pharmacists did not like that the duo knew nothing about medicine refinement, they nonetheless were very admiring of the duo's capabilities in business management. Within a short time, with the two turning the gears of the Celestial Pearl, every aspect of the business became most optimal, efficient, and productive. Thanks to their efforts, the few branches of the Celestial Pearl that remained closed all that while due to insufficient talents were now open for business. With that, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy could now truly be the reigning pharmacy in the City of Shadows. During recent times, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had collected several 100,000 black crystal coins in profit. Honoring their agreement with the House of Saint, Phoebe delivered Carmelita's share to the Saint family in a timely fashion. The House of Saint was most satisfied with her punctuality. Han Shuo, having been freed from the workload of running his business, spent all the extra time on cultivation. His body grew ever tougher. Finally, Portlam and his party concluded their visit and left the City of Shadows. Before Doyle Lo set on his journey, he had Anato relay words to Han Shuo, "You better not leave the City of Shadows. If we find you, you'll be sorry you ever laid a finger on Portlam." Han Shuo scoffed at Doyle Lo's threat. In fact, he did not even consider him a threat. If it wasn't for those Saint family bodyguards seeing Doyle Lo away, Han Shuo might have set up an ambush on them with Andrina. Having made rapid progress in his cultivation, Han Shuo was tempted to put his newfound power to the test. Then one day, Anato, a frequent face around the Celestial Pearl, came by and handed a stack of scrolls to Han Shuo. He said smilingly, "From this day onwards, we will be comrades in arms." So it has been settled. Han Shuo received the scrolls with an elated heart. He, with the Saint family's assistance and Lord Erebus' consent, it's no surprise that a matter of this sort would be settled so quickly. These scrolls here explain your position in our third corps. Right, Miss Carmelita wants you to know that Lord Erebus is currently at the Sky Orchid Fort. Now that Portlam and the others have left the City of Shadows, you don't have to worry about the safety of the Celestial Pearl." Anato smiled. "Well then, I will head to Sky Orchid Fort right away." Han Shuo was growing rather bored in recent days and was ready to get on his feet. There won't be any divine guards protecting the celestial pearl for the moment, but I will be around while you are away. But still, you can feel at ease about celestial pearl. Your enemies wouldn't spend any effort on those who had yet to become low gods. They will look for you and Andrina if they want to strike, consoled Anato. Thank you, said Hanchuo smilingly. You are most welcome, replied Anato hastily. Hanchuo's performance back at the banquet hall was now widely known among the family clans of the city. Anato, after learning that Hanchuo actually possessed high god strength, became even more respectful and solemn in his daily interaction with Hanchuo. His gazes towards Hanchuo would be filled with reverence. Andrina, we are going to Sky Orchid Fort. Get ready, instructed Hanchuo when he found Andrina. Wonderful. We are finally going to take care of those god hunters. Andrina was elated to hear those words. She had in fact been waiting for it for a long time. She giggled as she said, "There's nothing I need to prepare. But you have to bring along the black crystal coins you made in the last month." "I have it here," replied Hanchuo smilingly. With this money printing machine they called the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, making him ever more crystal coins, he became less stingy towards Andrina. Aware that Andrina could heal herself using crystal coins, he had prepared some for the trip. After training with Andrina for some time, Hanchuo had a vague idea of Andrina's source of power. He discovered that when Andrina fought him, some organs in her body would turn into a crystalline state. It seemed as though Andrina was an intricate energy tower that could absorb and use the energy inside energy crystals. Hanchuo also noticed that whenever the fight got fierce, the energy towers around the gymnasium would behave abnormally, which gave Hanchuo some ideas about Andrina's energy. However, he did not ask or seek confirmation from Andrina, as she had not asked anything about his secrets. Besides, he did not want to annoy or anger Andrina. "You previously mentioned that you discovered a god hunter's base. Is that true?" Andrina suddenly asked Hanchuo while they were leaving the city. "Yep. After I drew those god hunters away the last time, I followed them for quite a few days. I discovered a valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City that was filled with boundaries. When Brovst arrived at the area, his behavior turned solemn. I believe that someone mightier than Brovst must be in there." Hanchuo turned to a grave expression and continued, "Brovst is already a mid-stage high god. If there's a being even more powerful than he is, then this god-hunter alliance is really quite frightening." "It is true. The Brovst trio is only on the second level of the hierarchy." "The place does sound like a really juicy target," said Andrina. Andrina knew the God Hunter Alliance much better than Hanchuo did. Her words that Brovst, Galas and Talon were only the second highest in command had verified Hanchuo's guess. Sky Orchid Fort. This fort was close to Mirage City and one of the most remote forts of the City of Shadows. Around the fort were mountain ranges, swamps, and oceans, places most suitable for god hunters to hide. Not only were those terrains most suitable for god hunters to hide in, but gods that traversed between the City of Shadows, Mirage City and Hush Vale City would also have to cross those areas, giving the god hunters an abundance of prey. During the recent period, the god hunters had become especially active around Sky Orchid Fort. The three cities would dispatch additional divine guards to search the region consisting of several dozen mountain ranges, around 8 swamps, and 3 vast oceans. Those god hunters had severely threatened the safety of the 3 cities. They had no choice but to take the threat seriously. On top of the tallest building in Skyochid Fort, Erebus was sitting opposite to a woman with fine black hair that could reach her knees. She had long, shapely eyebrows and eyes whose outer corners incline upwards. She appeared to be glowing with health and vigor. As she sat, her long, fine hair would gracefully dance in the breeze. The gentlemanly Erebus had eyes filled with passion as he looked at the woman sitting in front of him. In fact, the reason he joined the City of Shadows as one of the chief of divine guards was for this woman. Otherwise, Erebus might still be wandering everywhere and concentrating on cultivation instead of settling down. "Oh, Aobashi, Do you not understand my pain and agony? Erebus let out a soft sigh and said with a voice of agony. Aobashi smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes squinted slightly as though she was making a crafty smile with her eyes. She replied, I do know your pain, but I have never asked you to stay in the City of Shadows for me. Don't you like wandering all about? You can leave the city anytime you like. I believe the city lord will not stop you. No matter how far I would wander, my heart stays here, with you. So there's no point in leaving, replied Erebus. Aobashi shook her head and let out a gentle sigh. Erebus, we really aren't a match. I have said all that I have to say in these past years. I cannot do anything if you want to stay in the city, but that will not make me accept you. Forget about it, let's not talk about this for now. Erebus hastily switched the topic. That youngster I previously mentioned will reach Sky Orchid Fort very soon. We haven't been able to track the god hunters, but I believe that will change after he arrives. Aobashi took a sip of tea, shot a glance at Erebus, and said, we couldn't locate the god hunters, but he could? Haha, isn't he a pharmacist? Why is it that you have suddenly arranged him into your third corps? Are you hiring him to make medicines for you? Of course not. Erebus said, the city lord intends to have him take over the fifth corps that every family clan has been fighting for. In fact, it was the city lord's idea to let him work at my third corps so that he can learn our ways. After hearing those words, Aobashi, the top-ranking chief of Divine Guards, slightly straightened up her lazily reclined body as a gleam flashed across her eyes. She asked puzzlingly, him? The fifth corps? Running an army is nothing similar to making medicines. How is he going to handle the job? Nobody knows, Erebus continued smilingly, but, I'm rooting for him. This youngster is more difficult to handle than Avery. I have never seen anyone who is so good and patient at concealing their strength. He is no ordinary fellow. He obviously has high god strength, but from the first day he came to the city, he disguised himself as a low god. Not only did Andre and I fail to discover his actual strength, but even the city lord was fooled. It was likely because of this that the city lord was determined to hand him the fifth corps. Oh! Aobashi's interest was aroused. She said smilingly, he does sound interesting from your words. I shall see his talents for myself. He should be here soon. I sent a message to Carmelita 3 days ago, said Erebus. While Erebus and Aobashi were conversing, Andrina forced Hanchuo to show her the God Hunter's Valley. There it is. Hanchuo pointed into the distance and whispered to Andrina. They were hiding on the top of a large tree. Andrina remained silent. She took a long time to observe before she replied excitedly, Brian, you really are amazing. I haven't been able to locate any base as big as this in all these years I've hunted for them. Who knew you would actually manage to discover such a huge base just like that? This is wonderful. Don't you do anything stupid. Hanchuo hastily said, no matter how much you hate the god hunters, entering the place alone won't do you any good. The trio of Brovst could severely injure you. Besides, if there were character even more formidable in there, entering the place will mean your certain death. PFF, such a wordy one. Of course I know that. Andrina wrinkled her nose and replied. Hanchuo suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. What's the matter? Andrina immediately asked. There is a small Divine Guard squadron lingering nearby. Perhaps they will discover this place. They don't seem to be from the City of Shadows. From the design of their armor, I reckon they are from Mirage City. I wonder if they will get lucky, said Hanchuo softly. You saw it using those special life forms of yours. Andrina giggled and said, Brian, those special life forms of yours are really useful. Can you give me a few of them? With those unique life forms, I would have multiple eyes watching around the mountain range. No. Hanchuo refused resolutely. When Hanchuo saw that Andrina had put on a discontented face, he forced a smile and explained, this has got to do with the energy I cultivate in. The energy that you use is totally different than mine, so you won't be able to command them. Miser. Andrina pouted and whined, that is just an excuse you made up. If you don't give me some, then you are a miser. Say whatever you want, but I'm not giving you any, Han Chuo laughed mischievously. Then, he pulled Andrina and said, come, let's go over to have a look. They are approaching from another direction and might attract the god hunter's attention. We might gain a clue about their strength. Andrina groaned as though she was angry at Han Chuo. After being pulled for a moment, Andrina went with him, but not without dragging her feet. Chapter 740, Believe It or Not. GDK 740, Believe It or Not. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. From the perimeter of the valley, a small group of loudly chattering divine guards were slowly walking towards the valley. His lordship is very prudent and wouldn't leave any area unsearched. Those god hunters know that the three cities are hunting them down. They should have escaped far away long ago. How could they still be nearby? One of the divine guards grumbled. Stop complaining. There's only one more valley to go. If it checks out, we get to go home early. Besides, we aren't the only group working overtime. Everyone else is searching too, responded another divine guard. The divine armor on these divine guards did not belong to the City of Shadows. They were dark green and had a sword and shield carved into their chest, an emblem unique to the House of Tuli from Mirage City. The small group of 10 people was fully composed of mid-stage mid-gods, except for the leader, a late-stage mid-god. They cultivated in the energy of death, darkness, and destruction except for one who cultivated in the energy of fire. These people had absolutely no clue just how treacherous the valley up ahead would be. They walked closer and closer to the valley as they loudly complained about their work. Through the observations of the demon generals, Han Chuo noticed several energy towers disguised as large trees swaying very lightly. A minute pulse of energy was covertly transmitted to the center of the valley. Several blurry figures appeared in the distance and quietly approached the divine guards. Andrina gently tapped on Han Chuo's shoulder and whispered, those energy towers disguised as trees have delivered messages. Those people are out of luck. Andrina had a special sensitivity towards all things energy crystals, which might have something to do with the energy she cultivated in. Han Chuo knew that Andrina could even control and manipulate certain energy towers and boundary towers within a certain range. Basically, as long as the mechanism or devices was powered using energy crystals, she could temper with them. Han Chuo nodded and replied thoughtfully, and so be it. They are from Mirage City, after all. None of our concern. After hearing those words, Andrina understood that Han Chuo had no intention of warning those people. The god hunters in the valley weren't anything that those divine guards could tackle. If Han Chuo and Andrina did nothing, those who unwarily stepped into the valley would face certain death. Soon, a person stealthily flew out from the valley. It was Talon, whom Han Chuo had previously seen. Talon was a mid-stage high god expert. Her arrival meant that their appointment with death had been booked with no cancellation. Talon quietly approached the group of divine guards completely oblivious to the dangers at hand. She gestured with her hand. Those god hunters who had been waiting in position slowly encircled them. SSSS. Noises of people rapidly moving suddenly sounded from the thickets. Multiple figures abruptly emerged from the shadows and pounced on the divine guards from Mirage City. Just as expected, with Talon's intervention, the battle was over in no time. Miserable wails ended as soon as they began. Those unfortunate divine guards from Mirage City died with their divine energies drained. After all that was complete, with Talon's gesturing, the god hunters sprinkled some powder on those bodies. A moment later, their bodies were liquefied, seeping into the ground. Other than the thin scent of blood in the air, not a shred of evidence was left behind. Han Chuo suddenly opened his eyes wide. He exclaimed in a low voice, those poisons that the god hunters are using seem similar to those made by toxicologists from the God Swamp Pharmacy. Andrina's expression changed slightly. You mean the god swamp pharmacy could be associated with the god hunters? Otherwise, how would they have acquired those poisons? Replied Han Shuo in a deep voice. I see. Have they all been killed? Andrina and Han Shuo were extremely far from where the action took place. She could hardly see what was going on. Yep. Of course that small group of divine guards stood no chance against the large number of god hunters. Let's leave now and head to Sky Orchid Fort. We will inform Erebus of the situation in the valley. We must assemble sufficient forces before assaulting the valley. Han Shuo and Andrina then hastily left Sky Orchid Fort. Brian, you are finally here. Come, let me introduce you. This is our top-ranking chief of divine guards, Aobashi. Erebus pulled Han Shuo to the front of Aobashi and said smilingly, this is the Brian I have been talking about. He is now a member of my third corps and he will help us find the god hunters. Greetings, Lord Aobashi. Han Shuo saluted smilingly. Aobashi took a few glances at Han Shuo before she pulled a faint smile and said, I have heard great things about you. Welcome aboard. And you must be Andrina. Aobashi gracefully hovered to Andrina's side, wanting to hold her little hands. She seemed to be much more cordial towards Andrina. Andrina bunched her brows and took a few steps backward. She wore an ice-cold expression and obviously did not want Aobashi to touch her. A strange light flashed in Aobashi's eyes when Andrina avoided her. She giggled and remarked, well, it seems that Erebus hasn't been exaggerating. You are quite a shocking one, little girl. You must be tired from the journey. Let me arrange your rooms so that you can rest, said Erebus in a friendly manner. Nope, no need for that. Let's get straight to business, said Andrina, coldly. Erebus got somewhat awkward seeing Andrina receive his hospitality so poorly. He explained, well, we don't know where the god hunters are hiding. We haven't been able to discover their trails even after searching for so long, so there's no need to rush it. Brian knows where they are. You can start assembling an army. Once we have gathered enough forces, we will set off at once. Andrina shot a glance at Aobashi and continued softly, you must gather more experts than yourself and Erebus, or we won't have the chance of defeating those god hunters. Oh. Aobashi didn't seem to buy it. She asked smilingly, little girl, are you saying that the joined forces of both Erebus and I are not enough to take care of those god hunters? No, Andrina shook her head and, with a serious face, explained, I'm saying that even with Brian, the two of you, and myself 4 high gods joining forces, we would still have a hard time defeating them. Aobashi was shocked by those words. She did not think that Andrina was talking nonsense and therefore, she put on a solemn face and asked gravely, what kind of situation are we talking about here? You should ask him, no one knows the place better than him, except for the god hunters. After all, he's the one who discovered the base, Andrina said as she pointed at Han Shuo. Brian, you discovered god hunter trails? Erebus cried out in surprise. Han Shuo nodded and said in a deep voice, I have discovered a base of the God Hunter Alliance located in a valley between the City of Shadows, Mirage City, and Hush Vale City. It is heavily guarded. As far as I know, there are 3 mid-stage high gods in there. They seem to be Bravst, Talon and Galas. These 3 alone will be difficult to handle. But, based on my observation, the 3 are not the top bosses in the valley. I reckon that there is at least 1 late-stage high god expert in the valley. That's why the few of us are not enough to defeat them and cleanse the valley. What? Both Erebus and Aobashi simultaneously shouted. Han Shuo nodded his head heavily and assured, I'm sure that's the case. Aobashi took a deep breath but she still seemed rather startled by the news. She said softly, from what we have gathered, the leaders of the God Hunter Alliance are those 3 you mentioned. If the situation is as you explained, then we really will have trouble defeating them. This is a surprise. The god hunters are more powerful than we thought. Aobashi, I will send messages and ask those two from the other two cities to come over. We need to plan this out properly, said Erebus in a deep voice. Yes, we should hope for the best but prepare for the worst. If what Brian believes is true and we barge into the valley recklessly, we would have a very difficult time. We should have them join the operation, Aobashi immediately agreed. There too were divine guards in Mirage City and Hush Vale City who specialized in hunting god hunters. It seemed that they had been in touch with Erebus and Aobashi who worked under the City of Shadows. If the divine guards from the other two cities were to join the assault, they would have a much higher chance of succeeding. Erebus immediately left the party and headed towards another building to transmit his message. Hanchuo, Andrina, and Aobashi were left to themselves. Aobashi would ask Hanchuo about the environment and other details of that valley, and Hanchuo would tell her everything that his demon generals had observed. Aobashi looked grave, a sign that she believed Hanchuo's words. Brian, I find it quite odd that you should discover the valley. Why is it that Andrina doesn't know much about the situation there but you seem to have seen every part of it? After hearing Hanchuo's explanation, Aobashi asked Hanchuo in astonishment as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. I have my ways. Hanchuo was not willing to reveal much about his demon generals to Andrina, much less to Aobashi whom he had just become acquainted with. Aobashi did not press on with the question after seeing that Hanchuo had no intention of answering it. However, it seemed as though her interest in Hanchuo had suddenly grown. She would attempt to read Hanchuo from various aspects, for example, which material plane Hanchuo came from and how his friction with Avery started. You need to be careful of Avery. I have experience of working with him and I know that he isn't one to easily give up on anything. If he has taken you as his main enemy, he will not give up on bringing you down. Now that he has gone into hiding, he must be scheming something detailed to retaliate. You need to be wary. Aobashi reminded Hanchuo gravely. 7 days later, Aobashi and Erebus counterparts from Mirage City and Hushville City arrived at Sky Orchid Fort with their troops. The one from Mirage City was called Blightsor, a mid-stage high god of destruction. The one from Hush Vale City was called Eugene, a mid-stage high god of darkness. The two were very interested in the intel and had been asking Aobashi the details. When Aobashi finally explained everything to them, that high god from Hush Vale City named Eugene started sizing up Hanchuo with suspicious gazes. He asked, "He is that famous pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "Yes. He's the man who discovered the valley," answered Erebus. "He is just a pharmacist, how could he be qualified to participate in such a major military operation? Also, we have been looking for many months but have not discovered a trail. How is it that he would know where they are hiding?" "Aobashi, Erebus, you should know that I trust the two of you, but this guy, I'm very doubtful of his words," said Eugene most impolitely in Hanchuo's presence. Hanchuo wore an indifferent face and shrugged, "Believe it or don't." Hanchuo could sense that this Eugene was prejudiced against him from the first moment they met. Hanchuo had never met this person before and he had no idea what sparked Eugene's prejudice. "Youngster, are you giving me attitude?" Eugene bunched his brows angrily and said, "Being a close friend of the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Mr. Hassling, I have heard stories about you. It is you who has appropriated the Godswamp Pharmacy's assets in this city. Youngster, a black-hearted person you are." "Ha! No wonder." Hanchuo sneered in his mind. Hanchuo answered, "Hassling? You would befriend a person who secretly refines poisons and trades with god hunters. Don't you make irresponsible accusations," rebuked Eugene, "I know Mr. Hassling well. His Godswamp Pharmacy has a good name in the Darkness Dominion and he would never do such things." Hanchuo scoffed, shook his head, and remained silent. "Eugene, it was the House of Saint who confiscated Godswamp Pharmacy's assets in the City of Shadows. Do you have a problem with that?" Erebus coldly shouted. "Okay, that's enough. We are here for the identical goal of getting the God Hunters. We should be fighting the God Hunters, not each other, mediated Blightsoar. The God Hunters are threatening the safety of our cities. The most crucial thing we should do right now is to hit them hard. We cannot do that without working together. If you do not believe Brian's words, your Hushvale city can stay out of this operation. I just need to report to my city lord and he will assign another chief of divine guard to fill your place. It's your call, said Aobashi. Naturally, she would stand with Hanchuo and Erebus. I will go there with you. I want to see if this youngster is just making things up. Eugene coldly groaned and continued, we know all about the God Hunters. Never have I heard of the presence of late-stage high gods in their alliance, and I do not believe that there is one. Believe it or don't. Hanchuo coldly groaned. Guys, less talk, more work. Let's assemble our troops and head to the valley. If we could purge those God Hunters, then this cannot be better news for our cities, said Blightsoar. The few ceased their quarrel. Erebus, Aobashi, Blightsoar, and Eugene each lead a brigade of divine guards. The majestic army of 400 gods strong headed for the valley with Hanchuo leading the way. They had been cautious and solemn in the journey. As they were separated, Hanchuo and Eugene did not have a chance to quarrel. On day 12, the army arrived at the perimeters of the valley. Chapter 741, Spearing Ahead. GDK 741, Spearing Ahead. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The valley was gloomy. Strange avian creatures would fly past above their heads. It was early in the morning and a dense mist had shrouded the valley. It was difficult to make out the situation in the valley. Although the heavy fog had made it difficult for the assaulting army to observe the valley below, it aided them in concealing their presence. Aobashi, Erebus, Hanchuo, and Andrina were together. Blightsoar from Mirage City and Eugene from Hushvale City, each leading their own troops, were traveling on both sides of the forces of the City of Shadows. Gradually, they were getting close to the valley. Blightsoar, after commanding his men to maintain formation, quietly walked to Hanchuo. He asked softly, the valley below is the one we are after, right? Hanchuo nodded and replied softly, it is. Please tell your men not to get too close, lest they trigger the energy towers. Blightsoar did not hold any prejudice towards Hanchuo. On the contrary, he was rather admiring of Hanchuo. After hearing the advice, he gestured at his troops from a distance, commanding them to stay where they stood. There was a chain of mountains around the misty valley with peaks that were high above the clouds. The mountains surrounded the valley in the shape of an arc. Hanchuo and his band were on one of those mountains, crouching, stealthily peeking over the edge and down at the valley. I can't see much of what's in the valley. What's the situation there? Aobashi asked Hanchuo softly. Hanchuo extended his index finger and started carving a crude diagram on a hard rock nearby. Using the carving, he started explaining, I have carefully surveyed the area before. There are energy towers and boundary towers disguised as trees over here, here, and here. There is only one entrance, located here. There are also God Hunters concealed, doing sentry duties. And there are boundaries on the top of the valley. We will be discovered as soon as we come close to the valley. Aobashi looked at Hanchuo in astonishment and asked, how is it that you are so clear about the situation down there? Hanchuo did not answer her question but continued, although it is heavily guarded, it is still possible to infiltrate the valley without being detected. By quietly killing the sentries and avoiding the energy and boundary towers, we can enter without alerting the God Hunters. Where are the sentries located? Are you sure of their locations? Blightsoar too was amazed and in disbelief. Hanchuo paused his briefing. He raised his head, looked at Aobashi and Blightsoar calmly, and said, if you have trusted me enough to come here, please continue to trust me for the rest of the mission and not question my words. Otherwise, you may charge straight down the valley with your men. During such a critical moment, Han Shuo couldn't bother giving a damn about their statuses. As long as you can get me close enough to the energy towers and boundary towers, I can disable them, whispered Andrina. Han Shuo was aware of this special ability of Andrina's, and it was the main reason Han Shuo had brought her along. He thought for a moment and said, Eugene is prejudiced against me. Perhaps he and his men should stay outside. After we entered the valley and started engaging with the god hunters, they will try to break the siege and try to escape. Let's have Eugene be in charge of stopping those god hunters from escaping. Han Shuo would always be very calm during critical moments like this. Accustomed to giving commands, he was unwittingly playing the role of the leader again. Aobashi, Erebus, and Blightsore found it rather strange, but they did not say a word as they saw just how much confidence Han Shuo had displayed. It was as though he knew every grass and wood in the valley. Okay. I will tell Eugene so that he and his men stay outside. Blightsore knew that Eugene wouldn't listen to a word of those from the City of Shadows and therefore volunteered to persuade Eugene. After Blightsore left, Aobashi put on a grimace on her pretty face and said to Han Shuo, Brian, please, by all means, don't make a mistake. We have over 400 divine guards from 3 cities. Any negligence could mean the death of many. Our lives are at stake. Brian, are you really sure of this? Asked Erebus. He looked concerned and nowhere as confident as Han Shuo appeared. As long as you listen to me and advance slowly, I'm confident in taking all of you into the valley without being discovered, assured Han Shuo solemnly. After a short pause, in a relaxed manner, he continued, at least it's better than just blindly charging straight into the base, right? Blindly charging has its merits too. It would greatly boost the morale of the army. Aobashi put on a faint smile and said softly, if we are discovered while in the midst of infiltrating the base, that would weaken our morale. That is to be considered too. I understand, Han Shuo nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, if there is a late-stage high god in there, how are we going to handle it? Aobashi and Erebus remained silent. After a long while, Aobashi broke the silence, we are greater in number. We will besiege him. Han Shuo frowned, even you have no way of dealing with the possibility. We had to rush so there wasn't enough time to get the city lord's assistance. But don't worry, if there is one, I reckon that with my divine guards jointly deploying boundaries, he will be trapped. There's nothing to be afraid of. Aobashi asserted. She then shot a glance at Erebus and continued, besides, Erebus has an enchanted scroll given by the city lord. I know the power contained in that scroll. When released, not even a late-stage high god could withstand its power. We can use it in case of an emergency. After hearing Aobashi's words, Han Shuo knew that she had considered the possibility of finding a late-stage high god. With that, Han Shuo stopped asking them about how they would handle the possible threat. He thought in his mind, in any case, if the situation goes south, I know I can preserve my own life. Blightsore returned to the party and said softly, Eugene has agreed. We can begin the operation. Han Shuo stood up and commanded, follow me. Tell your men to be extra cautious and do not make a sound. He then glided straight down into the valley and landed at the front of the valley near the entrance. Aobashi, Erebus, and Blightsore, after giving instructions to their men, followed in Han Shuo's path. Some boundaries covered the top of the valley. As the source of energy of those boundaries was located deep inside the valley, even Andrina couldn't tamper with them. Therefore, the party's only option was to infiltrate the valley through the only entrance. Element of wind revolved around Aobashi as she gracefully floated down. She appeared nimble and agile and light as a feather. Han Shuo had long since discovered that Aobashi cultivated in the elemental energy of wind. Her fine long hair would form miniature domains of divinity as they fluttered and danced. These characteristics were unique to gods cultivating in the elemental energy of wind. The demon generals had been put into position long ago, concealing and watching from the dark. Having visited the valley twice before, Han Shuo knew the area very well. Although the morning fog would hinder the observation power of an average person, it was, however, a natural barrier for Han Shuo that would allow him and his demon generals to be even stealthier. Han Shuo beckoned and went forward in a strange and seemingly erratic path. He easily avoided the dense growth of shrubs and thickets, making not the slightest noise. Following behind Han Shuo was Aobashi. She gazed at Han Shuo with complex and mixed emotions, as though she was astonished by Han Shuo's miraculous performance. She felt as though this youngster who had arrived in the City of Shadows relatively recently might be carrying many more secrets. Behind Aobashi was Andrina, and following her were Blightsore and Erebus. Although Andrina was most likely more powerful than Aobashi, as a god who cultivated in the energy of wind, she was better than Andrina at flying and was more agile. Therefore, Andrina travelled behind Aobashi. The party remained completely silent. They cautiously looked all around as they followed behind Han Shuo, who was advancing as though it was his own backyard. Gradually, their confidence in Han Shuo grew. They saw that it had been almost effortless for Han Shuo to navigate through the region of shrubs and trees, venturing forward leisurely as though it was the back of his house. They finally believed that Han Shuo had surveyed and knew the area well. Suddenly, his nimble figure froze. He turned around and gestured at his partners to proceed very slowly. When they finally caught up to Han Shuo, he pointed at a big tree ahead of him and whispered, "The third branch from the bottom an observer is hiding. Who will get rid of him?" "I'll do it," Aobashi said, and noiselessly floated to her target like a weightless wraith. In just a split second, Aobashi arrived at the spot Han Shuo specified. She gave a gentle pat on the tree branch with her fair left hand. The tree creaked ever so slightly and swayed. Her lips curled up into a faint smile. She turned towards Han Shuo and gave him a nod, signaling that it was complete. Erebus and Blightsore had big smiles on their faces. Their gazes at Han Shuo were filled with admiration and approval. Aobashi's signal was direct confirmation that Han Shuo was not mistaken, that there was indeed a person hiding in the tree. They no longer held a doubt about Han Shuo's ability. "Well done, young man," praised Erebus softly while he stuck his thumb out at Han Shuo. "Let's continue forward. Follow me." Instead of preening himself, Han Shuo proceeded forward with a calm face after beckoning Aobashi. The party then repeated the same action multiple times and silently assassinated 7 god hunters. Those god hunters who thought that they were well concealed died without even realizing what had happened. Again, Han Shuo suddenly stopped moving. He said gravely, "There will be boundaries and energy towers from this point forward. We are counting on you, Andrina. Don't worry, not a single message will be transmitted from the energy towers," said Andrina, proudly. "All right then, let's proceed," Han Shuo nodded. He would point out the direction of the energy towers to Andrina as they moved along. Andrina indeed did not disappoint. She merely needed to close her eyes for a moment and the energy tower Han Shuo pointed to would be disabled. By employing this approach, the party managed to infiltrate the valley. Inside, they saw an enormous pond filled with a cold, dark liquid. On the walls surrounding the pond were numerous deep caves which from a distance looked like honeycombs. They roughly counted that there were several dozen caves on those walls. They could see human figures in some caves while some had been blocked from the inside, revealing just a fine fissure. "We have arrived," Han Shuo announced softly. Shortly after, he bunched his brows and said, "The god hunters should be inside those caves. We would have difficulty checking the holes one by one. I have brought you this far and shall leave the rest of the mission to you all." Having brought the high gods into the valley without alerting a single god hunter, Han Shuo had completed his mission to perfection. "This god hunter's base seems a little strange and quite different from those we previously busted. It seems very likely that this bust is going to be huge, hee. Erebus licked the corner of his mouth. He seemed rather excited. "Wait, do not attack until all our men arrive." Aobashi wore a calm face as she said softly, "Brian, you have done a great contribution. After the event, I will make sure to mention your great work to the city lord. You will surely be rewarded well. Let's put this topic off until later when we have wiped out these god hunters." Han Shuo wore a tranquil and indifferent face. His mind was not affected in the slightest by Aobashi's words. He continued to observe the caves with cold eyes while moving the demon generals into the valley. A few minutes later, those divine guards who had been trailing behind finally caught up to them. The divine guards silently concealed themselves and watched for activities around the pond from a distance. Andrina looked ravenous. Her little face was just as cold as the pond water as she said resentfully, "I will kill all these bloody god hunters today. There are a lot of caves. It's not feasible to check one by one. Also, we do not know if there would be forks in the caves. How should we proceed?" Blightsore asked the party after thinking silently for a moment. "It seems that the god hunters are all inside those caves. How about we get Eugene over? He too commands 100 divine guards. I believe that the battle is unlikely to spread outside the valley, so we might as well concentrate our forces," Han Shuo proposed after pondering for a moment. The others thought for a while and nodded. Then, Blightsore noticed that everyone else was looking at him. Right away, he knew exactly what they were thinking. He turned to a divine guard behind him and instructed, "Return on the path we came from and ask Eugene and his army to join us." The divine guard spoke not a word and hastily left. Then, around 10 minutes later, Eugene and his men arrived. Eugene needed just one look at the caves to realize that Han Shuo's words were indeed true. It was indeed a base of the god hunters. Although Eugene was intrigued as to how they managed to enter the valley so silently and without being detected, he did not question it. Instead, he rubbed his hands and asked, "What are we waiting for? Let's storm the place. There are too many caves. It seems unwise to storm in there without knowing the situation inside. How about if we force them out from their caves and fight them out here?" proposed Erebus. Evidently, most of the party felt that Erebus' suggestion was more feasible. Aobashi, Blightsore, Han Shuo, and Andrina all nodded in agreement. "First, let's disperse our troops and place them around the entryway, guard all the exits. Then we force them out," instructed Aobashi. The divine guards dispersed. Once they were in position, Aobashi commanded Erebus, "You can knock on their doors now." Under the attentive gazes of the party, Erebus took out a dark pike and filled it with his divine energy. The dark pike, now glowing with dark radiance, was hurled. It flew like a streak of dark light, aiming for the largest cave. Rumbles. The pike pierced straight into the cave and sent shattered rocks everywhere. An earthquaking explosion reverberated throughout the valley. "We are under attack." "Fiddlesticks! What the heck?" Shrieks of panic sounded from within the caves. Right after that, human figures appeared at the mouths of the caves. These people had fierce and ruthless eyes. It was clear from their looks that they were evil and malicious characters. They were no doubt the god hunters the army were after. "There they are!" shouted Blightsore. "Launch ranged attacks!" shouted Aobashi. Suddenly, several gusts of wind so wild and piercing they seemed to be able to split rocks and demolish mountains blew towards the caves. The fierce winds whistled loudly as though wanting to burst everyone's eardrums. Those ancient, 100-meter-tall trees in their paths were snapped. The shrubs looked as though they had been mowed down. The winds moved extremely rapidly and travelled several hundred meters within a few instances and violently gushed into the caves. 2 god hunters were instantly killed. 3 were forcibly pulled out from their caves and thrown down into the chilling pond underneath. The few god hunters shrieked in fear and panic as they fell towards the pond uncontrollably. Splash! The god hunters fell into the chilling pond and their bodies instantly started fizzing, giving off thick smoke. Their shrieks grew even louder and more miserable as their flesh detached from their bodies and rapidly dissolved. Within a short few seconds, they were reduced to 3 shiny, white skeletons, sinking to the bottom of the pond. The assaulting party who witnessed the scene jolted. Their eyes were filled with horror as they stared at the pond. A few who originally intended to charge at the caves immediately stopped in their tracks, fearing that they would be struck by the god hunters in midair and fall into the pond. Be careful of the pond. Launch ranged attacks. Aobashi shouted again. Streaks of light, piercing bone spears, and lumps of dark mist shot out from the thick shrubbery and towering trees where the divine guards hid and towards the god hunters at the cave entrances. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so god hunters were killed. 2 god hunters seemed to be trying to escape the valley when they were struck and fell into the pond. They were transformed into a pair of eerie, white skeletons in no time. Han Shuo paid little attention to the ferocious battle, and was instead gazing fixedly at the pond. He softly remarked, "The poison inside the pond is the same as that made by the god swamp pharmacy in the City of Shadows. My suspicion is indeed true, the god swamp pharmacy is associated with the god hunters." Erebus's face turned dark and he hastily asked, "Brian, are you sure that the pond contains poison produced by the god swamp pharmacy?" "I have seen their poisons before and I'm absolutely sure of it," said Han Shuo with absolute confidence. He shot a glance at Eugene whose expression did not look well, and said gloomily, "It seems that the master of the god swamp pharmacy is a dubious character." "Slanders," cried Eugene, "those poisons found in the City of Shadows were concocted by Stice. Hasling has nothing to do with it." "Does Hasling have a head full of white hair and skin as translucent as jade?" asked Han Shuo. "You've met him?" "Hasling has always kept a very low profile." "How did you manage to meet him?" Eugene asked in a puzzled manner. "So it is him," thought Han Shuo. Chapter 742, You Shall Not Leave. GDK 742, You Shall Not Leave. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo couldn't figure out the identity of that old man that his demon general had seen. Finally now, through Eugene, Han Shuo verified that the old man was indeed the owner of the God Swamp Pharmacy Hasling. It was clear to Han Shuo that the evil deeds conducted by the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows were approved of, if not commanded by Hasling. From the day that Han Shuo exposed the God Swamp Pharmacy's evil deeds in the City of Shadows, an irreconcilable enmity between him and Hasling was born. The feud would grow even worse now that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had fully superseded the God Swamp Pharmacy's place in the City of Shadows. Even if Han Shuo didn't want to make enemies with the God Swamp, there was no way that Hasling would let him live in peace. Therefore, having arrived at this conclusion, Han Shuo decided that he had to do all he could to bring down the God Swamp Pharmacy and eliminate the threat that was Hasling. "Eugene, I cannot be more certain that Hasling is associated with the God Hunters. You should ask yourself if you actually know him or just the side he wishes to show you," said Han Shuo sneeringly. Eugene let out a soft, disdained groan, obviously not taking Han Shuo's advice to heart. He still thought that Han Shuo was trying to slander Hasling. His relationship with Hasling appeared to run deep. The battle continued. The assaulting forces led by Aobashi wildly bombarded the God Hunters in those caves with ranged attacks. Another 6 God Hunters who revealed themselves at the cave mouths perished to their attacks. "Everyone retreat," a roar sounded from one of the largest caves. Those God Hunters who had been trying to charge from their caves withdrew upon hearing the command. They also blocked the cave entrances with rocks. With that, Aobashi and the assaulting forces no longer had any targets to attack. "It's Bravst. He is indeed in there," Erebus softly cried out. He seemed rather excited. "The God Hunters have all burrowed in their caves. What do we do?" Blightsore flew to Aobashi to consult her. "There are forks in those caves," said Han Shuo with his eyes closed, probing the caves using a few of his demon generals. Suddenly, he shouted, "There are other exits in there, it is very narrow. The God Hunters are evacuating." After having witnessed Han Shuo's outstanding performance in infiltrating the base, Aobashi and the others had no doubt in Han Shuo's words. Aobashi hastily commanded, "Each corps takes 20 people outside the valley to find them, the rest will enter the cave and pursue them." It hasn't been easy for us to find these god hunters, we mustn't let them escape. Agreed, cried Blightsore. He immediately turned to his men, gave instructions, and nodded at Aobashi. Let's go. Eugene too had given his men the relevant instructions and started flying towards the caves. Andrina's figure dazzled as she charged ahead, taking the lead with Honshuo following closely behind her. Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsore, and Eugene charged out from 4 different spots. Shadows streaked above the chilling pond, zooming towards the caves behind it. In an instant, more than 100 figures were flying above the lake. Watch out, some of the god hunters are returning, shouted Honshuo. As soon as his voice sounded, the gravity above the lake increased by 100 times. Those flying above the lake became sluggish. The god hunters again revealed themselves at the cave mouths and started attacking the party flying above the lake with difficulty. All those levitating were greatly affected by the 100-fold gravity. Not only did their airspeed fall significantly, they were also exhausting much more divine energy than usual to keep themselves in the air. Having been strained beyond their limits, a dozen or more divine guards failed to defend themselves against the god hunters' attacks and helplessly fell towards the lake after being struck. Eerie, miserable shrieks sounded from the mouths of those who fell into the lake. A short time later, even more sets of white skeletons were added to the lake. Those divine guards who were still on land immediately responded, launching ranged attacks at those exposed god hunters. A few of them were struck. Their bodies fell from their caves and into the lake. Stop them! Brovst revealed his valiant and muscular figure from the largest cave and shouted furiously. Then, Galas and Talon, who cultivated in the energy of darkness and death respectively, stepped forward to stand beside Brovst. The trio's gazes abruptly gathered on Andrina. Right away, the 3 of them jointly attacked Andrina, focusing all their attacks on her alone. The other high gods were ignored. Andrina was at the very front of the charging party and the nearest to the 3 god hunters. The sudden attacks from the 3 seemed to have caught her unprepared. Screens of light blossomed from her palms. She looked like a big, bright crystal shining in midair as she resisted the attacks. Attack those 3, yelled Honshuo. Then, with his left hand, he tossed the green hypergolic dust, which he had refined before coming to Elysium, at Brovst and his gang. Aobashi and Erebus hastily attacked Brovst, Galas, and Talon. Aobashi, whose fine hair was wildly fluttering about in the wind, formed a rapidly revolving tornado in an instant and hurled it at the cave. Meanwhile, Erebus thrusted the dark pike in his hand. A stream of dark lightning flew out like a meandering dragon. The 3 who were trying to kill Andrina had no choice but to cease bombarding her with attacks and put up defenses against Aobashi and Erebus attacks. They deployed layers upon layers of boundaries at the cave mouth. Hey! The 3 simultaneously cried out in surprise. They discovered that the fine specks of green dust that fell into the cave could burn anything it touched. Talon, who had accidentally touched a few bits of the green hypergolic dust, suddenly began to combust. The bright green flames were extremely malicious and took no time in charring her body. In the eyes of the high god hunters, an attack produced by a character as puny as Honshuo would amount to nothing, and they had therefore most imprudently allowed the green hypergolic dust to enter the cave. However, soon after the dust started burning, they realized that they had been mistaken in their judgment. What the hell is this damned flame? Why can't I put it out? Arg! That wretched youngster, I'm going to kill him! Talon cried out in pain. It appeared that she was gravely tormented by the green hypergolic dust. Brovst and Galas were shocked to discover that even someone as powerful as Talon couldn't immediately neutralize the green dust. Therefore, they decided to give up on attacking Andrina and retreat into the cave. The pressure on Andrina immediately lightened. She made use of the opportunity to quickly leap to a cave. She was the first to cross the lake. As there was green hypergolic dust raging at the cave Brovst and the others previously stood in, Andrina did not land there. Instead, she entered a cave where 3 mid-gods were standing. Right away, she began her killing spree without the slightest mercy. She grabbed the 3 god hunters with her little hands and threw them into the lake. The 3 god hunters were soon reduced to nothing but bones. Andrina quickly scanned around with her eyes and flew towards another cave. She was aiming at the cave with the most god hunters for the maximum kill. As soon as she landed in the cave, her small hands started grabbing and throwing. In no time, another 7 people were tossed into the lake. Without Bravst, Talon, and Gala's impediment, Aobashi, Erebus and the others managed to cross the lake. These high god experts went for caves with the most god hunters. Miserable shrieks repeatedly sounded. A dozen or more god hunters were killed in an instant. With that, the pressure faced by those divine guards levitating above the lake was greatly reduced. They managed to cross the lake and entered the caves as well. "Everyone disperse, search every cave," shouted Aobashi. She then asked Hanchuo, "Brian, can you lead us to the trio of Bravst?" "No problem. Follow me." Hanchuo quickly responded. The green hypergolic dust on Talon was still burning. Hanchuo could track her by following the unique scent it produced. Upon hearing those words, Andrina, Aobashi, and Erebus followed behind Hanchuo. Blightsore, who had just crossed the lake, decided to also join Hanchuo without hesitation. Eugene from Hushvale City let out a soft groan and did not follow. Instead, he entered another cave and went exploring by himself. "Be careful, there could be a late-stage high god in the cave." Hanchuo reminded the party as he led them. The tunnel grew more and more narrow and they came across more and more forks. They met a few scattered god hunters along the way and were easily taken care of. After venturing deep inside, they suddenly found an enormous, sparkling bright cave. The walls were covered with shining energy crystals, lighting up the area like a ballroom. Multiple small tunnels extended in every direction. At the center of the cave was an enormous vertical shaft that went deep underground. Those panicking god hunters had been burrowing into this shaft. There should be an escape path in there. Hanchuo pointed at the tunnel and explained. "Let's go." Aobashi flew into the tunnel without thinking. After Aobashi, Erebus followed her down without any hesitation. However, Andrina, who had been on the front line all the while, hesitated for a moment. She only flew down after Hanchuo. Blightsore was the last to enter. They fell thousands of meters into the tunnel. The shaft was completely dark. Apart from Erebus, who cultivated in the element of darkness, Hanchuo thought he was probably the only one who could see his surroundings, though barely. After looking around for a moment, Hanchuo noticed that Andrina's eyes were shining like energy crystals. Right away, Hanchuo understood that Andrina too could see in the dark. Eventually, their feet were once again standing upon solid ground. They had reached the bottom. Hanchuo lowered his head and looked. He saw that there was an enormous palace underneath him which occupied hundreds of thousands of square meters. The architectural style was simple and solemn. There were energy towers erected in every corner, but they gave off not a glimmer of light. The god hunters who appeared tiny were blindly flying around the walls like flies trapped in a bottle. It appeared they found no escape route. Suddenly, an immense pressure filled the space. It was as though an enormous mountain was growing over them, weighing down on them so hard that it stifled their breaths. An aura which seemed to be filled with boundless energy emerged out of nowhere. It gave off a primordial, eternal feeling, as though it was as ancient as the stars and galaxies, an eternal existence. Inside the pitch-dark space, an enormous figure gradually floated into appearance. Its colossal body filled the valley. Its green eyes were high in the sky, almost like 2 crescent moons. It stared down coldly at those standing above the palace. "You found this place? That's surprising," an aged voice sounded from the mouth of the colossal figure. It echoed throughout the space. "Who are you?" Erebus asked in a deep voice. "But since you have come here, you shall not leave," the colossal figure waved his hand. World-ending power filled every corner in an instant. A great but unknown number of boundaries instantly formed around the space. The energies of death and darkness in Han Shuo's body were suddenly sealed. He couldn't use one bit of his divine energy. Han Shuo was alarmed. When he raised his head and looked, he saw a hazy figure towering over him and a pair of green eyes at the very top looking down at him. Han Shuo had a strange feeling. He felt that the scene was very familiar, as though he had come across such a situation before. After trying hard to recall, Han Shuo was taken aback. He finally remembered when he had been in such a situation. Back at the cemetery of death of Profound Continent all those years ago, when exploring the second level of the cemetery, an evil god tried to brand his soul. His brain felt like it was being cut by 10,000 blades as he resisted it. It was this exact colossal figure that appeared in his mind, though less distinct than now. But he clearly remembered the pair of green eyes that peered down at him with disdain. Submit. There will be no pain, only eternal life. Back then in the cemetery of death, the colossal figure repeated those words in Han Shuo's mind to urge Han Shuo to surrender his soul and be his servant. As they were great light years apart, and having unbending willpower, Han Shuo was able to resist its power. However, this time around, the colossal figure he saw wasn't merely an image in his mind, and the voice heard wasn't transmitted into his mind. Now that he was physically in the presence of this incomparably formidable being, he realized that his previous experience did not just pale in comparison, but it wasn't even worthy of mentioning. Submit, or perish, shouted the colossal being. His voice carried a strange, bewitching power. Who exactly are you? Although Aobashi couldn't see in the dark, the pair of large green eyes of the mysterious and incomparably powerful being were faintly glowing, illuminating its enormous body. You need not know, the being replied. I will ask one last time, do you want to live or do you want to die? Live, shouted Erebus abruptly before throwing out a scroll. An incomparably enormous energy fluctuation suddenly burst out from the scroll, instantly affecting the boundless darkness all around it. They gathered into a single point and shot towards the colossal being. Courting death. The colossal figure waved its hand. The scroll that Erebus threw out disintegrated with a bang. A streak of light shot out from its right eye and fell on Erebus. He howled miserably and was sent flying far away. Before entering the valley, Han Shuo had repeatedly asked Aobashi and Erebus about this possible threat, and he was assured that they had ways to deal with a late-stage high god expert. However, from the looks of it now, Erebus could not even fight back. Chapter 743, Profit from a Misfortune. GDK 743, Profit from a Misfortune. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Erebus was struck by a beam of bright light. It wasn't clear if he was immediately killed. However, one thing was obvious: the party was helpless against the colossal figure. In this pitch-dark space, the huge green eyes of the colossal figure looked down at the assaulting high gods and said in a deep voice, "Pledge allegiance to me. Resistance is futile." Han Shuo was shaken to hear the colossal being giving its final warning. He immediately decided to use blood disassembly to escape. There was nothing he could do about his partners. He turned to Andrina to look at her one last time, his heart aching. He wished he could shoulder Andrina along in escaping, but unfortunately, he was too weak to do so. However, right before Han Shuo activated the demonic blood disassembly, he noticed that Andrina had started to glow brightly from head to toe. A sparkling and translucent energy crystal emerged from her chest. A blurry image was projected onto the crystal. When Han Shuo looked carefully, he discovered that the blurry figure in the energy crystal was a carbon copy of the colossal figure before the party. Although the pair of green eyes inside the crystal was much smaller, every movement and emotion it showed was identical to the crescent moon-like green eyes high above his head. "Don't you dare, Andrina!" The colossal figure seemed to know Andrina. Its voice turned somewhat anxious after it noticed the beautiful energy crystal that flew out from her chest, as though worried or concerned. Andrina's eyes glowed brighter and brighter as she stared fixedly at the energy crystal in her hand. The crystal started giving off a most mysterious energy as a fine crack started to grow on its surface. Ting! The energy crystal suddenly shattered. The entire space was instantly illuminated with overwhelmingly bright light, so bright that everyone had to close their eyes. For a split second, Han Chuo could see the colossal figure before him glow as it let out an ear-piercing shriek. Soon, the light diminished. It took the party a moment to come to their senses. They discovered that the colossal figure had disappeared and the space was no longer in pitch darkness. Shattered rocks covered the floor as though a disaster had struck the area. Andrina, who was standing still, suddenly fell backward powerlessly. Han Chuo was shocked and hastily went to catch Andrina. He saw that her small face was pale without a trace of vitality and she had lost consciousness. Andrina was still clasping the fractured energy crystal with her two hands. There were gashes on her palm as though someone had cut her hands along her palm lines. The cuts were so deep that her bones were visible. Creaking noises sounded from several energy towers around the chamber before they collapsed with a rumble. "What happened?" asked Blightzor. He was still puzzled and frightened. "I'm not sure either, but Andrina must have done something that made him vanish into thin air." Han Chuo, who was carrying the unconscious Andrina in his arms, suddenly recalled that a moment ago, Andrina showed hesitation before entering the shaft. Could she have known this would happen earlier? Han Chuo hastily fished out a large amount of crystal coins from his space ring and stuffed handfuls of them into Andrina's mouth in a flustered manner. He chanted in a low voice, "You'll be all right, you will be all right." Though Han Chuo had not known Andrina for too long, they had built a rapport and Han Chuo was very fond of this mysterious little girl. Had Han Chuo anticipated that this would happen, he surely wouldn't have brought Andrina along. His heart ached to see Andrina so severely injured. "Brian, what are you doing? Are you mad? Why are you stuffing crystal coins in her mouth? Are you trying to choke her to death?" Aobashi, who was examining Erebus' condition, yelled. She thought that Han Chuo had been shocked into a fool. Naturally, Aobashi had no idea that Andrina gained strength from energy crystals. Han Chuo ignored her cries and continued to stuff crystal coins into Andrina's mouth. However, Han Chuo soon realized that Andrina couldn't chew the crystal coins in her mouth while unconscious, therefore she could not heal. The anxious Han Chuo then hastily removed the crystal coins from her mouth. He paced back and forth while holding Andrina, trying to come up with a solution. Then a light bulb lit above his head. Immediately, he flew towards a damaged energy tower, filled it with crystal coins to power it up, and placed Andrina at the center of the energy tower. At the center of the energy tower was a magical matrix for extracting energy from energy crystals. The energy tower lit up as soon as it was filled with crystal coins. When Han Chuo placed Andrina on the matrix, a welcoming phenomenon happened. Her translucent body automatically absorbed the energy around her. The energy of hundreds of black crystal coins was drained in no time. Seeing that the method was working, Han Chuo immediately took out several 100,000 black crystal coins from his space ring and filled them into the energy tower without thinking. The energy extracted by the energy tower from the crystal coins was absorbed by Andrina's body. A trace of vitality returned to her pale face. The nervous Han Chuo was slightly relieved. However, he did not dare pause with the task. He refilled the energy tower with black crystal coins and repeated the process again and again. A moment later, Han Chuo had exhausted all the black crystal coins he carried with him. Andrina was finally breathing again and had a pulse. Although still unconscious, her body was starting to repair itself using the energy it had just absorbed. Han Chuo had seen this situation before. Back then, after having sustained serious injuries from the Brovst trio, she consumed an obscene amount of Han Chuo's black crystal coins and fell into a deep sleep. Her body was in a similar state at that time. Han Chuo could finally heave a sigh of relief. When the last remaining bit of energy was absorbed by Andrina, the energy tower stopped glowing. Afterwards, Han Chuo brought Andrina out of the energy tower and headed to the panicking Aobashi. He asked in a low voice, How is Erebus doing? He's still alive but in a terrible condition. There is an energy destroying his body which he cannot resist. If this trend continues, he will eventually be dead, replied Aobashi anxiously. Suddenly, she shrieked, Brian, aren't you a pharmacist? I heard from Erebus that you have saved Carmelita's life twice with your unique art of healing. Can you save him? I'll do my best. Hanchuo replied in a deep voice. He walked to Erebus and placed one hand on his back. He discovered that there was indeed a bizarre energy inside Erebus' body. It carried a hint of the Edict of Destruction but was clearly different from the destruction divine energy of a low god, mid-god, or high god. This energy in Erebus' body was extremely savage and brutal. Wherever it traveled, it would leave behind a trail of destruction. It was too powerful for Erebus' divine energy to defend against. Not only would his bones crack and shatter, but every part of his body was being destroyed down to the cellular level. Although this energy was somewhat similar to the divine energy Avery left in Carmelita, the latter simply could not compare with its power. While Hanchuo pressed his hand on Erebus' back to probe his condition using demonic yuan, the energy that carried a hint of the Edict of Destruction, for whatever reason, charged at Hanchuo's demonic yuan, trying to break it down. Hanchuo was shocked. He hastily drew his demonic yuan from Erebus' body. However, he was a split second too late. Through Hanchuo's palm, the energy left Erebus and flowed into Hanchuo. The energy was no longer wreaking havoc in Erebus' body but Hanchuo's left hand that was extended began to creak loudly. His bones and meridians were shattering under the attack of the energy. Brian, what's going on? Aobashi was astonished. She saw that Erebus' condition had improved but Hanchuo was aghast and perspiring as though he had seen a ghost. The energy has found its way into my body, replied Hanchuo. He did not look well. What? Shrieked Aobashi. She could see just how powerful the energy was. If even Erebus could not withstand the energy, then wouldn't Hanchuo be dead in a moment? Don't worry about me. Just look after Andrina for me. Hanchuo tossed Andrina into Aobashi's arms, and quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. The creaking noises from Hanchuo's left hand grew louder and clearer. Aobashi saw that the veins in Hanchuo's left hand were bursting one by one, spraying blood onto his arm. Aobashi was dumbstruck by the scene. She wanted to help Hanchuo but didn't know what she could do. After catching Andrina from Hanchuo, she stood and stared at him foolishly. He's not going to make it, said Blightsore who had arrived beside Aobashi wearing a dim face. He said softly, if it wasn't for Brian and Andrina, we wouldn't still be alive right now. I have checked the area. There are a few tunnels down below. The god hunters must have escaped using the tunnels. Aobashi's pretty face was blemishes with anxiety. She could do nothing but watch as more and more veins burst from Hanchuo's bloody left arm. Gradually, the destruction reached his left shoulder. Aobashi cried, what should we do? What should we do? Brian landed in this predicament trying to save Erebus. What should we do? Forget it. Given that even Erebus couldn't resist the power, there isn't much hope left for Brian. Blightsore let out a sigh and continued, I truly did not expect things to turn out this way. All these years, we have underestimated the god hunters. Who said that I'm not going to make it? Shouted Hanchuo in an annoyed manner. He was strenuously fighting the invasion of the energy but the two were busy talking about how his death was certain beside his ears. Of course Hanchuo would be irritated. You can still talk. Aobashi was pleasantly surprised. She hastily asked, Brian, tell us, how can we help you? Bring Andrina and Erebus out and get away from here. Get out of my sight. I won't die so easily, shouted Hanchuo. Look at yourself, how can we leave you alone in this state? Blightsore couldn't be angry at Hanchuo for shouting at them at a moment like this. Besides, there's no telling if the god hunters will return. If they do and no one is around you, wouldn't that further cement your death? Lady, gentlemen, please, I beg you, leave me alone, that is all I ask of you, shouted Hanchuo. Aobashi, considering that I have saved Erebus and that Andrina has saved all of us, leave. Your presences will only disturb my mind. Aobashi was startled. After staring at Hanchuo for a long while, seeing that Hanchuo was persistently hastening them to leave and his words had grown more and more impolite, she stomped her feet ruthlessly and said, "Fine. I'll leave you to yourself. Hope to see you again and alive. Brian, Blightsore, will always remember the favor." Blightsore said solemnly before he held Erebus and Aobashi and left. After Aobashi and Blightsore had gone completely out of sight, Hanchuo no longer repressed his pain. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Come at me, you fucker. Let's see if you can actually take me." The energy in Hanchuo's left shoulder was let loose. It immediately began to travel all throughout Hanchuo's body at a tremendous rate. Pop! 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 Crisp crackling noises repeatedly sounded from Hanchuo's body. The flesh and skin from his head to toes started to crack and split. He was drenched in blood. He looked hideous and gruesome. The invincible omen body was deployed, filling every cell in Hanchuo's body with energy and making it immensely tough. The veins and tendons of his crushed arm started to reconnect at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his bones were being rebuilt. If Aobashi and Blightsore were around, they would surely be dumbstruck by the scene. Soon, his gory left arm was completely healed, not a wound nor scar to be seen. Rattling noises continued to sound from his body as his veins ruptured and his bones fractured. Following that, when the invincible omen body was deployed, his shattered veins and bones would reattach and reconnect at an astonishing rate. Gradually, the energy that was wreaking havoc in Hanchuo's body grew weaker and weaker. Its speed also grew slower. "Master, absorb that energy, fuse it with your avatar of destruction. The energy is self-aware and will be greatly beneficial to your avatar." Cauldron Spirit suddenly cried out to Hanchuo. Hanchuo was shocked. The energy has a mind of its own? That explains why it's such a nightmare to deal with. There is indeed destruction divine energy in the energy, but it is different from the divine energy possessed by my avatar. I doubt my avatar could assimilate the energy. Besides, the energy desires to destroy all things. My avatar might not be able to survive it, replied Hanchuo. "Master, direct the energy to me. I will remold the self-awareness of the energy. After that, it will be perfectly safe for your avatar to fuse with." Cauldron Spirit immediately responded. Hanchuo was elated. Cauldron Spirit couldn't just remold divine souls, it could also remold this conscious energy. Hanchuo, practiced in borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, deployed the invincible omen body in specific areas to guide the now weakened energy to Cauldron Spirit. Although the energy had an awareness, its mind was not sophisticated at all. It would travel along regions easiest to destroy, thus it headed along the path that Hanchuo had set for it. Finally, the energy flowed into the cauldron of Myriad Demon, allowing Hanchuo to relax for a moment. Following that, the cauldron started to slowly spur inside Hanchuo's body. The demon generals in the cauldron started to flutter and dance. They orbited the energy in a strange trajectory, eating away the awareness in the energy bit by bit. There were now over 20 divine souls being trapped in the cauldron of Myriad Demon. These divine souls belonged to the perished god hunters and divine guards Hanchuo collected before entering the cave. Eventually, the divine souls would be refined into demon generals by the Cauldron Spirit. The myriad of demons in the cauldron danced, corroding the awareness in the energy restrained by dark radiances. A stand of green smoke suddenly floated from the wall of the cauldron and into the energy being held by the demon generals. The energy suddenly started to violently struggle to free itself, as though knowing that its existence was near an end, and was giving its final resistance. The strand of green smoke swayed with it for a moment before the energy slowly stopped resisting, as though the awareness of the energy had been subdued. Gradually, the demon generals flew off from the captured energy one after another, returning to lie dormant on the wall of the cauldron. The captured energy had turned calm and obedient. Cauldron spirit guided it to the avatar of destruction that was sitting inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Master, I have reformatted the awareness in the energy. You can now fuse your avatar with the energy. Cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Chuo's consciousness. Han Chuo was elated. He set his mind free and at ease while slowly allowing the energy into his avatar. Everything happened smoothly. After the energy entered his body, he started assimilating it the way he would absorb a god hunter's divine energy. During the process, his avatar's mind received a constant stream of information originating from the awareness in the energy. They were all about the profound knowledge and comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. Also, it included the complete instruction on forming and using the orbs of destruction. The cauldron of myriad demon was indeed incredibly useful and miraculous. After being remolded by cauldron spirit, the energy gave not the slightest resistance but cooperated with Han Chuo in the assimilation process. Han Chuo could feel that the destruction divine energy in his body sharply increased with each passing second. The feeling of having energy filling and packing every inch of his body felt similar to having cauldron spirit's energy flooding his demonic body. But in contrast to borrowing cauldron spirit's energy, the destruction divine energy would always be a part of him. It wasn't temporary and it didn't strain his body beyond its limits. Suddenly, abstruse insights and realizations started coming to the avatar's mind. The destruction divine energy in its body started to spur energetically. They were traveling in a certain trajectory and being condensed, similar to how he could condense his divine energy to form an orb of destruction. A breakthrough. Han Chuo could not be happier as he knew that his avatar of destruction would soon reach Midgodhood. Chapter 744, Breakthrough. GDK 744, Breakthrough. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Soon, surely enough, Han Chuo's avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction had successfully break through to Midgod realm with the help of the wonderfully bizarre energy. But what made Han Chuo even more excited was that his avatar was only halfway through in assimilating the bizarre energy. The energy continued to fuse with Han Chuo's avatar even after it had become an early-stage Midgod of Destruction. The divine energy in his body continued to soar as more and more enlightening information about the true essence of the Edict of Destruction fused with his avatar's soul. As his happened, the shattered veins and bones in Han Chuo's main body were rapidly being reconstructed. His body would rattle and crackle, as though firecrackers were set off inside his body. If anyone else was there, they will surely be shocked and unsettled. Han Chuo would usually lose track of the passing of time while under such a state. Series of loud crackling noises would jolt every part of his body, causing him to involuntarily jerk and move with the crunchy noise. Han Chuo at that moment appeared freakish, to say the least. Congratulations, Master! Your body has been strengthened once more. From the looks of it, you should have mastered the second level of Invincible Omen Body. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Han Chuo's consciousness. Han Chuo was roused from what he felt to be ages of deep sleep. He shook his head and tilted his neck from side to side. Gradually, no crackling noises could be heard from his body. Han Chuo cracked a grin and asked, "You mean that even when I'm not borrowing your energy, Invincible Omen Body will automatically deploy when I'm attacked?" "Correct. On top of that, as your body has become stronger, you can now use my energy for a longer duration," explained Cauldron Spirit. "Haha, wonderful! Wonderful," cheered Han Chuo. Han Chuo's avatar of destruction was still in deep meditation inside the cauldron of myriad demon. His main body has fully recovered from all the havoc and damages the energy made. He raised his head and looked all around. He saw that he was alone in this enormous underground palace. There were large chunks of shattered rocks everywhere. They were dark purple in color, which in the dark underground, appeared as dark as coal. The energy towers all around had collapsed. The palace at the center was riddled with holes after being struck by broken rocks. It had lost its dignified and solemn appearance. Blitesor and Aobashi must have checked and examined the area before leaving. There likely wouldn't be any important or significant item left behind. Han Chuo did not find anything valuable after circling the chamber multiple times. Other than the palace and energy towers made of stony materials, there were only scattered fragments of rocks on every surface. Seeing that he couldn't find anything valuable and that his injuries had completely healed, Han Chuo decided to fly up and exit the cave. After ascending through the pitch-dark vertical tunnel, Han Chuo returned to the energy crystal cave. His demon generals were still wandering about the nearby caves as Han Chuo had previously instructed. The cave network was now completely empty. Neither divine guards nor god hunters could be seen. Han Chuo exited the cave and proceeded with flying across the chilling lake. The gravity above the lake had returned to normal and therefore Han Chuo had no problem traversing it. After he landed on the ground safely, he spent a moment in contemplation while staring at the deep and dark water. He then took out a medicine bottle and collected a sample of the water. Hey! Han Chuo let out a soft cry of surprise after he carefully examined the jet-black sample he collected. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Originally, Han Chuo assumed that a large amount of corrosive poison was dumped into the lake to make it so corrosive. But now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that his assumption didn't make much sense. This lake was enormous and deep. Just how many bottles of poison would it take to turn the large volume of liquid to become so corrosive? From Han Chuo's observations of the God Swamp Pharmacy, he could tell that this kind of poison was very precious to them, as though it took them a lot of effort to produce these poison. Han Chuo guesstimated that they must dissolve at least a few tons of poison into the lake in order to make it so corrosive. However, to throw tons of such costly poison into this lake just to form an ineffective defense, surely the god hunters wouldn't be that stupid? Puzzled, Han Chuo split up a strand of his consciousness to carefully examine the liquid he collected in the medicine bottle. Han Chuo was rather wary of this immensely corrosive dark liquid that could dissolve a mid-god in no time. He discovered that although there were indeed components of the poison in the lake water, it wasn't as concentrated or potent as those produced by God Swamp Pharmacy. After spending some time in deep thought, Han Chuo reached a baffling conclusion: the poisons produced by God Swamp Pharmacy were made using the lake water. After a moment of hesitation, Han Chuo extended his left index finger, and carefully with his right hand, poured a single drop of the dark liquid he collected on his fingertip. Fizz! Light wisps of smoke immediately emanated from the tip of his index finger. Intense corrosive energy immediately invaded the cells and bones on his index finger, trying to dissolve them into liquid. The invincible Omen body, sensing the terrible destructive power of the corrosive energy, automatically assembled the demonic Yuan in Han Chuo's body. On the instant his skin made contact with the liquid, layers upon layers of defensive energy shields were deployed to resist the corrosion. His demonic Yuan was being rapidly consumed. Fizz! The light wisps of smoke turned intense and jet black. Under the protection of his invincible Omen body, the corrosive energy was neutralized, though it consumed some demonic Yuan. His cells that were damaged and broken down were rapidly reconstructed. His finger was as good as new in no time. Such intense corrosive power! This is hundreds of times more horrible than the fiercest acid, thought Han Chuo, startled. Those divine guards and god hunts who fell into the lake, as the entire surface of their bodies were exposed to the onslaught of the corrosive energy, it didn't take long before the divine energy they had be exhausted. That was the main reason they would be reduced into skeletons. As Han Chuo had taken precautions, on top of the miraculousness of his invincible Omen body, just one drop of the liquid couldn't cause him harm. What a perfect tool for destroying bodies! Remarked Han Chuo in his mind. Following that, he took out an enormous medicine container the shape of a barrel and started filling it with the lake water. He intended to do some proper research with it. The corrosive power of this water was not just perfect for destroying dead bodies, if applied on some malicious demonic weapons, it would greatly increase its destructive power. Han Chuo felt no qualms about using such a foul poison. After all, he had been devouring others' divine energy. If it wasn't for the fact that God's Swamp Pharmacy had made a move against him, not only that he wouldn't bother about exposing their crimes, but he might even secretly purchase the malicious poison from God's Swamp Pharmacy. It has always been Han Shuo's core motto that he would achieve his goal by all means necessary, by hook or by crook. He delightedly filled several large medicine containers with the lake water. He felt happy that he could obtain the poison without buying it from God's Swamp Pharmacy. But what made the lake so corrosive? Han Shuo was at a loss. He knew that a lake wouldn't turn into corrosive liquid without a cause. There must be a reason for it. After a moment of hesitation, Han Shuo decided to examine the condition under the lake. The lake water had formidable corrosive power. After testing its power by placing a drop on it on his hand, Han Shuo felt that he did not have enough demonic yuan to allow his entire body be submerged under the liquid safely. Han Shuo then threw rocks, glassware, and even crystal coins into the lake. He discovered that the corrosive power only acted upon flesh and tissue. Non-living things like glassware were only slightly affected by the corrosive power of the lake water. Han Shuo had also tried using demon generals to probe under the water, however, it seemed that the lake water could corrode demon generals as well. Although the corrosion wasn't as obvious as towards physical flesh, the demon generals were very terrified of touching the lake water. It seemed that the corrosive power of the lake water could act on all living things. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo took out the Cyano Demon Blaze. With one thought, the Cyano Demon Blaze was sent flying into the lake. The Cyano Demon Blaze was one of the demonic weapons Han Shuo refined. It carried no aura of life. Although it would still receive some corrosion, it wasn't enough to destroy the demonic weapon. Without any demon general attached to the Cyano Demon Blaze, Han Shuo couldn't observe the condition under the lake. All he could tell was that the lake was extremely deep. After maneuvering the Cyano Demon Blaze underwater in random directions for some time, seeing that he wasn't making much progress in learning anything about the lake, he decided to take the demonic weapon out from the depth of the lake. "Master, let me do it." Suddenly, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo was startled. He replied in a worrying tone, "I have tested the water. The corrosive energy in the lake water seems to act on all living things. Even demon generals dare not enter. Are you sure you'll be all right? As the ultimate demonic weapon, this puny corrosive power can do nothing to me. Also, if I have more demon generals, I wouldn't fear energy 100 times more corrosive than this lake water. All right then, you be careful. Help me find if there's any peculiar things under the lake. I feel that there must be a unique reason that caused this lake water to be so corrosive. No lake would turn so corrosive just like that." Han Shuo agreed after thinking for a moment. Then with one thought, the cauldron of myriad demons slowly flew out from Han Shuo's body and it automatically went underwater. Chapter 745, 17 Fangs. GDK 745, 17 Fangs. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo was still worrying even after the cauldron has submerged into the lake. He soon received a message from Cauldron Spirit, "Don't worry, Master. I'm all right." Han Shuo finally felt at ease after hearing this reassurance from Cauldron Spirit. Through the connection he had with Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo was able to get a clear glimpse of the situation under the hazardous pool. The cauldron took a moment to sink straight down to the bottom of the lake. They discovered that a dozen or more speckles were shimmering with soft and dark radiances at the bottom of the lake. After maneuvering around the lake floor for a moment, Cauldron Spirit arrived at the nearest dark speckle. It was a long, pointed, and shiny dark object more than a meter long, sitting quietly at the bottom of the lake. It has a very sharp tip and appeared to be the fang of an enormous magical beast. As Cauldron Spirit approached the fang, it transmitted to Han Shuo, "Master, it seems that this fang is the reason behind the intense corrosive power of the lake water. The water in the immediate surrounding of the fang is much more corrosive. Collect it," commanded Han Shuo. Cauldron Spirit immediately began executing Han Shuo's command. The cauldron swam over and sat upside down on the fang. Following that, a bright flash of light came from the inside of the cauldron, and that fang, which was more than a meter long, disappeared. After that, the cauldron rapidly swam towards other sites glowing with faint and dark radiances, collecting even more fangs. After traveling around the lake floor, there were no longer any dark radiances to be found. The lake water also seemed to have turned somewhat cleaner. "I have collected 'em all," transmitted Cauldron Spirit. "All right, come back to the surface," instructed Hanchuo. Cauldron Spirit, carrying in altogether 17 fangs, gradually ascended to the surface. The cauldron had enlarged in size. It was at least 10 times in volume compared to before it traveled down the lake. Cling clang! The cauldron flipped upside down and poured out the 17 fangs. They gave off crisp metallic sounds when they bumped against each other. 17 sharp fangs were displayed before Hanchuo. The shortest was 1 meter while the longest was 1.7 meters. Hanchuo took out a regular long sword and struck at one of the fangs. Ting! The immediately long sword shattered. However, the strike did not even leave a scratch on the fang's surface. "Wow!" Hanchuo cried out in surprise. He discovered that not only were the fangs extremely sharp, but it also gave an intense chilling aura. One would feel as though one was in an Arctic atmosphere while standing beside those fangs. For Hanchuo, insanely good at adapting to the environment, to feel as though he was submerged in ice, meant that these fangs must be bone-chillingly cold. The 17 fangs are frigid cold and carries terrifying corrosive power. They can be refined into a demonic weapon. After placing the items before Hanchuo and returning into his body, Cauldron Spirit transmitted to him. Hanchuo nodded. He had a big, bright smile on his face as he said, "Hee, my luck is indeed pretty good. I believe a lot was interested with the peculiarity of the lake, but no one had ever dared to explore it. Also, the divine weapons in this universe usually cannot be remotely controlled. Even if they knew that there are treasures underneath the lake, they could do nothing." "The lake is transforming," said Cauldron Spirit. Hanchuo put all 17 fangs into his space ring before turning his attention to the lake before him. After losing the 17 fangs, the lake was no longer brimming with chilling aura. The dark and murky water also grew significantly clearer. It appeared that those fangs were indeed the root cause of the lake water's abnormality. Hanchuo was surprised at the rapid transformation. After having a close brush with death, Hanchuo's avatar of destruction managed to make a breakthrough and attained Midgodhood. In addition, his practice of invincible omen body had finally reached the second stand. And on top of that, he obtained 17 miraculous fangs that could be refined into a demonic weapon. Hanchuo could not be better rewarded. Hanchuo again used his demon generals to probe around the valley. He still wasn't able to find any god hunter or divine guards from the 3 cities. Seeing that there was nothing left to do in this god hunter's valley, Hanchuo decided to return to Sky Orchid Fort of the City of Shadows. 3 days after Hanchuo departed, the special compounds in the chilling lake that lost its 17 fangs started breaking down when illuminated under fierce sunlight. They turned into light smoke and dissipated. A few days later, the lake water carried not a trace of the bone-chilling aura. It had transformed into what seemed to be ordinary lake water. The water even appeared clean. A group of people arrived beside the lake furtively. One of them was constantly whistling like a bird, as though trying to call for something. That man who made high-pitched noises all day long remarked in a puzzled manner, "Where are those god hunters? How come no one responded? Yet, what a strange day. We did not get intercepted by any god hunter at all and walked in here so easily. This is so very different from the usual times," another person remarked softly. "Ugh, whatever. Let's just grab the stuff." Another person took out an enormous barrel and walked towards the lake. "Ah!" shrieked the person. He seemed extremely astonished. "What's the matter?" his teammates were jolted and hastily asked. "The water, how did the water turn into this?" the man replied while pointing at the pond before him. His face was filled with appall. His teammates walked towards the lake to take a look. They saw that the previously dark and cold lake water had turned clean and clear. The lake gave the secluded valley a tranquil atmosphere. However, obviously, these people did not enjoy the peaceful scenery, not at all. They took out a small magical beast that was similar to a squirrel, tied it to the end of a pike, and put the squirrel-like creature in contact with the water. The little creature splashed around but showed no sign of being dissolved. How come? The people were shocked. This is bad. How are we going to explain this to the master? Something happened to the god hunters. None of them is inside, one of their teammates reported solemnly after returning from the caves. We must not stay here any longer. Let's leave before we get into trouble. The man casually set the little creature free from its pike and immediately headed towards the exit. His teammates, knowing that this god hunter's base had been exposed, rushed to leave the area before they were discovered. Hushvale City. Inside one of the secret chambers in Godswamp Pharmacy. Hasling wore a gloomy face as he listened to the account of a person in his magical mirror. After keeping silent for a long while, he asked, "Not a single god hunter?" "Yes, not one, master," replied the person in the mirror. "He was one of those who went to collect the lake water." Hasling bunched his brows deep while rubbing his temple worryingly with one hand. But even if the god hunters were all killed, what in the world could possibly turn the lake water clear? "I don't know, sir. It was already like that when we were there." After keeping silent for a moment, Hasling raised his head and instructed solemnly, "From this moment onwards, do not initiate contact with the god hunters and cut off all communication with them. Erase all evidence that we had been in contact with them." "Understood, master." After terminating the video call, Hasling got up, left his pharmacy and headed straight for Eugene's residence. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hasling, but his lordship has yet to return to Hushvale City," the divine guard stationed at the front door said politely when he recognized Hasling. "Please tell Eugene that I'm looking for him when he returns," Hasling said to the divine guards smilingly and left. What the hell happened? Given the terrifying strength of God Hunter Alliance, how could anything happen to that valley? Hasling racked his brain but couldn't guess what could have happened in the valley. He also had no idea that Han Chuo knew about his relationship with the God Hunters. Skyrchid Fort. As soon as Han Chuo arrived at Skyrchid Fort, he asked the divine guard at the gateway, "Are Lord Aobashi and Lord Erebus in the fort?" The divine guard who recognized Han Chuo shook his head and replied, "Their lordships have yet to return even till now." "Why aren't you together with them?" Han Chuo immediately asked, "How much time has passed since we left the fort?" "Nearly 2 months," replied the divine guard. He was rather puzzled why would Han Chuo ask such a question. Han Chuo had taken around 1 month to return to Skyrchid Fort. They had spent 12 days to get to the valley and 2 to 3 days probing the valley before the assault. This meant that Han Chuo had spent around 15 days resisting and assimilating the invasive energy. Han Chuo knew from experience that while he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, be it demonic arts or fundamental forces, he would lose track of the passing of time. Han Chuo thought for a bit after hearing the divine guard's response. He thought it quite likely that Aobashi and the others were still hunting those escaped god hunters at this moment. "Did their lordships send any news back here?" asked Han Chuo. The divine guard shook his head. Han Chuo sighed in his mind and entered the fort dejectedly. He went to the interim person in charge of the fort and requested to be notified of all news about Aobashi and Erebus as soon as possible. He then went to rest in the room Erebus allocated for him. Standing before a vast ocean, Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsore, and Eugene were gazing into the distance. Aobashi shook her head and lamented, "Although we have killed a ton of god hunters along the way, the 3 have managed to escape. Can this operation even be regarded as a success? I guess we can call it a success. We have never before killed such a large number of god hunters. Besides, we managed to flatten that lair of theirs," said Blightsore after he took a moment to consider. I wonder how Brian is doing. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would rather let the energy kill me, said Erebus. He looked pale and obviously not as vigorous as Aobashi, Blightsore, and Eugene. It seemed that he needed some rest to recover to full health. Aobashi turned to look at Andrina, who was being carried by a female divine guard a few steps away, before she sighed, Andrina is still in a coma, while Brian, we don't know if he will make it. This is not a success at all. The Brovst trio have escaped into the sea. It is absolutely impossible for us to find them inside this region. I believe now is the time for us to call it a day and go home. Eugene of Hushvale City turned to look deeply at Andrina, hesitated for a moment, and said, from your accounts, it does seem that the God Hunter leader recognizes Andrina. She will be the key to identifying the person's identity. If she wakes up and provided relevant information, please notify our Hushvale City about it. We shall see. From the day Erebus learned that it was Hanchuo who saved his life, he became loathing of Eugene, had been prejudiced of Hanchuo. Even his words became rather impolite. Eugene, however, did not bicker about it. He nodded and said in a deep voice, well then, farewell. Aobashi waved her hand and said in a lazy voice, farewell. Have a safe journey. It was at that moment that an intense energy fluctuation came from the sky above their heads. A blurry figure gradually appeared in mid-air. It appeared to be a graceful, elegant woman. Her body was covered with a pure white gown. Her face remained blurry to the party. The bizarre energy fluctuation shrouded the entire region in no time. All living things within hundreds of kilometers radius could sense the energy and know that they cannot resist. Aobashi and the others jolted. They all raised their heads and gazed at the figure emerging above the sky. Suddenly, they discovered that they had no wish of giving resistance. They still possess divine energy and could put them to use, but they do not want to. There wasn't a thought of resistance in their hearts, and they would readily follow any command, as though they would kill themselves willingly if the woman said so. This feeling made them feel powerless and incredibly terrified. They opened their eyes wide as they gazed at the woman with a blurry face. None of them could utter a word. I'm Andrina's mother. Let me take her home, a clear and melodious voice gently spread to their ears. Andrina's petite figure slowly floated upwards. The female divine guard who carried Andrina did absolutely nothing but stare foolishly. She watched as Andrina floated higher and higher, but thought not of stopping it. Under the traction of the bizarre energy, Andrina flew higher and higher. When her small body started to turn blurry, the woman high in the sky said in a gentle voice, "Please tell Brian thank you for taking good care of Andrina." Right after she uttered those words, a strange light flashed in the sky. Andrina and the woman suddenly vanished without a trace. In an instant, the energy which shrouded them disappeared. Every one of them regained their senses. Who is she? My divine energy wasn't restrained, and yet, I couldn't even think about using it, exclaimed Eugene. He never anticipated that he would be so powerless against a figure that suddenly appeared out of thin air.